She's coming down to Georgia. She's looking for a seat to steal. Now, folks, I really don't know if Nancy Pelosi can play the fiddle, but what I do know is she found herself a candidate born out of the left's resistance movement, a candidate that she thinks is her golden fiddle. Well, Nancy, my name's Karen, and it might be a sin, but I'll take your bet you're going to regret, because Georgia's got handle in. Yeah, it kind of feels like all hell's broken loose in Georgia in the 6th District. Nancy Pelosi and her pals, they actually think they're coming into Georgia, into the 6th District, and they're going to buy this guy a seat. He doesn't even live in the district, folks. Now, my opponent, he keeps talking about how he's going to be accountable to his donors who are powering his campaign. Well, those donors, 95% of them, they live outside of the 6th District, outside of Georgia. I don't think the 6th District is going to let people from California, New York, and Massachusetts tell us who our next congressman is going to be. I am going to be accountable to the people in the 6th District because I live there. Steve and I have lived there for almost 25 years. And anybody in this room who knows me well knows that I am nobody's puppet. My opponent has been misleading and deceiving the people of the 6th District and the people of this state. Most of his commercials conveniently forget to mention that he's a Democrat. He rarely mentions that he's backed by Nancy Pelosi, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Jane Fonda. Heck, he even had Kathy Griffin tweeting for him. He talks about cutting spending, but folks, he counts as his mentor, Hank, Guam might tip over, Johnson. He says he's going to be a strong ally for Israel and stand up for our military, but his boss, Hank, Guam might tip over, Johnson, is one of the most anti-Israel members of Congress, using vile terms to describe the Jewish people. My opponent has inflated his resume while having the audacity to deceive the voters of this state and the people of the 6th about my record of service as Fulton County Commission Chairman, as Secretary of State. This guy has even gone so far as to say that he's been on the front line of fighting terrorism and defending our freedoms. His idea of the front line, sending a team of film crew to make a film. All of our veterans in the room, please stand. Ladies and gentlemen, these brave men and women, they know what the real front line is in protecting our freedoms and protecting this great nation, and we thank you. They made great personal sacrifice, and they did it with determination, courage, resolve, and sometimes not even with the full backing of this country. They sure as heck didn't do it with a video camera. The people of the state and in the 6th District, you know me. People have said that I'm resilient, that I'm tough. Some of you have even called me stubborn, and maybe some other names that I haven't heard, but that's all right. I embrace all of that for this reason. I am a fighter, because I'm going to fight for the people of the 6th District and be the fiercest advocate I can possibly be for them. I have never been afraid to stand up and challenge the status quo. I have never been afraid to stand up and do what is right and do what is best for you. And that's the kind of tenacity that I'm going to take to Washington as your next congressman. Now, beyond my experience, I find it interesting when my opponent talks about how he's going to cut spending. Well, folks, I've done it. As Secretary of State, I didn't take the easy route with furloughs. I actually went in and realigned that budget and cut it by nearly 20%, while also improving the customer service and making efficiencies in that agency. He talks about rooting out corruption. Well, I've done it. Just ask then Sheriff Jackie Barrett, who sold nearly $7 million. I saw her out of office when no one thought I would. Talk about policies as Secretary of State. I was told I couldn't get photo ID done, but I went to work with a great team, with Randy Evans and with the great Ann Lewis, and we got photo ID through the courts after multiple losses, and today, photo ID stands as a model law of integrity for elections in this country. But beyond my career experience, my work experience, I have life experience, ladies and gentlemen, the kind that you get by overcoming adversity. Overcoming adversity in life is how an individual develops determination, resilience, the ability to stand for what they believe in, just to know who you are. I have the career experience, the skills experience, and the life experience to be a good leader, a good, solid leader for the people of the six, because these are challenging times for our country. We are facing real and very serious issues: terrorism, protecting our borders, curtailing the ever-expanding creep of a federal government that wants to spend more and be more engaged in our lives every single day. These are serious issues that require a serious leader who has the background and the life experience to actually get the job done. Now, I said on election night that we needed to have all hands on deck, and I want to thank you again, as I did last night, because that call was answered and then some. People from across this state, across this country, from our national elected leadership in President Trump, Vice President Pence will be here on Friday, Speaker Ryan has come, every member of our Republican congressional delegation, our governor, our lieutenant governor, our Speaker of the House, every legislator, every constitutional officer, and every one of you in this room have come together to help me. And I will be forever grateful for that. From St. Simons in Savannah, to Macon, to Fayetteville. Where are you, Fayetteville? From Rome to Ellijay to Dalton, you have had my back. And to my special and great friends in the 6th District, you are the front line in this effort, in this battle to hold this seat. You can count on me to do my job, and I know I will be able to count on you. This seat has the great legacy of Tom Price, Johnny Isakson, and Newt Gingrich. We will indeed give Nancy Pelosi her due, because the 6th, it is not going blue.
All right.
With your help, in unity, with great determination, we will send a message on June 20th and kick some ass off. God bless y'all. God bless Georgia. God bless the great United States of America. Thank you.
The devil bowed his head because he knew that he'd been beat.
My favorite yard sign I've seen so far at this convention is one that someone was holding up back there. I hear there's a few yard signs in that congressional district, but it says, "Keep your ass off my lawn." Right back there. Boy, is that a good one. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the convention, I have the distinct honor to introduce to you the congressman from this district, the 12th district, which you're in, Augusta and South. A few years back, there was only one Democrat left in a rural area in Georgia, a guy named John Barra. And the fellow that I'm about to introduce to you came along and beat him good, and now is a great Republican congressman for us from Augusta in Washington, D.C. But here this morning, please welcome Congressman Rick Allen.
Thank you very much, and it is great to be with you this morning. I need to get a few things done. First thing, as most of you know, my wife Robin, of course, she lives in Washington, D.C. with me, and I am so thankful for that. But honey, if you would come up right quick, and I want to introduce you to the president of the Congressional Women Spouses Group. Honey, congratulations. Now, let me tell you this. If you don't think that spouses are running Washington, D.C., then you don't know what's going on up there. And I'm going to tell you a quick story. As with her responsibility, we had the First Ladies Luncheon, and by the way, Melania had a record crowd. I mean, and of course, my granddaughter was a junior host. How about that? And we were so happy that all the ladies came to D.C. My wife's responsibility is to host a reception the night before the First Ladies' lunch. And our speaker was scheduled to come over and speak to the crowd there. And again, I think the last time they had the reception, they maybe had 150 people. She had 400 people at this reception. Well, that was the very night that the speaker and our leadership team and chairman of selected committees met with the president at the White House and the vice president to discuss putting the health care bill on the floor the next day, which they did. Well, guess what? It came time for the speaker to speak at this event. And here is exactly, as I understand it, what happened. Mrs. Ryan, Jana Ryan, came to Robin and she said, "What time is Paul supposed to speak?" And this is after the Secret Service had told Robin, he's coming, he's not coming, he's coming, he's not coming. And she said, "Right now." So she said, "I'll take care of it." She texted her husband and she said, "If you like being married to me, you will get here and speak immediately." And in 10 minutes, Paul Ryan walked in the door and did not leave. So I'm telling you, folks, the spouses are very important to us as we do our jobs in Washington, and thank goodness for that. The other thing is, this is the second year in a row we've had this convention in Augusta, and I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. We're pretty good hosting events in Augusta. We have been doing one since 1933 called the Masters. Now, the Augusta National Golf Club does a tremendous job putting on that tournament. But our visitors come here every year and they say, "You know what, this is a very hospitable place." So I hope that we have entertained you well here in Augusta the past 2 years. I want to give a shout out to Darrell Leach. Darrell, I think, is somewhere, and all the staff. If the staff could just throw up your hand or something like that. Thank you so much for the great job you have done these past 2 years. Again, welcome back to Augusta. And I said again, it's a pleasure to welcome all of you to the 12th District of Georgia. Speaking of Washington, there have been a few changes made. I will tell you that our president, on that same morning after we had this, before the ladies' luncheon, was up early and had texted our leader 3 times once they decided to put the legislation on the floor. And he gave the name of 6 members, 6 of my colleagues in the United States Congress. He said, "You need to go make sure they're voting for this law." Now, is that hands-on or not? Our leader used to be our whip, so that tells you a little bit about what's going on in Washington. Many of you, our speaker the other night at an event was asked, how are you and the president getting along? He said, I'll tell you, he said, I've never experienced anything like this. He said, a lot of folks, he said, I think our speaker has served under 4 presidents. And he said, about this time, they're kind of getting worried about the midterms, and it's like, hey, maybe we ought to slow down a little bit, and, what are my polls looking like? Are we going to keep the majority? All these questions. And the speaker said, not with our president. He said, move faster, go quicker, do not slow down. Let me tell you, this guy does more in his sleep than a lot of us do when we're wide awake. I've never seen anything like it. And he does call the speaker 2 or 3 times a day. And let me tell you, they're on board, they're focused on America and America's agenda. And we shared that with you, and I won't go into that this morning, but we shared with you over and over again what our agenda is for this country. So, how do we get this agenda accomplished? We did get the health care bill through. We got 217 votes. 1 vote, more than we needed to get that passed. Let me tell you, we learned a lot with that legislation. And I'm hoping, and the next big thing is tax reform, that when we get to tax reform, we'll get 248 votes and pass tax reform this country needs badly to get people back to work. I hope you had a chance to hear Herman Cain this morning. And he's right. Yes, let's give it up. Let me tell you, extraordinary man. Well, Herman comes from the business community. I come from the business community. President Trump comes from the business community. And you know what? We know a good deal and we know a bad deal when we see it. The other thing is, in my business career, I never got everything I wanted. Can you believe that? But you know what? I got the best deal I could get, and then we went and got it done. And the other thing we did, if things didn't work out, we would pivot and change things and improve it along the way. That is what our Republican conference needs to learn in the 2015 Congress. Now, we do have a problem with these unelected bureaucrats up there. You've heard, there are landmines everywhere, folks. You've heard it on this climate change. And as Herman said this morning, he said, the president he's a business guy. He made that decision based on his business experience. It's a bad deal. We're not even going to change the temperature 1 degree Celsius, and we're going to spend $300 billion? You got to be kidding me. This president made his decision. He made a business decision. And let me tell you, you're going to see innovation on sustainable energy like you've never seen before in this country. Because guess what? Americans and Republicans do care about the environment, but we're not going to put the government in charge. We're going to put you in charge. Now, the other thing that the speaker told the conference right before we left, which I'm very excited about, since I've been and served for the last 2.5 years in the United States Congress, we have not gotten through more than 6 appropriation bills, and there are 12 of them, okay? 12 plus 2, 10 plus 2. Now, what the speaker promised is when we get back to work, we're going to be there for 4 weeks straight, and we're going to work on appropriations. And somehow, we're going to get 12 appropriations bills done in the light of day. Isn't that amazing? That's the House. Now, I can't speak for the Senate on health care. I can't speak for the Senate on the budget. And I can't speak for the Senate on tax reform. But guess what? You can. You can encourage our senators. And I am encouraging our senators, and I ask you to do that. But let me tell you, that's what the American people want us to do. The Democrats, let me tell you, they want to do things behind closed doors because they think they get a better deal. Well, guess what? We're going to do it in the light of day. We're going to do 12 appropriations bills. And yeah, we're going to vote on a spending bill that I hope my colleagues, again, will join me in doing that. It's kind of like this climate change thing. I don't know about you, or the Democrats, but my God can change that temperature up and down anytime he wants to. So we're working on tax reform. We're having hearings. We're going to see the simplest tax code in the history of the country. One of the problems we have with our tax code is so complex that the IRS, I would usually in a group, I recognize all the CPAs and I ask the question, can you fully understand the tax code? I haven't found one yet that can do that, and if you'll find me afterwards, if you can, I want to hire you. But let me tell you, and there's a reason for that, because those bureaucrats want to come in and audit you, and guess what? It's so gray that, even they don't know it, but they say, okay, you owe us $30,000, and to get rid of them, you write a check and get them out of there. We're going to stop that. We're going to stop it in every area of the tax code. And guess what? The IRS, I don't think we're going to need them anymore. Your tax form is going to be like 4, maybe 5 lines. We're not going to need 100,000 people to audit that return, I can assure you. The other thing, we just had Karen Handel up here, and people ask me, time and time again, what is it like trying to get something done up there? Well, in 2010, we had a historic election, and we elected an opposition party, basically to oppose what was happening in Washington. They had a supermajority. And guess what? They were unified, and they did some terrible things. We're dealing with one of them right now, and that's Obamacare, which we're trying to get rid of and fix the health care system. But let me tell you, it is very difficult when you go to Washington to vote no on every piece of legislation, that when the people send you there and you see the hand of God on November 8th to give us this window of opportunity, all of a sudden it's like, hey, we're shooting with real bullets. You can't just walk up there, put your card in, and vote no. You have a responsibility to the American people, because you sent us there to change the direction of this country. And that has been my message to my colleagues. We have some members of Congress that have never voted to pay our military. Can you believe that? It's the saddest thing I've ever seen. How in the world can you walk up to a member of the service and say, thank you for your service, you never voted to pay them? It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. Now, I don't like voting on those spending bills with some of that stuff in them, but let me tell you something. Like I said, you got to get the best deal you can get, and then you got to vote to pay our veterans. And I want to congratulate, while I've got a second, I was in the veterans meeting, and I don't know if Tommy Clack is out there, but y'all meet Tommy Clack. It is an amazing story. And one thing he said that I want to share with you, he said, and he said this, and I heard it loud and clear, and I want all of my colleagues to hear it, both state and federal, loud and clear. He said, if we can find the money to appropriate to send our men and women off to war, then we damn sure ought to be able to find the money to appropriate to take care of when they get back home. Thank you, veterans. Now, let me tell you, legislating is not easy. Everybody says, God, what's going to happen? Let me tell you. The Democrats are in denial. They're doing everything they can to put our people in a position where frankly they're afraid to vote on anything because they're worried when they go back home. You have to change that. You need to encourage your members of Congress to do the president and our leadership's agenda. The agenda is clear. Everybody's on board with it. But guess what? We got to vote for it. And that's why we need Karen Handel in the United States Congress. You're going to see in the midterm elections, and I'm going to just warn you real quick, typically there are 30 to 40 seats that change hands in the midterm. In recent history, in the first term of a president, there's only been one president that gained seats in his first term, and that was President Bush. But guess what? In his second term, the midterms, you know what happened? We lost the majority. You know why? Somehow they lost their way. You know, they said they were going to fix Social Security. They said they were going to do other things, and they didn't do them. And guess what? Same thing's going to happen to us if we don't get America's agenda done. Now, let me tell you, our president, as our speaker said, has no political vitriol. He doesn't owe anybody anything. And like I said, he keeps saying, go faster, go faster. Now, I'm like Herman Cain this morning, and my wife has asked me to tell him this time and time again, is kind of, ease up on the Twitter a little bit. But and Herman was wrong about one thing. Yeah, he's got 50 million followers, but if you'll notice, when he tweets something out, it's on the bottom of every television, not only in the United States of America, but across the world. Why in the world do you think the media is so afraid of this man? I mean, it's just, America's never seen anything like it. What we're facing is exactly what Karen Handel is facing in District 6. Nancy Pelosi and her limousine liberals are going to come after every seat, is my guess, in Georgia and also Texas, two states that they think they tried to turn purple in 2014 or blue, and they're going to try it again. Folks, we got a battle on our hands. But guess what? I love, like my wife says, you must love controversy. Well, I love battles. I love to fight for what's right and what's good and decent. And guess what? When it's on the line, what I love is we all come together. We did that on November 8th. We're going to have to do it in 2018. We're going to have to do it June 20th. Folks, it's going to be worth it. I promise you. You know, our president is one of the most positive individuals I've ever met in my life, even against the headwinds that he's incurring right now. I asked that they put a picture up, but the Georgia delegation was in his office just a few weeks ago. And of course, you know what his comment was. He said, Georgia in play? You have to be kidding me. How did y'all let that happen? He said, Mr. President, it won't happen again. In fact, let me tell you, I do take some comfort in again, I don't know who my opponent's going to be, but I take some comfort that President Trump won the 12th District of Georgia by 12 points. By 14 points. Congratulations, 12th District. And I'm going to tell you this. I think if the election were held today, he'd win it by 28 points. Absolutely. Because every time our president has been at our conference, and he's been there twice. Now, I have to say, I never saw the former president, okay? Our vice president has been there 4 times. Every time they come to conference, they say, promises made, promises kept, America. Conference, remember that. Promises made, promises kept. Folks, 2018 is going to be another huge election. June 20th is going to be another huge election. Please help us keep the promises we made to make America great again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Congressman Allen. All right, we've got a couple more speakers for you. I will tell you, obviously, what we're doing. Some of you, many of you, I'm sure, have been to conventions before. By the way, who's first time? Let me see hands. Who's the first time Republican? Good job. Let's give them a hand. Thanks for coming. I know we've got a bunch of veterans here, but here's what we're doing. As you all know, we have to know what our voting strength is, what our credentials report will be, as how many people will vote, because we'll have some important elections today. So we have to know the number that it takes to get a majority. And our Credentials Committee is hard at work at that. And hopefully, very shortly, we'll be bringing a message to you about that and an initial report. And then we'll move up the alternates to fill those spots. But in the meantime, there is another congressman that's going to give us a little report from Washington, D.C. This next congressman from the 11th District, I had a chance to serve with in the State House last decade. And when I first met him, I knew he was going to do good for Georgia. And he certainly has. It's my honor to introduce to you a man who's made a great name for himself, especially his first name, Congressman Barry Loudermilk. Yeah.
Wow. Good morning. I don't know if you can see what I can see, but as I look up here, out into the crowd, I see a lot of warriors for freedom. And let's be warriors for freedom. We are sitting on the greatest opportunity of our lifetimes right now, of a time which I call the refounding of America. We have persevered for 8 years of policies and ideals that were contrary to those of our founding fathers. Now, God has entrusted us, those of us in this room today and others like us across the United States of America, to put this nation back on track. It's not going to be easy. In fact, it's going to be hard. And I have heard that there are droves of people out there that are not happy in the direction we're going. I've encountered them in the past several months and weeks. They're organized, they're strong, and brother, let me tell you, they're loud. But they're a minority. But it is noise that we have to work through and filter through and show the American people that conservative values are right for America. Our ideas of tax reform are right for America. Our ideas on freedom and liberty and health care and less government and getting the government out of our back pockets and out of our lives is what's right for America. Now is not the time for talk, it's the time for action. In 1777, George Washington was leading his ragtag army of merchants, farmers, trappers in a war for our independence against the mightiest military in the history of the world. The British Army was the most powerful military force the world had ever seen. And here's this small ragtag group of patriots who actually had the idea that they may actually win. Most people with reasonable minds said that it was impossible. But in the winter of 1777, he was looking for a place that his ragtag army could spend the winter. They found this place on the banks of the Schuylkill River, about 40 miles outside of Pennsylvania, an area known as Valley Forge. And as his troops were walking and marching into Valley Forge, Washington wrote that his men had barely enough clothes to cover their body, didn't have shoes on their feet. In fact, he said it was easy to follow the path of the American Continental Army by just following the bloody footprints in the snow. But he added to that, he said, but even in their deplorable condition and through their depravity, have I not yet once heard a murmur of complaint out of these men. It is amazing that even through their conditions, they never complained. Inspired by that, Washington refused to take quarters into a home by a nearby Quaker named Isaac Potts that had been set aside from him until all of his men had adequate shelter for the winter. He slept in the snow. He finally took shelter, and one day, as this Quaker Isaac Potts was walking through the forest on his way back to his home, he heard a noise in the forest, a murmuring. He was driven by curiosity, so he walked toward that noise, and he came around a corner, and he saw a sight that amazed him, because as a Quaker, Isaac Potts believed that the character of a soldier and a Christian were incompatible. But what he viewed was George Washington kneeling in the forest in prayer. And Isaac Potts recorded he was praying for his men, his cause, and his beloved country. When he went home, he told his wife, he said, "Hannah, until today I thought that a soldier and a Christian were characters incompatible, but I saw George Washington praying in the snow today. And if he be not a man of God, I don't know what one is." It was shortly thereafter that things began to change for the Continental Army. A strange fellow showed up, Baron von Stubik, a German, out of nowhere, but he knew how to teach drill, and he started teaching our soldiers the art of drill. Long story short, we won. We did the impossible. Why? Because God provided an opportunity to Americans to bring themselves out of the condition for which they're in. For many years, we've been praying, and now we've been given the opportunity. The question is, will we seize upon this opportunity and fight the fight that it's going to take? Because it is not going to be easy. It is going to be extremely hard. We have a president of the United States that has a vision of America, the same vision that we share. A vision of freedom, opportunity, security, and safety. Not to sell out to the other side and the other forces. And I believe we're going to win. Thomas Paine talked about the difficulty of winning and preserving freedom. He said, "These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the springtime patriot in this crisis will shrink from service. But those who will stand now deserve the thanks of both men and women." Those who will stand now in the face of these, what sometimes seems insurmountable odds when you turn on CNN or MSNBC or one of the other news agencies who has a clear political agenda. Talk isn't going to do it anymore. Action is what it's going to take, and it's going to take courage. Not just from Washington, D.C., but here. You're the warriors of the front line of this new revolution to restore the ideas of our founding fathers. Congress is simply a reflection of the culture and society. Now's the time for us to stand up. We can win. We will win. My father served in World War II. He was a medic, served in D-Day and the Battle of the Bulge. And he's always told me that the survival for this country is a continual battle that must be fought and sometimes sacrificed for. And I believe that just doesn't go on the battlefield. As a veteran, I have lost many friends in the pursuit of freedom for this country, but I believe it also applies to the battlefield of politics. On November the 8th, the victory we won was an election. It wasn't a victory for the nation. November 8th was the equivalent of us landing on the beaches of Normandy. Now we're on the beach. It's time to move forward from the beachhead. And the evidence of that is the enemy only fights the fiercest when you're taking ground. And the fact that we're seeing the opposition that we're seeing shows that we are taking ground. We're winning the battle. We will restore this nation. And even those who oppose us will benefit from the good policies that we impose. I want to thank you for fighting the fight. We have a tremendous delegation in Washington, D.C. Every Republican member is doing their absolute best to represent their district, but more importantly, represent the ideas that our founders put down for us in our founding documents, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution of the United States, and those sacred Bill of Rights. These are the things that we must remind the people that guide us. It's not what is reported on the news. It's not what a media person may say about us. I had the opportunity just earlier this week to meet with a group of young men and women that we're sending off to our military academies from the 11th Congressional District. And I shared with them that story of George Washington. And I told them the reason these men never complained is because, as George Washington did, and as our great military leaders throughout history, those true American patriots have always done, is they have their eyes upon their cause, not their circumstances. If you simply look at the circumstances around you, you will never rise up to fight, and I can promise you, if you never fight, you will never win. And I told these young men and women to keep your eye on your cause, but you also had better identify what your cause is. If you look in the mirror and that's where you see your cause, you are doomed for failure. And that's where the left is today. But if you look out the window and you see that red, white, and blue flag flying outside, and that is your cause, and you keep your eye on your cause, you will win, and that is where we are. We're going to win. We're going to win this battle as long as we keep our eyes upon our cause, and we have to move forward. Now let me close with this. One thing my dad told me throughout all of the stories he shared during D-Day and the Battle of the Bulge, he always told stories of moving forward, of engaging with the enemy. Not once did I ever hear him tell the story of fighting within the foxhole with each other. Never, ever, ever has there been a war won through friendly fire. I have been a long time since I've seen this party as unified as we are today. Every time that I go to the White House, well, the last time I was there in the Rose Garden and was walking into the Oval Office with the president, he turned and looked at me and he said, "How's our girl Karen doing?" He knows Georgia. And then he said, "We're getting your highway fixed too." In a record amount of time, we fixed a major interstate, and I talked to the contractor, C.W. Matthews, just the week before it was done, and they said something that I hope you take back and tell everyone. He said the record pace that we did in fixing this road, and as how little money was actually spent to do it as compared to what was estimated, is a testament to what we can do if we just get the federal government out of the way. Our job and our goal of you, as the Georgia delegation, is to reduce the amount of impact and influence we have on your life and increase the amount of impact and influence your state legislature has on your life. I believe in federalism. I believe we can get back to it, but it's not going to happen overnight, but we have to be persistent. We have to move ahead on that beachhead, and we're going to get there. God bless you. God bless America. Keep praying for our nation and fighting on. God bless.
Good job. Thank you, Congressman. All right, question time again. How many of you ever heard those occasional public service announcements that come on the radios? Anybody ever heard those? All right, I'm going to tell you about one of those. Back when we had, and this relates to the next speaker, back when we had a Democrat as our Commissioner of Labor in Georgia. The Commissioner of Labor has many jobs, but one is to oversee the unemployment insurance program. And when we had a Democrat Commissioner of Labor, I would hear him do public service announcements, and it was always about how to go get on the public dole. If you've heard our new Republican Commissioner of Labor's public service announcements, it tells you if you need them, we're there to help. But if you don't and you take them illegally, the judge will put you in jail. Now, that's the difference between a Democrat and a Republican right there. I am proud now to introduce our first Republican Commissioner of Labor, another former fellow House member I was proud to serve with, Commissioner of Labor Mark Butler. Mark, come on up here.
Gosh, all these tall people coming up here. Good morning. Isn't it wonderful to be a Republican in the great state of Georgia? Well, before I get started, though, I do have a bit of sad news. I was asked to give backstage. We just found out that Kathy Griffith will not be giving a speech today. Maybe ever. Gosh, speaking of that, I mean, as a Republican right now, I tell you, if you sit and, I pretty much do not even turn on the television anymore. I can't watch the news. I can't watch anything. I mean, it's just, as a Republican, as a conservative, we are always, it seems like 24 hours a day, under assault for our beliefs every time we turn around. In this congressional race, we've got to get carried in there. We have to win it. I have never seen such an onslaught of outside liberal attacks on this state. I mean, you've got this Ossoff guy who wants to be the next congressman from the 5th district. Y'all a little slow on the uptake on that one, aren't you? All right. Members of the press, that was not a mistake. I meant to say that. And every time we turn around, we hear Democrats talking about we have to take the state away from Republicans. We have to take the state back. Let's talk about how terrible Republicans are. For the last 3 years, we have heard some liberal experts tell us that, oh, Georgia may create 80,000 jobs, maybe 70,000 jobs, We have topped over 100,000 jobs a year for the last 3 years. Not only that, we right now have the fewest number of claims for unemployment insurance, meaning fewer people laid off in the state of Georgia in the history of the state. We have the most people employed in our history. We have the most jobs that we have ever had in our history. Right now, we are 4th in the nation in the percentage of jobs created, and even better than that, not only are we creating the jobs, but we are 3rd in the nation of actually putting people back to work. Now, that's some terrible stuff, isn't it? Because let us not forget, anytime we hear a Democrat talk about jobs, shoot it down. We own it. We own jobs. We own opportunity. That's our subject. We own it. We are the defenders of small business. Here lately, it's not just the liberal press. It is some of these large businesses sitting there telling us how we need to be living our lives. Let me tell you what, in this state right now, over 95% of all businesses in this state are small businesses. That's the ones that we defend. That's what Republicans are about. That's what is the driving engine of our state. So just remember, keep defending it. Do not give up our strongholds. Make sure we always constantly remind those neighbors that are not quite sure what part they belong in. If you want opportunity and you want to see Georgia grow, it's always got to be a red state. Thank you.
Good job, buddy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think at this time, our chairman, John Padgett, is going to come back up and do some much deserved recognitions. John, come on up.
Thank you. I've got a couple of announcements. One, Barry Loudermilk is having an event, Boots, Bales, and Barbecue, on Saturday, September 16th from 5 to 7 at the Flint Farm on Noah Road in Waleska, Georgia. and you are all invited. So come join Barry. It'll be a great event, and we've got a few of these backstage if any of you wants something to take home about it. Our assistant parliamentarian is this really pretty lady sitting right here, Margaret Holloman. She and I have been up here on this stage a lot of times. But this is her last hurrah, she says, and I wanted you to know that we love her and how much she's meant to the party, and we're not going to be able to get her replaced properly, I can assure you of that. But if you would join me in a round of applause for Margaret Holloman, please. I'd had a thumb operated on. Adam told me not to come up here and start telling stories, but I can't help it. I had a thumb operated on, and I had to go make a speech 2 days later at a breakfast, and I had taken a bunch of pain pills. So I get there, and no, actually it was a Christmas party, and I got there and I made a speech at the Christmas party, and I guess I didn't sound right. And so 2 or 3 days later, we were at another event, and I can remember seeing Margaret all the way across the room, and she saw me, and she starts coming over just like this, and she says, "John, I have never seen you act like that before. What in the world's the matter with you?" I said, "Well, a little dope will do you every time." Great lady. We won you won a special election in Georgia's Senate seat 32. A pretty lady named Kay Kilpatrick. And I had some notes, and somehow I don't have any notes, but I want her to come up and talk to you a little bit. This was a seat that's almost all in Georgia 6. And this was a seat that the Democrats were going to be testing the water to see how bad they were going to beat us in Georgia 6. And this lady, who's a surgeon and a great friend with Tom Price, she handed them their little blue heads on a platter. And I think the vote was like 57 to 40 something. And she just did a great job in that campaign, and she's going to do a great job in the state Senate. Ladies and gentlemen, Kay Kilpatrick.
Hi, everybody. Thanks to John and Adam. I'm Dr. K. That's what people usually call me. Now I don't know what people are going to call me. Senator Dr. K? I don't know. Anyway, I'm also known as the canary in the coal mine because my election has been widely viewed as sort of a test race for the congressional race on June the 20th. Somebody told me not long ago, if your dreams don't scare you, they're not big enough. So 6 months ago, I was minding my own business, practicing orthopedic surgery at Resurgence Orthopedics, and making plans to retire at the end of January. My good friend Judson Hill called me and said he was going to run for Congress, and I thought about it and really felt like I was getting a message that the next step that God had planned for me was to step through this door. So that's what I did. The first part of my election was fairly nasty. There were 8 people running, including 5 Republicans, and my name was even challenged, but that successfully was defended, and there were 3 Democrats. On the same ballot with the 8 of us, there were 16 or 18 people on the congressional ballot, so it was very confusing for the voters, and they really did not understand what was going on. Once I made it to the runoff, things got much more straightforward. And the Republicans, including my opponents, united beside me, and we all worked very hard, including many of you in this room, and I want to thank all of you for your help in my race. The thing that was quite clear in the runoff was that there was a big difference between me as a conservative Republican and my super liberal Democratic opponent. I was going around with my Constitution talking about supporting law enforcement, supporting the fair tax, supporting the military, being pro-life, and supporting the Second Amendment. And my opponent was going around talking about spending other people's money, and she even invited Maxine Waters to come and knock doors with her. So that made it a lot more straightforward, but we didn't take anything for granted. We worked very hard, and as a result of the hard work from a lot of people, I was able to win 57% of the vote. Thank you. Now, the thing that's scary about that is that I was running against somebody who really was not qualified for the position, really didn't have a campaign, and she still got 14,000 votes in my district. Karen Handel's going to face the same thing because the Democrats are fired up right now, and I think there could have been a blank line with a D behind it on my ballot, and it probably would have finished the same way. So we got to get busy. We got to outwork them because we need to send a strong message to the Democrats that they cannot have our congressional seat. So we're going to put the hammer down. I'll be canvassing on behalf of Karen when I get back home, and I've already been making calls on her behalf, and all of us need to be doing that. If we stick together, we can do this. I was sworn in yesterday to the state Senate seat in District 32, and that seat holds the supermajority in our state Senate. So I'm very happy about it, and I promise you that I will work extremely hard on behalf of my district, the Republican Party, and the state. I want to thank all of you for everything you did to me and did for me and for your support, and I hope that you'll do the same thing to help Karen Handel become the next Congresswoman. Thank you very much.
We have some awards. The Chairman's Award this year goes to Ann Hill. Fulton County's Ann Hill claims that when she was born in 1928, one of 5 boys and 4 girls, she was born a Republican. It's a good way to be born. Her dad voted for Eisenhower, and one of her first political memories was voting for Wendell Willkie. For more than 50 years, she was married to the love of her life, Guy Hill, with whom she raised 4 daughters and a son, Guy, along with his wife, Ann. They founded Hill Aircraft at Charlie Brown Airport on the west side of Atlanta almost 60 years ago. This award-winning FBO is still owned and operated by Guy and Ann's family, and it remains the longest-running FBO in the city of Atlanta. So much of the success the Hills found in business was used to promote our conservative Republican issues. Ann and Guy loved serving with their family in the Republican Party. She was a close supporter and advisor while he served as a Georgia Republican state senator for many years. Ann says one of her most fond memories of working in the party was attending the inauguration of President Ronald Reagan with her husband. Today, much of her joy is found in the 10 grandchildren and 4 great-grandchildren with which she's been blessed. Ann Hill was one of the 2 founding members of the South Fulton Republican Women's Group nearly 60 years ago. Having served as president on several occasions, she has been a faithful member ever since, and she still regularly attends the meetings at nearly 90 years of age. These hard-working, classy ladies like Ann Hill are so much of the reason we've had the success we've had throughout the years as a party. Ann's health prevents her from being with us today, but in gratitude for her many years of service to the Georgia Republican Party, it is my pleasure to present the 2017 Chairman's Award to Fulton County's own Ann Hill, and our great Emma Hinesley will come forward to receive this award on her behalf. Emma?
On behalf of Ann and her children, Thank you.
This year's Pioneer Award goes to a county chairman that has been able to bring different groups of people together to help elect a county commission chairman in a runoff election in Henry County this past December. As a lot of you know, Henry County is an area of the state that is changing and getting more purple every day. This was a very big victory to the folks in Henry County, but also to the Georgia Republican Party. If you hadn't had the privilege to meet the new county commission chairman, June Wood, you're really missing out. She's an absolute pleasure. In this business, it can be rare sometimes to see the local delegation and the leaders of the county party come together as a united front to make sure that the county stays in the hands of a conservative Republican, but that's what happened here. It was a perfect example of how our county party should work with their local leaders to maximize their strengths and resources. State Representative Andy Welch, Brian Strickland, Dale Rutledge, and David Knight, along with State Senator Rick Jeffers and Henry County GOP, rolled up their sleeves and got to work to make sure the Democrat did not flip that very important position. Under Vicki Temple's leadership and hard work of numerous county committee meetings, officers, and volunteers that were able to mount a very strong ground game of phones and door knocks to turn out our voters in a 3-week runoff over Thanksgiving. Ladies and gentlemen, present this award to Vicki Temple.
This is an incredible honor, but this award really isn't for me. Henry County, stand up. It's for these guys. They are some rock stars. Not only did they rule this runoff, but if y'all don't know this, Henry County did more calls for Donald Trump than any place in the state. And you guys rock, and I'm so grateful for every one of you. Thank you, guys.
Our volunteer award. The volunteer award goes to a lady that if you live in DeKalb County or the 6th District, you know very well. Overtime, our office has called her to ask for help with fundraising dinners, qualifying. She's always served. This spring, when we needed volunteers to complete our volunteer component for our non-alcohol mail program for the 6th consecutive district, she was there. She showed up at our mail house for all 10 mailers that were sent out to the 6th district voters. Bobby France is one of the hardest workers I've ever been around in the GOP. Please join me in honoring Bobby France as this year's Volunteer Award winner. Bobby?
I just want to say thank you. That's all I can say.
All right, we'll turn it back over to the leadership here. Thank you. Forgot where I was going. I got to make an introduction. I'm going to make this really long because this is a guy I really love. Ladies and gentlemen, our State Insurance Commissioner, Ralph Hudgens, period.
Whew, what an introduction. I am the insurance commissioner. I have been for 7 years, and I love it. I love it because how many of you are familiar with spiritual gifts? My spiritual gift is service, and that's what I get to do as the insurance commissioner is serve the people of the state of Georgia. Let me Let me tell you the biggest issue we have facing us. And I hope that Rick Allen and Jody Heiss and Barry Loudermilk and all these others, David Perdue, Johnny Isaacson gets this message. The biggest issue we have facing us, not only in Georgia, but in the United States, is this disaster called Obamacare. I've got a simple solution, a very simple solution. Rip it out by the roots and throw it away. It is not working. It is a disaster. Now you say, well, what are you going to replace it with? Let's go back and let insurance companies do what they do best, and that is insure the lives of people. Whether it be life insurance or whether it be health insurance, they know how to do it. And you say, well, what about the uninsurable? You know, those that can't get that normal policy. I've got a solution for that too. Create a high-risk pool for these people. If you've been turned down by 2 different companies, then you qualify to go in the high-risk pool and you get your insurance from the high-risk pool. You say, well, that's going to lose money. Sure, it's going to lose money, but let the federal government be the backstop and the insurer on that, and let them absorb the money that's going to be lost in these high-risk pools, rather than penalizing all of us by giving us high prices and huge deductibles. I mean, deductibles that come across my office are $5,000 and $6,000 that you have to pay the first $5,000 or $6,000 before the insurance company kicks in and pays a penny. This is wrong, and like I said, it needs to be repealed and let the states handle it. That's the way it was before. It was state-based regulation. It needs to go back to the states. We know how to do it. They don't, and they've proved it. They have proven it because Obamacare is collapsing. So I just thank you for the opportunity that I have to be here. I'd love to sit down and talk with any of you. I'm going to be over here in the Madison County delegation, and I'll be over here, and I'll be glad to talk to you about your individual problems. And let me tell you, we'll deal with it. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless Georgia.
All right, there are now some candidates for Lieutenant Governor I want to introduce to you. But before we do that, we have something very important to do. So now you need to listen closely to this, okay? Everybody, I need you to very quietly stand up. Everybody, all the delegates, stand up for me. Okay, come on, stand up. I know most of you are capable of it. Now, the next one is going to be hard, but you need to raise your left hand. Most of us have a hard time with the left. All right, that's good. Put it down. All right, everybody raise the right hand. There's the easy one. All right, down. Both at the same time. All right, sit back down. I learned early that the mind can only absorb what the derriere can stand, so we just want to get you moving a little bit, all right? Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce to you a couple of candidates for Lieutenant Governor. One could not be here today. 3 are announced. Rick Jeffries, Senator Rick Jeffries, had a pre-commitment with one of his family members, and I certainly understand him keeping that. But it is my pleasure to introduce you to you at this time one of my fellow House members, Representative Jeff Duncan, a candidate for Lieutenant Governor. Jeff, come on up.
Appreciate you warming up the audience there for me, Barry. Good morning, fellow conservatives. How are you? It is great to address this crowd. It's an honor for me. It's hard to believe it's already been a year since we've been here. A lot's changed in a year. I'm certain this crowd absolutely understands that. One part I want to highlight is a year ago, Hillary Clinton had all but sized up the curtains in the Oval Office and had probably already lined up a moving van for her and Bill. And now the only thing Mrs. Clinton is lining up are bingo cards on Tuesday night. So we're excited for that, and that's good for America. Running for lieutenant governor is something my family and I take very, very seriously, and it's an honor for us. Running statewide can be daunting. Many of you know that. You've driven a long distance to be here. Trying to meet 10 plus million people is a daunting task. But I got to tell you a secret. My family and I are having an absolute blast doing it. We enjoy meeting people. We enjoy the perspective. We think the perspective is priceless for us in putting us on the right road to success to be the next lieutenant governor of Georgia. 3 questions I get asked everywhere I go is why, how, and when. Why are you running? How are you going to make a difference? And when can I get involved? I think an important place to start, because it is a big question, because I'm not the next guy in line. I should not be the next lieutenant governor if you look at the pecking order. Why is a 42-year-old guy married to his high school sweetheart with 3 great kids in the prime of his business career running statewide? The answer is because I truly believe I can make a positive difference in each and every Georgian's life. I feel like my perspective, my background, my leadership skills are going to give us the opportunities to positively affect this state as the next lieutenant governor. My background is different than most folks who are here in politics. I started my career playing baseball at Georgia Tech. I got drafted and spent a number of years in the minor leagues with the Florida Marlins organization. And then I ended up writing a business plan knowing that my career would end. And I started a business, grew it, and sold it with my wife. And then we started an entrepreneurial track. And politics, a lot like many of you in this room, segued into my life sitting in a church that challenged me to be more involved in my community, to be a bigger advocate of personal responsibility everywhere I went. I took that challenge. I ran for office. 5 years ago, I got sworn in as the representative from Forsyth County. I'm committed to making a difference. How? There's 2 parts to how. How am I going to make that difference? And then how am I going to win this race? If I start with how I'm going to make a difference, I think it's important to understand something that became apparent to me when I got sworn in at the General Assembly. I walked in the room thinking that there would just be a room full of God-given leaders bouncing off of each other every which way. What I realized was there was a room full of elected leaders and very few folks that had the ability and skill to see a vision and be able to move an entire mass of people towards that vision. That was the first. The second part that was alarming to me was that so many folks want to talk about championing business principles. It's the cornerstone of my campaign. I've run businesses, I've started businesses, I've sold businesses. I don't see very many business principles going on. I feel like there's an opportunity to do things. If I disagree with you at work, I'm not going to poke you in the eye. I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to try to find consensus. I'm going to work in the facts and figures, and I'm going to convince you that we're the right way to go. The other thing that I think is very important is there's this endless favors game that goes on all over the country, all over this country with inside politics. If you do this, 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 and this, I'll do this. If you do this, 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 and this, I'll do this. It's stifling many of the best ideas we have here in Georgia. We are rewarding good politics over good policy way too often. One of those examples, and many of you are aware of that, is an adoption bill this year. An adoption bill that would have benefited thousands, if not tens of thousands of kids in our adoptive system. Good politics was chosen over good policy. We need to make a change. Talk about transparency. Thank you. Many of you have written letters to your senators and to other folks around the Senate talking about transparency. You want to be able to see the committee meetings on your own computer in your own communities from the folks that you elected. You want to be able to see how they're engaging in the conversation. I think we need to have that. I think we need to make it immediate. When the state of California's state Senate is more transparent than the Georgia State Senate, you might have a problem. We need to be willing to use new ideas to solve old problems. We need to be the party of ideas. 2 ideas that I've been able to champion since being in the General Assembly. One is the Cargo Theft Act. When I got sworn in, Georgia was 3rd in the nation in cargo theft. Nobody would have thought it. Organized crime had come here and taken advantage of our laws. They realized if you stole a truck full of cargo, you got penalized for stealing the truck, but not the cargo. And so organized crime had moved in. I took some new ideas, worked with the GBI, were able to produce a bill, and if you steal $1 million or more in cargo now in the state of Georgia, you go to jail for 20 years. Just like if you steal $1 million from that bank, you go to jail for 20 years. One of the best phone calls I got was from the GBI, who called me after the bill had passed for 18 months and said, Representative Duncan, we want to tell you cargo theft is down 68% in 1 year in the state of Georgia. How many of you are from rural communities? Raise your hand. A room full of people. Georgia's built on the backs of these rural communities. I was able to champion a bill for rural health care reform. We're going to be able to produce over $200+ million over the next 3 years to rural Georgia, to 54 rural hospitals, to allow them to decide how they want to not just keep their hospitals' doors open, but to allow them to thrive and be the backbones of your communities. And I thank all the support we got along the way. The second part to how is, how are we going to win this race? Because I'm not the next person in line. If there's ever been a time for a person with my background, with my resume, with my perspective, to win a statewide race, it's right here, right now, and many of you know that in this room. 3 things that I'm focused on to win this race is you got to build the right team. We have done that. Proof is most of the folks running statewide are calling my team, wanting them to come to work for them. I see that as a great compliment. 2 is you got to be committed to the operation. I've stepped down as the CEO of a healthcare company with the sole focus of being the next lieutenant governor of Georgia. There will be no more committed person in this race than Jeff Duncan. Last but not least, we got to raise the money to make this happen. And we are working hard, long hours on the phone, 8+ hours a day, raising money, and I report to you, we're having great success. I've got to tell you a funny story. This is funny. I'm out on the campaign trail, and one of my opponents was a couple of days out in front of me. And apparently, I vote no too often, according to this person. I vote no too often at the General Assembly, and I'm too conservative to be the next lieutenant governor. And I'm trying to figure out my response. I haven't got there yet, but I think I'm just going to thank him. I will never apologize for being conservative, and nobody in this room should ever apologize for being conservative. In closing, we talk about when. When does this race start? The answer is right here, right now. As I mentioned a minute ago, there's never been a better opportunity in America for the, folks with my resume, with my background, with my perspective, to be elected to such a great office as lieutenant governor. I'm the underdog in this race, I get that. And I hate being the underdog. Many of you hate being the underdog. But I got to tell you a secret, I'm really good at it. I've been good at it since I've been in school. I was good at it on the baseball field. I was good at it in business, and I'm really good at it in politics. Underestimate me all you want. We're going to win this race. Let me close with this. Long road ahead for our family. And if you've already convinced that the next person in line's got to win this race, I respect that. I absolutely respect it. I disagree with it, but I respect it. But if you're looking for somebody who's truly principled, truly conservative, and truly focused on the next generation, Team Duncan, thank you so much. God bless the state of Georgia.
Thank you, Jeff. Next, I have the opportunity to introduce to you another candidate for lieutenant governor. This is probably one of the first few people to speak today. I haven't actually served within the state house, but we did go to University of Georgia together. Go Dogs. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to present to you today the Speaker Pro Tem of the the President Pro Tem of the Georgia Senate, David Schaefer. David?
Very, very much. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. On the day after the inaugural earlier this year, a man showed up at the front gate of the White House and asked to see President Barack Obama. And the Marine Guard told him, "Sir, Barack Obama is no longer the President of the United States." The next day, the man showed up again, the same Marine Guard, and he said, "I'm here to see President Barack Obama." And the Marine Guard said, "Barack Obama is no longer the President of the United States." Third day, he shows up again, the same Marine Guard, and he asks, "I'm here to see President Barack Obama." And the guard says, "Look, I've told you 2 times before, Barack Obama is no longer President of the United States." He said, I know. He said, "I just like to hear you say it." The United States has a new president, and the left hates him. I'm not talking about disagreement or opposition. They absolutely hate him. And in covering him, the news media has abandoned any pretense of objectivity. They ridicule him when he does exactly what he promised to do. They ridicule him when he does something different. They ridicule him about how many scoops of ice cream he has for dessert. They ridicule him about misspelling a tweet. They hate the man. Why is that? I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I think they hate him. When I was young, the idea of free speech was explained to me with that famous quote by Evelyn Beatrice Hall. I disapprove of what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. And that's what I've always believed. That's what I've always understood free speech to mean, the rough and tumble exchange of competitive ideas. I reject most of the criticism of Donald Trump as unfounded and ridiculous. But this is America, and people have the right, the freedom to make these criticisms, and those of us who disagree with those criticisms have the right to say so as well. But on the left, that ethos has been completely abandoned. No more defending the right of your opponents to say things that you disagree with. That's been replaced, that's been turned upside down. Speech is okay now only if it conforms to standards of correctness that the left itself developed. And if speech doesn't meet those standards of correctness, then it's not legitimate speech. It's not entitled to be defended. It's not allowed to be uttered. And that is an essential part of their strategy, because their ideas have failed everywhere they have ever been tried. They failed behind the Iron Curtain. They failed in South America. They failed in the inner cities of our own country. The only way the left advances their ideas is if they shut down the debate. And so that is what their strategy is. No more defending to the death the right of your opponents to say things you disagree with. That's been replaced with safe spaces, stripped of competitive ideas, purged of debate, where a whole worldview has been confined to a zone, a cone of silence and shame. And then along comes Donald Trump, and he says things that challenge that orthodoxy. And when he is called on it, he doesn't back down, he doubles down. He is not silent, he is not cowed, and they hate that because they know that in an open debate, their ideas cannot survive. That's why they hate him, and that's why we love him, not because he's perfect, not because he's always right, but because he is challenging the people who would end freedom as we have always understood it. And that is why we must defend him. That is why we must defend President Trump even when he stumbles. I've been coming to these conventions all of my adult life. In 1991 at the Savannah Convention, Alec Poitevin, who was the state chairman, then hired me to be the executive director of the Georgia Republican Party. There were no statewide Republican elected officials. One of the 10 congressmen was a Republican, Newt Gingrich, and he had just been reelected by less than 900 votes. There were tiny minorities in both the House and in the Senate, and the number of Republican sheriffs was in the single digits. We were a full 10 years away from the governor's mansion and the successes that followed. And during that 10 or 15-year period of time, I've seen so many people this weekend who played an incredible role in moving our party to the position where it's now, where every statewide Republican elected official, a majority of our congressional delegation, 2/3 majorities in both the House and the Senate, are overwhelmingly Republican. We did not do that just to put points on a scoreboard. We didn't do that just so certain people could hold elected offices. We did that because we expected our values to be translated into government action. And we have done that to an extent. We've got some accomplishments that we can point to. You know, here in Georgia under Republicans, we maintained our AAA bond rating during some very tough economic times. We continued to balance the budget. We've kept our taxes low. We went from 2007 to 2009, our state budget went from $21 billion to $15.9 billion as we made cuts to accommodate declining revenue without raising taxes. And I remember I met with a lobbyist in my office at the Capitol who said, Senator Schaefer, she said, did you realize that we are number 50 in per capita spending, in per capita state spending? I said, you mean we spend more than anybody else. And she said, no, we spend less than anybody else. And I said, well, that should make us number one in per capita spending, because we believe in a limited government that is focused on its essential functions. I'm proud of what we as Republicans have collectively accomplished, and I'm proud of the things that I've worked on. I spent 8 years on zero-based budgeting, trying to pass legislation that was ultimately signed in 2011 by Governor Deal that requires every penny of state spending to be budgeted periodically. I'm proud of legislation that I pushed through that was sponsored by that was signed by Governor Deal that requires all occupational regulations to be periodically rejustified. And I'm proud of a constitutional amendment that I sponsored 2 years ago that was approved overwhelmingly by the voters that caps the state income tax at 6%. But we've got more work to do, and we have got tough challenges ahead, which is why I am running for lieutenant governor. I want to close with a story. I struggled in Sunday school with some of the central lessons of Christianity, the parables of Jesus in particular. I had a hard time with the runaway son getting the feast, and the loyal son having to slaughter the fatted calf. I didn't entirely understand leaving the 99 sheep unguarded just because one sheep had gotten away. I had some trouble with turning the other cheek. I could understand running away if you weren't going to fight back, but standing there and allowing yourself to be beat. All of those things had to be explained to me. But there was one parable that I had no trouble understanding that I got without any explanation at all. And it's the parable of the talents, for those of you who teach Sunday school or remember Sunday school. In that parable, there was a wealthy man who went on a long trip, and he divided his fortune among 3 managers, one of whom buried that fortune in the ground, the second of whom took the fortune and deposited it in the biblical equivalent of a bank, and the third of whom bought fields and flocks. No one had to explain to me that the one who had buried the treasure in the ground had done wrong, and the one who had bought the fields and the flocks had done right. I view public service through the prism of that parable. The titles that we hold, whether it's senator or chairman or representative or governor, in and of themselves, those titles don't mean anything. They're the treasure that's buried into the ground. What makes those titles meaningful is what we do with them. And if you elect me lieutenant governor, I promise you that I will spend every day in office using the title and the position that you've given me to implement the values and the ideas that we share. Thank you so very much for all you do for our Republican Party.
Thank you, David. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting close to our Credentials Committee report, I am told. It should be momentarily, so let me go ahead and give you a couple of instructions while we're waiting. It is almost noontime. I did hear somebody's stomach rumbling on the front row. Let me remind you that when the Credentials Committee report comes back, our next action will be to elevate any alternates so that every county has a full voting strength that is available. So that's going to take a little bit. So if you did want to get a bite to eat, to grab a sandwich, there are opportunities, as you know, in the restaurant. There are vendors out here in the hall. On that side, the back side of the convention hall, there are restaurants outside. So in just a few minutes may not be a bad time to be gone, but I wouldn't be gone too long, okay? So let's check one more time while we're waiting to see the credentials report. Hold on one second. All righty, we do have just a little bit longer. So before we begin some more speakers, I'm going to wait just a second on that. I did have something that somebody handed to me. Let me see here. This was entitled Dangerous Food. Now, y'all listen up closely because you're about to go get lunch, okay? A dietitian was once addressing a large audience in Chicago. He said, "The material we put in our stomachs is enough to have killed most of us sitting here years ago. Red meat is awful. Soft drinks erode your stomach lining. Chinese food is loaded with MSG, and none of us realize the long-term harm caused by germs in our drinking water." But the dietitian said, "But there is one thing that is the most dangerous of all, and we all have or will eat it. Can anyone here tell me what food it is that causes more grief and suffering for years after eating it?" A 75-year-old man on the front row stood up and said, "Wedding cake." That's called filler, ladies and gentlemen. We're waiting on the credentials report. I will tell you this also. Welcome to Augusta, as we said. There is some history here in Augusta. As most of you know, it is the second oldest city in Georgia. Oglethorpe founded Savannah in 1733. Then he paddled up the Savannah River till he hit the rocks and founded Augusta. There's some important history here related to you that you would also be interested in as the Republican Party. If you go out to this road right here, Reynolds Street, go up about 2 blocks, you'll see the historic Springfield Baptist Church. It is probably, most people think, the oldest African-American Baptist church in the nation. There was a large free black community in Augusta before the Civil War because, as many of you know, slavery was not allowed in Georgia when it was founded as a colony. So many from South Carolina would try to get to Georgia, and as a result, there was over 1,000 or 2,000 estimated free blacks in Augusta before the Civil War, and thus Springfield Baptist Church. Now, here's a bit of history you'll be interested in if you want to go by and read the plaque out front. Springfield Baptist Church was the founding place for at least a couple of things. One was Morehouse College. Before Morehouse College was in Atlanta, it was right here in Augusta. But the more important thing, or at least for us as Republicans, is in 1865, that building was the founding place for the Republican Party of Georgia, just about a couple of blocks from here. So if you get a chance to go by Springfield Baptist Church, be sure and see that little piece of history there. All right, we got something better than history for you right now. Somebody to give something away to you. Sherry Barnes.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm chairman of the Richmond County Republican Women's Group, and we were the ones that put together your goodie bags with the help of the Greater Columbia County Republican Women and the CSRA Republican Women. And I want to thank all these ladies for their really hard work. But also, if you were very lucky and in your bag you received a number, you receive a gift. So as I call the numbers, if you want to come up here, we'll do a few now and we'll do a few in a little while. The first gift is from Amici Salon in Martinez. The second is from Robert Nelson Group, Amway in Augusta. We have Augusta Honey Company, which is the third gift. The Augusta Marriott Hotel and Suites donated number 4. Bell's Farm in Bristol, Georgia donated 5, 6, 7. Bland Farms in Glenville, Georgia donated 8. Eagle Creek Brewing Company from Statesboro donated number 9. Folsom Farms Country Store in Glenville, Georgia, donated number 10. We have several breweries that have donated beer, and during the afternoon, we'll be giving out the rest of our gifts and the rest of our goodie bag winners. But ladies and gentlemen, don't open the beer in here. You got to take it home with you. So we have some beer and wine. So if the people 1 through 10, if they'll come over to this side of the stage, we'll get your gifts for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sherry. Good job. Thank you.
I got 40 more gifts.
Thank you, Sherry. We appreciate that. I always like somebody giving away something. Okay. Particularly when the taxpayers didn't have to pay for it. Let's see. Another good thing while you're here in Augusta you ought to think about doing is to pick up a copy of the Augusta Chronicle. The Augusta Chronicle is one of the few newspapers in the state, unlike the AJC, with a conservative editorial page. I quite often get up in the morning and have my coffee and get to see something good or read something good rather than many of the stuff that comes out of a lot of the media. Many of you know that recently President Trump celebrated his 100th day in office. And that day when I got up, Jared, do we have that one with the donkey in it? This is the editorial cartoon I saw in the Augusta Chronicle. Let's see if we can put that up. 100 days and I still can't get this out. That's a good way to start your coffee in the morning, isn't it? All right. Let's see where we are on our credentials report. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the chairman of our Credentials Committee tells me that we have 5 minutes and we'll be ready to report how many of you are here, so we will know how many of you can vote and therefore how many it will take to elect our officers today. So we're real close. All right, they told me we got 30 seconds, so somebody just handed me this. Let's see here. All right. A thief, a liar, and a cheater walk into a bar. And the bartender says, "Good evening, Mrs. Clinton." Ladies and gentlemen, with great anticipation it has been, it's my pleasure to give to you our chairman of the Credentials Committee, Joel Nat. Joel, come on up.
Good morning. Yes, it is still morning. It is a pleasure to talk to you all. First thing, as Credential Chair, I think we all need to give a round of applause to the Registrations Committee who worked diligently the last 2 days plus to make sure my committee could report out as quickly as possible. Now to my committee. Let me introduce all the members of the committee. They are in alphabetical order by last name. First, Carl Blackburn out of the 9th District. Then I have John Bush from the 5th District. I have Phil Daniel from the 13th District. I have Bobby France from the 6th District. I have Sheila Gabrith from the 1st. I have Doug Grammer from the 14th. I have Elaine Pickard from the 8th. Sorry. I have Jason Shepard from the 11th. I have J.D. Stalling from the 3rd. I have Paul Strahl from the 12th. Janice Westmoreland from the 10th, Johnny Woody from the 11th, and Rebecca Yardley from the 9th. Mr. Chairman, before I present the report, I'm going to take a point of personal privilege, if I may. Ladies and gentlemen, today you awarded one of my committee members the Volunteer of the Year Award. But on top of that, today is a very special day for my committee member. Today is her birthday. And I'm going to ask you all to join me in wishing her a happy birthday by singing her happy birthday. Will Bobby Friends please step forward? Bobby? And just so you know, she's a hard-working credential.
Just don't ask me how old I am, please.
Happy birthday.
Thank you again.
And if the AV guys are ready, it is my pleasure to present the credentials report for 2017. Let me explain a couple of things real quickly. All 159 counties will be reported. Not all counties will be elevating. The chairman or delegation leader from each county will come from their area to the table that is stage right. There are sergeant-at-arms currently at the table. My credentials committee will join them at the table. And all, we will issue you your delegate card, your ballot, and a blue card. All the delegates remember signing that blue card when they checked in. The alternates you elevate will sign that blue card, and you will return to us in registration the blue cards, along with any unassigned ballots and non-completed blue cards. Let me say that again. You will claim the stuff over here, but it is the delegation's leader or chairman of the county party that will return it to where registration occurred in Lamar A and B. And now it is my pleasure to present the credentials report. I am only going to read the counties that will be elevating. The entire list, though, will be on the screen. So please. First up, Baldwin County has 7 delegates present and 1 alternate that they may elevate. Barrow County has 20 delegates present and 2 alternates they may elevate. Bartow County has 24 delegates present and 4 alternates that they may elevate. Bryan County has 9 delegates present and 2 alternates that they may elevate. Bullock County has 11 delegates present and 5 alternates that they may elevate. Burke County has 5. Hold on one second. Can we go back one page, please? Thank you. We have an error. Burke County has 5 delegates present, but they are only allocated 5. I apologize for that one error. Butts County has 1 delegate present and 1 alternate. Camden County has 5 delegates present and 2 delegates alternates that they may elevate. Carroll County has 22 delegates present and 7 alternates to elevate. Chatham County has 26 delegates present and 1 delegate to elevate. The slides move about 15-second intervals, folks. Chattahoochee County has 5 delegates present and 1 delegate to elevate. Cherokee County has 52 delegates present and 9 delegate alternates to elevate. Clark County has 13 delegates present and 9 alternates to elevate. Clayton County has 9 delegates present and 2 alternates to elevate. Cobb County has 105 delegates present and 36 alternates to elevate. Coffee County has 7 delegates present and 2 alternates to elevate. Columbia County has 42 delegates present and 2 to elevate. Coweta County has 23 delegates present and 9 to elevate. Crisp County has 3 delegates present and 1 delegate to elevate. DeKalb County has 42 delegates present and 8 to elevate. Douglas County has 20 present and 1 to elevate. Emmanuel County has 2 present and 1 to elevate. Fannin County has 9 present and 2 to elevate. Fayette County has 27 present and 7 to elevate. Forsyth County has 54 delegates present and 17 to elevate. Fulton County has 86 delegates present and 32 to elevate. Gilmer County has a full delegation. Glenn County has 16 present and 6 to elevate. Gwinnett County has 97 delegates present and 1 to elevate. Habersham has 8 present and 2 to elevate. Hall County has 33 present and 1 to elevate. Henry County has 33 present and 7 to elevate. I'm going to mutilate this. Houston County, did I get it right? I'm sorry, I wasn't born in Georgia. has 27 present and 1 to elevate. Jackson County has 16 present and 3 to elevate. Jasper County has 3 present and 1 to elevate. Jeff Davis County has 4 present and 1 to elevate. Lawrence County has 8 present and 1 to elevate. Lincoln County has, I'm sorry. Drop page. McDuff County has 4 present and 2 to elevate. McIntosh has 3 present and 1 to elevate. Meriwether has 3 present and 2 to elevate. Muskogee County has 22 present and 6 to elevate. Newton County has 16 present and 2 to elevate. Oglethorpe County has 4 present and 2 to elevate. Peach County has 5 present and 1 to elevate. Polk County has 7 present and 3 to elevate. Putnam County has 6 present and 1 to elevate. Rayburn County has 6 present and 1 to elevate. Richmond County, our host county, has 22 present and 3 to elevate. Tenal has 2 present and 1 to elevate. Thomas has 6 present and 2 to elevate. Tiff has 5 present and 2 to elevate. Toombs has 4 present and 3 to elevate. Walton has 13 present and 1 to elevate. Weir has 7 present and 1 to elevate. Warren has, Warren's full delegation. Whitfield County has 15 present and 1 to elevate. Wilcox has 1 present and 1 to elevate. Mr. Chair, that is our preliminary credential report. As of the moment before elevation, we have 1,360 delegates present. Before elevations, Mr. Chair. I will be back with the final report.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and invite the county chairman to come up.
They're already.
You've already invited them up?
Yeah, I told them as they all. So now, if you want to pause for governors to talk,
Okay.
we're going to be at least 15 minutes.
You're going to be 15 minutes.
At least.
Okay.
Because remember, they have to all come back to where registration is all the way across the world.
Okay.
And we have to validate and we have to finalize and prepare a final report.
So you need 15 minutes.
At least 15.
Before we can begin the nominations.
Yeah.
Okay.
Before noms come in.
So probably 30 minutes. He's already called the county chairman. There you go. All right. Good work.
Yeah, there'll be 30 minutes before I'm ready for the final report.
So we get 13 total. 1360 total.
I have to go pause and check and look back over my own. It's one of the numbers.
So how much is
I spent an hour with those guys yesterday. That's cool.
two-thirds is 109. Well, is it more than two-thirds? Yeah, that would be. So these are just true numbers. They don't. Well. Plus you challenge quorum. So he says go. So he told me they have 15. Hey, brother. How are you doing? Good to see you. You doing all right? Doing my best. Pray for me. Okay. Well, let me know Monday because I got somebody teed up to come. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Good enough. Thank you. See you, brother. what's the quorum? It's 882. Doesn't matter what it is. Yeah, well, it's like so. I see a lot of people out there eating sandwiches. Are they going to bring a sandwich back? Wow.
I didn't see one. I thought they were going to have a sandwich for us.
Yeah.
Can you say we need a representative from Clayton County to come to the front?
Okay.
Yeah, county chairman.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention, please, just 1 second. We need a representative from Clayton County, the chairman from Clayton County, to please come forward to the front of the room right here. Clayton County. Thank you.
These are the counties that have not come forward. Excuse me for a moment. My Credentials Committee is waiting for a representative from the following counties to come to the table. Clayton County, Jeff Davis, Lawrence, Tanum, and Tiff.
And Chatham.
I'm going to repeat myself. Clayton County, Jeff Davis, Lawrence, Tanum, Tiff, and I was just informed Chatham County as well. Will those counties please send a representative to our table, stage right? Thank you. Well, we're trying to get the stuff out so that we can get it back so we can get it. Unfortunately, this is churning a little delay.
Chatham picked up the batch data question of the delegation, so I thought it would come back and
If I could ask Vincent Russo to meet me by the front door, stage left? Stage right, maybe. Right up here, front door. Vincent Russo, Fulton County. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my credentials committee is waiting on one county. Is there a representative from Tattnall County present? Tattnall? Thank you.
Thank you for that text. I appreciate it. Thank you, kindly. Yeah.
How many governor's candidates do you have? Well, why don't you start them up, because it's going to take me, and I'll be done as soon as they're done. Because you know each of them are probably 10-minute speakers.
It's an hour. We'll start.
Well, we'll be good as soon as they're done. That will give us plenty of
Start
time.
that?
Yeah.
Okay. I offered to do that earlier, and
Well, now that
Adam
I've
was
pulled,
supposed
now that I've pulled all my missing
so it'll really take you an hour to be ready?
No, it won't. But let me tell you, the will of this convention will be the moment I say I'm done with my final report. They'll want to go to votes.
What we can do while we count the ballots, Mr. Chairman?
Don't you have other races like Secretary of State?
They've all spoken. So we had that debate earlier. Should we start them now or wait till we? Somebody said they're bringing me a sandwich, but that'll be fine if I don't get one. Thank you, sweetie. Y'all okay? Yeah.
I'm just waiting on one piece of one piece. By the way, Barry, this is Rebecca Yardley.
Hey, Rebecca, how are you doing?
She was my secretary for my
Okay,
committee,
great,
so,
great.
So we're
Thank you.
waiting on one for Carroll County. It's an internal paperwork. Then we'll be able to go upstairs and finalize our numbers. I have 2 counties that have questioned our report based on what they have present. We said they had no alternates. They say, well, we have 2 people sitting in the audience with red badges. So we want to make sure we have accuracy.
Okay, all right.
And also, so we're taking care of that right now.
Okay.
And all. I think we've got it. Everything else, did I miss anything?
Okay.
So I just wanted to
All right.
that is, smile.
Thank you, buddy. I'm gonna let you do it. Come right over there. You can do it now.
Fulton County, they're trying to find the Fulton County chair is not answering his phone.
Yeah.
That's not on my issue.
Is
I'm Gene Keller.
Hey, Gene. Oh, my sergeant at arms. Good, good, Gene. Thank you.
Who are the section leaders for the votes? Is it the sergeant at arms band?
Could I have your attention?
Okay, write them down.
Do you want me to credential? It looks like they're about ready to come.
No, they're not. It'll take you 30 seconds. Tell me your name.
Hi, can I have your attention, please? I'm Shirley Fox, Cherokee County, and I've got an announcement for you. On July 2nd, which is a Sunday evening, First Baptist Woodstock will be having Sonny Perdue speak. We're also going to have Mark Wills do a concert. It's going to be in the Woodstock Amphitheater. There's going to be clogging. Orchestra is going to put on John Philip Sousa music, food trucks, inflatables, the whole 9 yards. And it starts at 5 o'clock on Sunday, July 2nd. Come and talk to Sonny. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You want done this? Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, that way. Man, I've talked to them, they get distracted. They're like, nope. Yeah, these people are paying. Bring my hand around. Bill Ball, Ryan Stevenson, Heather Knapp, counting y'all, Ken Reed, y'all know me. Dan Zimmerman, Patrick Schwall, C, B is Bill Jones, Bill Lemon, D, Al Reed, Jim Conley, E, F is Jim Schwab, Joe, G is Jimmy Luke, David Lowry, I is Chris Starkey.
Are they going to give their numbers to you, Gene?
What we do is we're going to the sergeant arms will collect the ballots, and then we're going to get all the ballots upstairs, we're going to count them out, and then they're going to, once they're counted, they're going to put them in a plastic bag with a sheet filled out, signed by those sergeant arms. Joel and I will then tally the votes, and then we'll bring the report. Joel and I will bring the report to you.
Now, if I have a standing vote, who's the council?
We will. We will.
And who will they report to on the numbers then?
They're going to have, they'll
Bring them to you.
Yeah, they'll bring them in.
You're going to bring them to me.
Yeah, and we'll have a little index card, a little section to bring in, so they're taking the photos.
You give me a tally.
I'll give you the tally. All right. And we're raising the card, not hands, not that. This is how they were, this is what is being counted.
Right. Raise the card.
And raise only,
Stand and raise the card.
stand and raise the card. Yeah.
We'll look.
Oh, you can do yays and nays. No, I mean, not on
If you are an alternate from DeKalb County, please meet our County Chairman Lane Flynn under the Cagle sign in the back. Anybody who's an alternate from DeKalb County.
What's your name? Hey, Will, Barry Clement, how are you doing? Spike Amadell, PG, University of Georgia. Yeah. In your office. Yes, sir. They will have 5 minutes to introduce themselves. Does that include the lunch? 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Yeah. Any way they want to spend it. Someone else can talk or they can talk. They get 3 minutes. We'll have the Commissioner of Revenue of Georgia taking time. Sounds like a good first CP time. You don't want to get audited, you better not go over. Yes, sir, absolutely. both got the same idea.
8 o'clock tonight is our goal.
Right.
Well, but all the construction will be over.
Credentials committee tells me we're going to be ready 5 minutes ago. Want to do some more raffles?
Thought I would.
How many you got?
I got 50. So I can do another. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, some of you have asked me, in your goodie bag, if you're a winner, you will have a sheet like this with a number. So look in your goodie bags to see if you have a number. We're going to go ahead and do our next 10 giveaways. They are Freedman's Mill, number 11. Georgia Fruitcake Company from Claxton, Georgia, number 12. High Country Olive Oil from Aiken, South Carolina, 13. Hogwalla Barbecue from Hoboken, number 14. H.L. Franklin's Healthy Honey from Statesboro, Georgia, number 15. Jane Bennett from Augusta, Georgia has donated number 16. La Marie Chocolates, number 17 from Augusta, Georgia. Linda Kelly Photography, number 18 from Evans, Georgia. Little Dutch Bakery, 19, 20, and 21 from Augusta, Georgia. Thank you. Okay, just trying to get this stuff away. Meet me right over here and I'll bring it to you.
On behalf of the Richmond County Republican Party, I'd like to welcome everybody to the 2017 Georgia GOP State Convention. We are very excited to have everybody here this weekend. We are so grateful to the many volunteers and everybody who works so hard to put on this wonderful convention. We hope everybody has a wonderful time in Augusta. We hope that you'll come back after the convention is over and visit us often. Once again, welcome to Augusta. God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention just a second, I'd like to introduce to you a special guest with us today, Miss Elizabeth Weatherby. Elizabeth, come on up.
Good afternoon. If you could right now, I would like for you to take a look at our video, and then I'll come back and tell you more about it. Thank you very much.
When you see these kind of situations, it's as though no one ever told them it's all right to want something. You don't always have to settle for your circumstances. You know, go out there and try to do something, make a change. And I think it's all about teaching. Teaching. Don't just say, okay, I'm going to come in and I'm just going to go in there gangbusters and, you know, try to make everything right. You have to find out, okay, what got them to this place? They want better. They just don't know sometimes how to go about, you know, doing better.
Feed My Lambs is a nonprofit organization that opens up tuition-free schools in impoverished areas. And we have 4 schools in the metro Atlanta area, one in downtown Atlanta, one in downtown Canton, one in downtown Austell, and another one in downtown Marietta. We provide these kids a safe place, a place to be a kid, a place to learn, a place to eat, a place that stays the same.
A lot of the kids that we have here, they come from an environment that's not always conducive to, you know, raising a happy, well-balanced child.
We don't know what they see. We don't know what they hear. We don't know what they experience. So we provide them a place that they can depend on. To reach those type of kids, you need special teachers. And we have that. These are teachers that could be giving their life to other things, but love what they're doing.
They're not only going to learn their ABCs and their 1, 2, 3s, but they're going to have to know how important Jesus is in their life.
And I tell the teachers every day, this is the day that we can make a difference on the children's life. This is the day. It's not tomorrow, it's today.
And they have high goals that they want to reach for, because they like, Miss Jessica, when I grow up, I'm going to be a doctor. I'm going to be the president. I'm going to be a teacher just like you, Miss Jessica.
To be around as long as they've been around, they've been doing something right all these years.
Our Atlanta school is on the west side, and there's a lot of activity going on in the west side. My heart is to do something bigger for this area. We need a bigger facility. It weighs on you in a way, because I love that we're reaching here in Atlanta 100 kids. We have 70 kids on a waiting list right now. The families are saying, could you please help? We need your help.
You know, I don't believe in attaching your name to something that doesn't really have purpose. And Feed My Lambs has purpose.
My dream is to be faithful to the areas that we've been at for years and create other schools to give other children the same opportunity that need it, the same opportunity that we're giving to these other places. We've said yes to our current kids, and we're doing a phenomenal job. I want to say yes to more.
Thank you so much. My name is Kathy Reynolds, and I'm the Director of Education for Feed My Lambs. Elizabeth and I have been together since 1995, and nobody loves children any more than the Republicans, right? Right. Pro-family, pro-life, and pro-God. That's what we're about. And so I just want to point out to you today that we have a lot of children in Georgia who really need to get into free education. We do free Christian education for children in impoverished areas around the state, and we would love for you to check us out online at feedmylambs.net and see what we're about. I think it would touch your heart. And I would like to introduce you to Miss Elizabeth Weatherby, the founder of Feed My Lambs.
Thank you, Republicans, for having our ministry here today. And Brad, thank you very much. Well, I am one of my children in Feed My Lambs. I was born in Cedartown, Georgia. I don't know if there's anybody here from Cedartown, but I was born in poverty, a divorced family, and so I am so happy that the church bus came and got me out of the government housing homes when I was a little girl and took me to church. I thank God for Christians today that are helping us open up these free Christian schools for poor children around the state of Georgia. So thank you for having us today. God bless you, and thank you.
Okay, everybody, are we having fun yet? Those of you who have won your prizes, you need to show them off and make sure everybody understands that these are Georgia grown or Georgia manufactured, and they're donated from all over the state of Georgia. We're going to continue with our giveaways, and again, they're on a blue sheet like this with a number on it. We're going to go with number 22, 23, 24. They're all from the Mascot Pecan Shelling Company from Glenville, Georgia. Michelle James, Hair Products from Augusta, Georgia, number 25. Riverwatch Brewery. Now this is real good. We've got several 22 bottles of beer. You can't open them in here, but you can get them. We've got 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. So if you'll all bring your tickets to the side, we'll give you your prizes. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention, please. I did want to announce our Credentials Committee is winding it down. This is the last call for alternate elevation to the position of delegate. If anyone isn't ready, they need to send someone to registration now because we're about to have the close. Anyone who has not been moved up as an alternate who desires to do so and has a place as a delegate. Last call. Ladies and gentlemen, just an update, a quick update on our Credentials Committee. I'm told the only county we're waiting on is Fulton County. So everybody have positive thoughts and send a great vibe back there to the corner where Fulton County is wrapping up things. Fulton County, let's go, guys. Can you help him? Or send somebody to help him? Kill it. You done? Well, we should have Joel up here to do it, then, shouldn't we? So far.
Are you ready, Jane? Are y'all ready? I'm just trying to get the race done.
Oh, yay. I think that's fair. Looks like you had some great prizes.
Oh, we did.
They worked hard at that.
We had a local brewery gave us 22 ounces bottles of beer.
Wow.
Can you believe that? I was like, okay.
Well, that's great. What's the matter? People not coming to get their prizes?
Oh, they are.
Well, don't worry, you're saving all the ones that aren't claimed for me, right?
Yeah, that's right. Well, that's
Well,
the
one
chairman's,
lady
that's
said-
just your pay.
Well, one lady said, I don't drink beer, so I swapped her off with something else. So I've got one thing back there. It's not, all right, I'm waiting for my ladies to get their place. We are the oldest group in the state, and the oldest in age.
Well, now I don't know. The North DeKalb Republican women, we might be giving you a run
I'm
for
gonna
your
run
money.
through these once, and I'm gonna go through them twice. It's
Okay.
important. How about that?
Okay.
What do you think?
I think it's great.
We need
Who told you you can only move up one? You need to check out with the chairman of our Credentials Committee. John, can you direct him in the right way? All right, ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting, I'm going to make a few more instructions, and I'll give you this more than once, but these are important. This is going to be when we begin voting. So give me your attention for a second. We'll go over these again, but as we get close to beginning the process for electing our chairman and other officers, let me tell you a few housekeeping items. First of all, as many of you have already figured out, signs designate out here in the seating area the area for delegates, alternates, and guests. Only those properly as delegates or guests are allowed in those areas. Of course, you already know this, but you need to and are required to wear your delegate badge or your guest badge at any time you're in the hall. Of course, only those with the proper credentials will be admitted to those areas where we do the voting out here. The Sergeant at Arms will serve as section leaders and will be responsible for several select sections and the counties in their numbered sections when we begin our voting process. So those are just a few of the instructions that we have for you right now. Like I said, I will go over them again, but we're getting close to beginning our process. Sherry?
Again, the Richmond County Republican Women's Group did an outstanding job on trying to get door prizes for this group. The Partridge Inn donated 50 packs of tea, golf teas, because we are the golf capital of the world. So I have ladies that are going to start down the aisle, and we're going to have what we call our tea toss. We're going to throw them out there, and you catch them. You ready, ladies? Go. Just keep going. Let me get some.
Mr. Chairman, it said on the count, 1, 2, 3. What's your name, Gary? Gary. You nice to meet you. Yes, sir. See if we can get you. Thank you very much. Thank you. You're very kind to say that. Thank you. Thank you very much. It will be up to our All right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. We're good. Bill, when you saw that in the morning, did you tell somebody? Let me find out, make sure I have it. Well, what happens is that once you turn it in, they have to tag it. How do you know it's Ted Lewis? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, another important announcement. Once again, somebody has lost one of these things right here. I think it's a cell phone. And I'm told it's Ted Lewis's. Ted, if you're here, we have your cell phone. We've already gotten your credit card numbers off of it. We're going to have a great time tonight. But you can come get your phone if you want. Ted Lewis. I'm going to leave it right up front, Ted. We don't know that we are yet. I'm going to wait and see. We all? All right, ladies and gentlemen, this time I'm going to ask Matthew Kroll to come up, the Solicitor General of Douglas County. Matthew, come on up. Matthew is with the Republican Leadership for Georgia. Come on up, Matthew.
Come on. Get Wesley up here, the president. Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome to Augusta and to the Georgia Republican Party State Convention for 2017. We're here today because we want to do a presentation. In 1997, the late Senator Paul Coverdale formed the Coverdale Leadership Institute with the goal of training the next generation of Republican leaders in Georgia. It has now changed its name to the Republican Leadership for Georgia. The mission statement of Republican Leadership of Georgia is to fill the ranks of Georgia Republicans with trained leaders, people who are committed to the traditions of full participation in the political process, people who believe in Republican principles, and people who are willing to be or support candidates to serve as state or local appointees and or work building the party's successes at the grassroots level. Earlier this year, the Republican Party lost a great friend in all of us with John Richards' passing. The members of the Republican Leadership for Georgia class of 2017 decided to do something to honor John. As a class, we decided to make a contribution to the Georgia Association of College Republicans. It's an organization that John worked hard to grow and promote. So on behalf of the members of the 2017 class of the Georgia Republican Leadership for Georgia, we'd like to present a check in the amount of $520 to the Georgia College Republicans. Thank you very much. Here we go. We'll do some pictures right quick. Hold the check up. Get in here. Everybody get in. Take a picture. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good job. Yeah, I'm going to do. Here's an envelope for that check. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Good to see you, brother.
The focus of our agenda is, as it must be, to restore parental choice and influence and to increase competition between schools. Train up a child in the way he should go, Solomon wrote, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. Well, that's the God-given responsibility of each parent and the trust of every child.
Imagine embracing school choice as the civil rights issue of the next generation.
We're talking about something fundamentally American, and that's choice.
choosing where you get to go to school.
If we remember that the family, not the government, is the most important institution in our society. And if we remember that all parents deserve to choose the education that's right for their children, then we will have a strong people and a strong nation.
You see private schools and charter schools and home schools where people are doing great.
It's time for parents to be able to choose the school that's best for their child, with the funding following the child or the school of the parent's choice.
Let us make sure that every parent has a choice and a chance to educate their children so that they can fulfill their potential.
We will take the power of choice away from the unions and bureaucrats and give it back to parents.
We've sent to the Congress a tuition tax credit plan and proposed a voucher system to help low and middle income families afford the schools of their choice. We've proposed education savings accounts to help families save for college education.
And that your money, when you paid your school taxes, still should be your money. You ought to be able to direct it where you want to take it.
We need expanded opportunity in education, not a government-controlled monopoly.
Whether it is at public schools or charter schools or private schools or Christian schools or parochial schools or home schools, every child.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Fulton County has reported that during the final tabulation, so we're real close to getting started here. However, I will tell you, if I could have your attention for just a second, we do have 4 people here today that during the process of voting, while we're waiting on ballots to be counted, we will allow them to come forward and speak to you. 4 people who would like to be your next governor of the state of Georgia. And while we're waiting on that final credentials report, we're going to go ahead and allow one who said he'd like to come up now and speak to you. So it is my great pleasure to introduce to you now a candidate for governor for the Republican Party of Georgia, State Senator Hunter Hill. Hunter?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Georgia Republicans.
My name is Hunter Hill, and I'm running for governor because we need true conservative leadership to push Georgia to its full potential. Just think, Republicans in the mid-1960s dreamed of seeing this many Republicans in one room. It's truly awesome, and many of you worked hard to make it happen. So I want to thank you for your hard work. But let's be honest. We didn't work this hard just to pack convention halls. We worked this hard, and we continue to work hard because we want to implement our values into our government. So let's make sure we elect true constitutional conservatives to implement the values we believe in. Came here today to tell you a little bit about who I am, why I'm running for governor, and how I would lead as your governor. I've lived in Georgia my whole life, except for the time that I was at the United States Military Academy at West Point and my time serving as an officer in the United States Army. Thank you. During my time as an airborne ranger, I led 5 different teams on 3 combat tours in Iraq and Afghanistan, 2 of which was with 101st Airborne. I've been in the real estate development business, and I currently run a small business in Atlanta. I've also served 5 years, the last 5 years in the state Senate. My life has always been about leadership. Through sports, I had opportunities to lead teams as a young man, and it brought to me the opportunity to be recruited for football to West Point and Navy. I chose to play football at West Point because of the Academy's storied history as our nation's premier leadership institute. I knew I'd get the opportunity to grow personally while also getting to serve my country, and I jumped at the chance. There's a plaque on the side of the stadium at West Point, and it was from George C. Marshall, who was the Chief of Staff of the Army during World War II. It said, "I want an officer for a secret and dangerous mission. I want a West Point football player." And every single one of us football players would touch that plaque as we took the field. And of course, it was inspiring to get to play college football, but every single one of us knew that while it was an honor to play college football, we knew that our real work, our real mission was to lead soldiers into combat. A big part of that experience is what led me to choose to be an infantry officer. I wanted to be where the action was, where it was the standard to lead soldiers through tough missions. After graduating from West Point, I went to airborne school and then graduated from the U.S. Army Ranger School. Shortly thereafter, 9/11 occurred. I led my first platoon into combat in Afghanistan in January of '02. Later, we came home, and I was promoted to the mortar platoon, and we immediately began preparations for the invasion of Iraq. In March of '03, if you recall, I was a member of the 101st, and I led that mortar platoon from the deserts of Kuwait into Iraq. And there was thousands of us, and there were rockets blazing over our heads. Later that summer, I was selected to be an aide to a general, and so my leadership continued to develop. A few years later, I came home, and I used that leadership experience in the real estate business, managing the development of large-scale projects. I was fresh out of the military, and I was enjoying my civilian life. But just over 1 year later, 1.5 years later, I received a letter in the mail calling me back to serve in the military. I didn't want to go back, I got to be honest. I was enjoying my civilian life, and business was going well. I thought the military was behind me. I'd served 2 tours of duty already. The insurgency was rising. The loss of life of American soldiers was at an all-time high, and I got to admit, I was a bit afraid. But I went, of course, and we had a tough mission. We were there to mentor and train the Afghan National Police. Almost every day we went outside the wire, the safe zone, and came into enemy territory, and there were multiple times when we were under fire from enemy insurgents. Every morning prior to leaving the wire, I offered to have a team prayer with my team. It was volunteer, but everyone joined us. And because of the Lord's power and protection over us, every single one of my men returned home safely without major loss of life or limb. Thank you. It was serving in my final tour that clarified for me that I no longer wanted to execute policy, but create it. I realized the military had great leaders, but it was back home in government where we lacked leadership. We'd gotten way off our founding principles, and I felt a passion to stand up for these principles, so I ran for the state senate. I didn't win, but I met my beautiful wife on the campaign. We got married a year later, and we now have 2 children. In fact, I want to introduce you to my wife, Shannon. She's right over here. She's the smartest, strongest woman I know, and I know when you get a chance to meet her, you're going to agree and understand that I'm married way up. Like all of you that are blessed to have loved ones, I love my family dearly. After my children were born, the burning desire to fight for America's values and principles became even stronger, so I ran again. I've been in the Senate for 5 years now, and I can tell you one thing. There is more that we can be doing to move the conservative agenda forward than we have been doing. But guess what? We can't do it unless we elect a true conservative leader to become our next governor. And let me tell you what a true conservative governor's agenda is. Job number one is to make sure that our citizens are safe. And that is exactly why I stand with Donald Trump. No more sanctuary cities. We need to hold those who wish to ignore our laws accountable, and as governor, if a city in this state decides to harbor illegal immigrants, they won't receive a nickel of funding from me. Secondly, are you not tired of the government spending billions of dollars on things you didn't ask for and things you don't need? Let's be honest. As a conservative, as a Christian, I want to help people. I'm quite sure that all of you want to help people. But the bottom line is spending billions of government dollars trying to help people doesn't work. It simply traps people in a cycle of dependency. We are spending billions of dollars driving people further into poverty and further away from the American dream, self-governance, and personal responsibility. So we're going to deal with this. We're going to stop pushing people to depend on government to change their lives because it's wrong. Ministries, nonprofits, families, and communities change lives for the better, not the government. And another issue is taxes. As governor, I will lead on eliminating the state income tax. If Tennessee can do it, Georgia can do it. If Florida can do it, Georgia can certainly do it. And if Texas can do it, so can Georgia. This will drive our economy to create more jobs, attract more businesses, and leave more money in families' pockets. Politicians in Georgia have been talking about this for 14 years. Talk is cheap. Let's get it done. On health care, nothing in recent history is as unconstitutional as Obamacare. It's violated our conservative principles. It has wreaked havoc upon the American family and small business. It has caused seniors to suffer through increased premiums. It's a violation of our 10th Amendment. Obamacare must go. I trust our president to get it done, and we need to stand with him. The Declaration of Independence clearly states that we are, as Americans, entitled to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Honestly, folks, if we can't protect innocent life, what good are we? As a father, a Christian, and a combat veteran who has been able to see up close how precious life is, I promise I will sign any legislation that further protects the life of the unborn. On the constitutional principle of the Second Amendment, I know what it's like to be in harm's way. I didn't just have a gun in my hand, I had one on my side. And I can tell you there's a lot of cities in this country that are just as dangerous as Iraq and Afghanistan. Your God-given right to keep and bear arms is enshrined in the U.S. Constitution, and I will be your greatest defender of that right. And finally, I want to end with the oath. I took an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. It's a very similar oath to that which we take as a senator or a congressman or whatever. I have seen the enemies of our country face to face. I have fought them. And let me tell you something. Radical Islamic terrorism will never bring this country to its knees. They are too weak and we are too strong. But let me tell you what will bring our nation to its knees. Weak politicians that undermine our values and principles, the constitutional values and principles that made us great. These politicians have eroded our liberties, they have compromised our freedom, and they are working to destroy our country. And I'm not going to let it happen, and I know you're not going to either. Now is the time for true conservative leadership. I'm ready to stand in the gap and defend our Constitution and make Georgia reach its full potential. Will you stand with me? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Thank you very much. Okay, I just got a text that our Credentials Committee is on the way down with the final numbers. Everybody say yay. All right. So we are close to that process. Of course, what will happen is we'll have some rather quick initial business to take care of with the convention after we get our final credentials report. And then we'll move fairly quickly to the Nominations Committee report, and then, of course, nominations for our chairman's position. So we're close for the reason which you came today. We're close to it. This is the man we've been looking for, the chairman of our Credentials Committee.
I am sorry we took so long, but we do want to do things accurately and correctly. I want to thank all the county chairmen that worked with us. I want to thank all the alternates and delegates that were patient, and I'm proud to say, Mr. Chairman, members of this convention, here is the final report. After fixing some typographical computer problems, and I thank a lot of counties for helping us, at 10 a.m. this morning, when registration was duly closed, 1,365 delegates had checked in. This convention was entitled to 2,061 delegates. That is a large number. Additionally, 305 alternates checked in. We were able to elevate, based on county allocations, 181 of those alternates. Our final voting strength of this convention for 2017 is 1,546. I will repeat those numbers just so everybody can hear me. 1,546 delegates. As the credentials chair, I have a second job now that I'm done with credentials, and that is running elections. So I want to make a quick announcement. You all were issued one of these, whether it was at check-in or at elevation. Do not lose it. I do not replace them. The chairman of the convention will tell you what ballot and how when they are needed. So do not lose them. Do not give them to anybody else unless instructed by this podium. Thank you for that public service announcement. Mr. Chairman, I am proud to report our convention can proceed with business at hand.
We ready?
It is all done. It is all yours.
Thank you, Joel. Of course, it's a lot of tedious work to get all those numbers ready, and we appreciate their hard work. All righty. Are y'all ready? Okay, the first thing we have to do today is to elect a permanent chairman of this convention. And at this time, we will accept nominations for chairman of the convention. I will identify you by the microphones that are out there if you want to speak. Do we have anybody? Microphone number 1. Can you please state your name?
My name is Randy Evans.
Have you ever been here before?
No. It is the greatest pleasure I can express to nominate someone other than me, but someone who will do a great job, Mr. Barry Fleming.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
There is a second. Is there any other nominations? Microphone 2.
Yes, sir. I just rise to second the nomination.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Okay, wait right there. Yeah, all right. Any other nominations? Hearing none, the chair will declare the nominations closed. Therefore, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Hearing none, thank you. All right. Next order of business is to elect a convention secretary. Do we have a nomination? Microphone number 1.
Yes, Debbie McCord. I'd like to nominate Kirk Shook as convention secretary.
Is there a second?
I'm Brenda Galius. I second the nomination.
Okay, we got it. We got it. Okay. There has been a motion and a second for Kirk Shook. Any other nominations? Hearing none, the chair declares the nominations closed. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Kurt, congratulations. Now, Kurt will take notes for us. So today, as we move through this process, when you come to a mic, if you desire to speak, I will first ask you to identify yourself by saying your name and telling your county. So we will have good notes as far as minutes for our convention, okay? Next item of business is to vote on our convention agenda and the rules. The agenda, of course, has been placed in your booklet, in your package, and the rules were placed on your chair. Is there a motion that we approve the agenda and the rules? There is a motion. Is there a second? Microphone number 1. There's a motion and a second.
No. Mr. Chairman, I have a...
Please state your name and tell me your county.
Daniel Galloway, Cobb County.
Tell me your first name again.
Daniel.
Diego.
I have a question about rule number 7.
Okay, Diego, I want you to speak clearly into the mic so I can hear you, okay?
It's Daniel.
Oh, it's Daniel.
Yes, as
I
in Daniel
apologize.
the Lion.
See, I was having a hard time hearing you, so speak real clearly into that mic. Go ahead, Daniel.
Right. I just want to be clear that Rule 7 does not preclude nominations from the floor.
Rule number 7 does not preclude nominations from the floor, but nominations from the floor have to follow the call to this convention. And that call was that you had to, of course, turn in your name to the nominations committee, and we do have other names.
Okay, and then to double check one piece, 774 is a majority and 1031 is a supermajority?
Well, those would probably be the numbers of the people who have reported delegates. Of course, when the vote takes place, it is those voting. So if everybody doesn't vote, it'll be 2/3 of that, or 50% plus 1.
Understood.
Any other questions, Daniel?
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I don't see anybody at any of the other microphones. There's a motion that we adopt the agenda and the rules. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same side. The rules and the agenda are adopted. Ladies and gentlemen, the next order of business will be for the chair to appoint parliamentarians for our convention. The chair appoints John White as this convention's parliamentarian and Margaret Holloman as the assistant. Also, the chair is next order of business is for the chair to appoint permanent committees. The chair appoints all of the interim committees to be permanent committees. All righty. Ladies and gentlemen, the next order of business for us is to hear from our nominating committee. Do we have our nominating committee ready? At this time, I'm going to recognize Frank Strickland as the chairman of our nominating committee for the convention, and I would ask any members of the nominating committee to please come forward and stand behind Frank. All members of the nominating committee, please come to your right side, my left, and you're welcome to join us on the stage. All members of the nominating committee. Frank Strickland.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. While the nominating committee is making their way to the platform, let me identify them alphabetically. Well, first let me say that every district was represented on the committee. It was a hard-working committee. We had a long session on Friday from about 10 o'clock to 3:30 or 4 o'clock, and another session this morning for about an hour. Here are the members of the nominating committee: Bruce Azevedo, Joseph Brannon, Jeff Cowart, Brittany Dasher, John Elliott, Michael Fitzgerald, Spencer Hogg, Matthew Kroll, Anthony Morris, Vicki Temple. These folks ought to be running for some office. Julianne Thompson, Rose Wing, and John Wood. And I think they're all here on the platform now. I'm glad to have them up here. It was, as I said, a congenial group, a hard-working group. We really didn't have a crossword spoken. We just had a difficult task, and we took a lot of time working on the task. I'm going to read these, the recommendations of the nominating committee, beginning with Assistant Treasurer Todd Tolbert, Treasurer Mansell McCord, Assistant Secretary Sherry Barnes, Secretary Kirk Shook, Second Vice Chair Debbie McCord, First Vice Chair Carolyn Fisher, Chairman John Watson, Mr. Chairman, I move the adoption of the nominating committee report.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard the nominating committee give their report. Is there a second? Any discussion? Now, we will come to nominations in a second. This is not the time to nominate somebody else. I am only asking for discussions on this report because you would dispute the report. I think the chairman knows what he was talking about. Any discussion regarding this report? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The report is accepted. Okay, over here at Mic 1, the Sergeant at Arms has asked me to announce, please step back a little bit so there's some room, and they will call you. Don't worry, we're going to get to you if you're standing there. Just give them a little room, okay? Yeah, the point on Mic 1 was, and they were telling me, they explained to me, now it has a bad echo to it, so when you get over there on Mic 1, you want to step back from it from just a little bit so we can hear you well. That's why I thought the guy's name was Diego, not Daniel earlier. Okay, had an echo there. All righty. Microphone number 3, we have a parliamentary inquiry. Please state your name and your county.
BJ.
Wow. BJ, back up from that mic.
I am. BJ Van Gundy, Gwinnett County. I believe, and this would be aimed at the parliamentarian, but it's inappropriate to take a vote in accepting a nominating report because it accepts those nominations in and elects them without further necessity. Is that not
BJ, it
correct?
does not. Do you have any other questions? We're going to take nominations from the floor as soon as we get through here.
All right.
Thank you, BJ. Anybody else? Okay, we'll get ready. We're going to take nominations from the floor for those offices. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here's how we're going to do this. Once again, if you would like to nominate somebody, as I mentioned earlier and explained to the person at mic number 1, that according to the call, according to the rules of this convention, you went ahead and turned in that name by May the 3rd. And though there are people who did that, so therefore there are qualified people who could be nominated today, and those are the nominations that we will accept. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with microphone number 1, and I'm going to work my way to microphone number 2, but I'm going to tell you this. We're going to start with the office of chair, okay? So if you want to make a nomination for any other, I want you to back up a little bit and let the people who want to make a nomination for chair come forward, okay? I'm going to start with microphone number 1, we'll go to number 2, then number 3, and then number 4, okay? So the chair at this time will accept further qualified nominations for the office of chairman. Microphone number 1, is there anyone that would like to make a nomination for the office of chairman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is Richard Wallace, Bibb County.
Hold on one second. You're a little too far away now. We're going to get it right. Tell me your name and your county.
Richard Wallace, Bibb County.
Richard, thank you. Go ahead.
The delegates not on the stage would like to nominate Michael McNeely for chairman.
Michael McNeely. Okay, we're going to go now. Is there anybody at microphone number 2 who would like to make a nomination for chairman? We do have a hand raised. Please state your name.
Hi, I'm Jessica Hayes from Columbia County.
Thank you, Jessica.
Yes, and I'd like to nominate the man who encouraged me to lead the charge for minority engagement right here in Augusta, Mike Welsh.
Mike Welsh,
chairman.
thank you. Okay, back there, it's a little far for me to see and the lights are bright. Is there anybody at microphone 3 that wants to nominate somebody for chairman? No, sir. Okay, I'm going to go to mic 4. We do have a hand raised for the nomination of chairman. Microphone number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Mike Crane from the 3rd District, former senator and great lover of liberty. It is my distinct honor and privilege to nominate Alex Johnson for chairman.
Alex Johnson. Are there any further nominations for chairman? Right here, microphone number 1. Please state your name and your county.
Sure, Raina Casey, and I nominate John Watson for chairman.
Thank you. He has been nominated by the nominating committee. We appreciate the second, though. All right. I think those are all the people who turned in an application, but one more time, anybody at any mic to nominate someone for chairman? Seeing none, is there a motion? Well, I tell you what, the chair is going to declare the nominations are closed because I know those are all the qualified and there's no one at any of them mics. So now we have our 4 names for chairman. I am about to move to the office of vice chairman. The office of vice chairman. If you would like to nominate someone from those offices, I will once again start at microphone number 1 and we will work our way around. Microphone number 1, please state your name and your county.
Yes, hi, Laurie Paget from Fulton County. I'd like to nominate Michael Chase Strollo for first vice chairman.
Okay. Is that, you said Michael Strollo?
Michael Strollo.
Michael Strollo. Okay, anybody at microphone 2 that would like to nominate someone for vice chairman? All right, hold on, microphone 2.
Mr. Chairman, Maria Strollo Zach, and I second the nomination for a pro-life, Christian, conservative.
All right, hold on a second, Maria.
military
Maria,
police
wait.
officer. Yes, sir.
We are not having seconding at this point, okay?
Yes, sir.
We are having nominations, okay? When their name is in nomination, it is in nomination. We're in good shape then, okay? Hold on one second.
Sir.
Parliamentarian confirmed that seconds are not required. I'm only taking nominations. At microphone 2, though, is there any nomination for chairman? Yes, ma'am. Please state your name and your county right here.
Vice Chairman.
First vice chair, correct.
I would like to, my name is Lucretia Hughes from Barrow County, and I would like to nominate Vivian Childs.
Vivian Child. So hold on a second. Vivian Child, right?
Yes.
A little hard to hear up here. Thank you. Vivian Child. Okay, I'm going to go to microphone 3. Is there anybody at microphone 3 for a nomination for vice chairman? I don't see any hands raised. I'm going to go to microphone 4. I see no hands raised there. Back to microphone number 1. We do have somebody. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name and your county.
Hi, my name is Dr. Lisa Atkins, and I'm from Cobb County, and I'd like to nominate Kenneth King Brown for first vice chair.
Say that name again.
Kenneth King Brown.
Kenneth Brown.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, I believe those are only the names that we had qualified that had turned in beforehand, but I'll double check. Seeing no other people at the mic, the chair will declare the nominations closed for vice chair. Okay. Second vice chair. Okay. I have been informed that we have no applications turned in for second vice chair other than the one that's already been nominated, but I will confirm that by looking at the mics. I see no hands raised. So we will move then to secretary. I also have been informed that there are no applications turned in for secretary. I see no one raising their hands at the mic, so the chair will also declare that closed. Assistant secretary, I believe we might have a nomination. I don't see anything at 1. I'll go to 2. Please state your name and your county.
Jason Thompson, Gwinnett County.
Jason?
I proudly nominate my good friend, B.J. Van Gundy, for Assistant Secretary.
B.J. Van Gundy, thank you. Okay, I don't think we have any other applications turned in. I do not see any hands raised at the mic, so we will also declare Assistant Secretary closed. The next office will be Treasurer. I am told that we have no applications turned in for that, but I will check the mics. I do not see any hands raised. So the last office will be Assistant Treasurer. I do understand there may be one nomination from the floor. Mic number 1, please state your name and your county.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Judy Griffin from Cherokee County.
Thank you, Judy.
And I would like to nominate a fellow Cherokee County who has served Georgia well, John Wallace.
John Wallace, correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And I believe that is all the applications, so that is our last office. I do not see any hands raised at any of the mics, so the chair will also declare Assistant Treasurer nominations closed. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have our slate. Give us just a second and we'll move forward. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the first order of business we're going to take care of, as you all just heard, we have 4 offices which are not opposed. Those are the offices of Second Vice Chair. Debbie McCord was the only person nominated. There is a Secretary, Kirk Shook, the only person nominated, and also Mansell McCord, only person nominated for Treasurer. Okay? Is there objection to voting on all of those now, since they're unopposed? Hearing none, all those in favor of those 3, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? They are elected. Congratulations to those 3. See how fast that? We've already got 3 out of 7 done. All right, that's great. Okay. All right, we're about to get underway with our contested offices. At this time, I would like all those who have been nominated for the contested offices, please come back here to the stage, your right, my left. What we're going to do now is that they will draw to see who will speak first. We will, of course, go with chairman first. The rules are as follows. Each person who is nominated for chairman is aware that they have a total each of 5 minutes. They may utilize that time at this mic however they would like. That can be separated between somebody else nominating them or them speaking themselves. That is up to them, but it is a limit of 5 minutes. My timekeeper is here is all the candidates please come forward once again. My timekeeper is Lynn Riley, former member of the State House, who is also the Commissioner of the Department of Revenue and also a former Commissioner of Fulton County. Lynn, come on up. Lynn is going to be the timekeeper to make sure that we stick within those rules of 5 minutes for the chairman. I have been informed that anybody who goes over will be audited by the Department of Revenue. So we're going to make sure that they stay within there. Thank you, Lynn. We appreciate your help today. Okay, give us just a moment. We'll get organized and we will begin with our speeches from our 4 candidates nominated for chair. Absolutely. Commissioner Riley, our timekeeper, has told me for all the candidates, those behind the curtain, for all the candidates, she will stand up at 30 seconds. Just so, once again, you will know our candidates for chairman under our rules have 5 minutes. They can utilize that how they would like between themselves or someone else. Our candidates for the other offices have 3 minutes to do the same thing to allocate as they see fit. But for chairman, it will be 5. And when Ms. Riley stands up, there will be a 30-second warning. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to begin. We do have an order. As I mentioned, everyone drew for that order. And first, it is my pleasure to bring forth Michael McNeely.
Good evening, delegates. Before I say anything about my run for chairman, I want to acknowledge my wife, Jennifer McNeely, and my daughter, Ayanna McNeely, because I would not be here doing this without their support. Thank you, my loves. Now to the business. I remember when I first walked into a county party meeting. I didn't know a soul and they didn't know me. But I came into that party meeting because I am both a fiscal and a social conservative. And the men and women in that room had various backgrounds and experiences, different races and gender, but we all were on the same page because of that foundation. And now, as we prepare to elect the chairman of the Georgia Republican Party, ladies and gentlemen, in my view, and I believe the majority of your views, is it all starts and ends with our principles. Scripture says that if the foundations are destroyed, what can the righteous do? Now's the time for us to stand up for our principles, and from that point, all the other things that we need to do in the Georgia Republican Party to remain relevant and grow happen from those things. Principles matter. And we can't just go around saying we're fiscal and social conservatives, but we have to act on that. We need a chairman that's going to do that. Last year, I've publicly supported religious liberty legislation. I have publicly this year been in opposition to casino gambling. I don't just say what I believe, I stand by it. We need a chairman that is grassroots, and I have worked in the party as a grassroots member for over 10 years, first working on the re-election campaign of Sonny Perdue as governor, working my way up through the county party ranks, serving as the Georgia Black Republican Council Chair, serving as a political director of the Georgia Young Republicans, and now serving as Vice Chair of the Georgia Republican Party. If you want to rally the grassroots, if you want to unify, you need a chairman that is grassroots. So as I've traveled around the state as a candidate for chairman, I'm not meeting you for the first time. I've been with you all the while, and if you let me chairman, I'll stand with you and fight as chairman. Another thing we needed as a chairman is a chairman that's going to engage all communities, millennials and minorities. We have to do this. I've been speaking about it for years, and we have to have a chairman that has a history of doing that work. That's why I'm proud to have support from individuals like Herman Cain and Alan West. They know of my work. I appreciate all of the people and the diversity that we already have in this party, but we must grow, and we have to build relationships in order to do that. Things like bringing people that are outside the walls of this convention into our party will not happen overnight, but we need an individual that will be a face of the party that can get the job done. We need a chairman who is able to articulate the message of our conservative principles and how they apply to men and women and families all across our state. We have to go after the left-leaning media and tell them the truth about who we are and how our principles have made this country great and will make it great again. And being the leader, the chairman of the party, you have to be fully committed to Republicans, both in your time, in your talent, and in your treasury. And there should be no compromise in that. We have to be hardcore Republicans all the way through, fighting to the very end, letting people know who we are, what we stand for, and what we bring to the table. And when we talk about the finances of our party, we have to be good fiscal stewards. We cannot spend more than we bring in, just like you do in your own households. We have to have grassroots fundraising in addition to asking donors in the business community. We have to have a budget. We have to cut unnecessary spending. And when we do these things and people know that, then they will begin writing the checks again and supporting the Georgia Republican Party. Let me give you another note about finances, ladies and gentlemen. Money is very important, but don't make the mistake of voting today solely on that one issue. Because in the runoff in the 6th Congressional District, Karen Handel was not the candidate that raised the most money, but she is our nominee. Donald J. Trump was not the candidate that raised the most money, but he is the President of the United States. It is rallying the grassroots, bringing them together on a common cause based on our principles that gets the job done. And now we have an opportunity to do that. And for doubters out there, ladies and gentlemen, I've got the time to do the job, and I've been doing it as first vice chair for years. And I spoke out publicly on religious liberty legislation against casino gambling, even working for the state, ladies and gentlemen, and nobody could keep me from doing that because it's my right to do it. Now's the time. This is the place, and we are the people. I ask you to vote for me for becoming the next chair of our party. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The second draw for speaking for the office of chairman was John Watson. John, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Georgia Republicans, delegates, and esteemed guests. My name is Rachel Little. I'm a member of the State Executive Committee, the chairman of the amazing 4th District, and I'm a former Gwinnett County chair. I'm here to talk to you today about the future of our Republican Party. In case you didn't know, Gwinnett County is the most diverse county east of the Mississippi, and that makes us ground zero for the battle to keep Georgia red. And folks, make no mistake, the battle is here. This is no time for people with on-the-job training and learning curve fumbles. We need a chairman who has already built coalitions that represent every part of this party. We need a chairman who remembers what it was like when we were in the minority and could hold this convention in a phone booth. We need a chairman who has a proven track record of raising significant funds for our party. We need a chairman who will be on the job all day, every single day, fighting for you. We need a chairman, most importantly, who knows how to win. We need a chairman like John Watson. The future of our party depends on it. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you will join me and vote for my friend and the next chairman of the Georgia Republican Party, John Watson.
Well, I am not John Watson, but I'm Rusty Paul, mayor of Sandy Springs and former state party chairman. You know, in the late 90s, we had to make a decision. We knew we were going to elect the first Republican governor, and we had to decide whether the governor was going to name the party chairman or whether we were going to leave it in your hands. And we left it in your very capable hands. And John Watson was a part of that team because he was my finance director who helped us make the decision. But on your shoulders rests one of the most important decisions, because the hopes and dreams and aspirations of millions of Georgians who believe in our party and believe in our cause are going to be depending on you to elect the leadership for the party for the next 2 years. And it's a very serious responsibility. Let me tell you why I think John Watson should be the next chairman. Having been chairman, I know kind of what the job entails. You got to raise money, you've got to know how to set up elections, and you got to know when to change the subject. What I mean by when you change the subject? Well, we Republicans believe in a lot of things. 80%, 90% we agree in common. There's that 10% that we disagree on, and the state party chairman's got to do a good job. But when we get off on those things we disagree, getting us back on the things that we agree on. But you've got to raise money. He was my finance director. He and I together raised over $4 million, which would be the equivalent of about $15 million in a 2-year cycle. You got to know how to put campaigns together. We should not be fighting for our lives in the 6th congressional district today. And if we had a team that could put the campaigns together in the right way, we wouldn't be in the situation we're in. And John Watson ran the campaign for the very first governor elected in 125 years in the state of Georgia. And now when it comes to changing the subject, his lovely wife, Kimberly, has done a magnificent job of training John on when to change the subject. So he is one of the most qualified people I know for this job, and I urge you very strongly, vote for John Watson for chairman of the Georgia Republican Party.
Thank you, Rusty. Augusta, fired up, Republicans. Thank you to Chairman John Padgett for your years of service and the victories achieved by this party. We're grateful to you. If I've not had the privilege of meeting you one-on-one, my name is John Watson, and I am a candidate for chairman of the Georgia Republican Party. My first state convention was 20 years ago. Republicans were in the minority, and the state labored under long-standing Democrat policies. Within a few years after hard-fought elections, we won all of it together. We won every statewide office, every majority, and Georgia was made a better, more solid state with conservative policies. It was the honor of my life to be a part of it, along with many of the people in this room. But that was 15 long years ago. Our party is in debt, and the Democrats are once again gunning for us. They are talking big and spending bigger. If we take a single vote, a single day, or a single dollar for granted, we could all feel the pain of liberalism inflicted on this great state. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not prepared to go quietly into that good night. We need to shake off our complacency, set aside our internal sniping, and rebuild an energized party. We need a vision of unity and promise that we can take into African American, Hispanic, Asian, and communities on a daily basis, and we must have Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat recruiting millennials. I've seen firsthand the devastating effects of these policies of Democrats. After $25 million, managing and winning hundreds of races on behalf of our great state, I'm ready to lead in a difficult time. God bless this party and God bless this country.
Thank you, John. Now, Alex Johnson.
Fellow Republicans, thank you for sacrificing your time to be here today. I am Alex Johnson, and I'm asking to be your next Georgia Republican Party chairman. We must put Republicans first. I have established the Oglethorpe University College Republicans, was the legal counsel for the DeKalb County GOP, chairman of the DeKalb County Young Republicans, and fought the Democrats in Senate District 41. I have always been a Republican. I also just started a family. As my wife Andrea and I have traveled throughout the state, I have benefited from the advice and support of many who have worked tirelessly within our party for decades. We have vital elections coming up. As demographic changes continue to affect our state, we must not be complacent or place money above our core principles. We must work together every day to do what's necessary to aggressively fight against the Democrats and grow our party for the future. For the past year and a half, I have not just been talking about growing our party, I have been growing our party. I have had the privilege of serving as the president of the Georgia Republican Assembly, the statewide chapter of a national, fiscally and socially conservative volunteer Republican organization. We grew our ranks 30 times over, with all of our members affirming our shared Republican principles and values. And ultimately, we must stand for our Republican principles and values if we hope to inspire donations and involvement in our party. We must stand for religious liberty and our individual right to worship, as religious freedom is the foundation of our great nation. We must stand for our pro-life beliefs and not waver in our commitment to the rights of the unborn out of political convenience. We must stand against cronyist gambling legislation and stand up for families and the moral fabric and conservative principles of our great party. We must expect and demand that when politicians make promises when running for office, that they actually keep them when they get there. Broken promises have no place in the Republican Party. We must stand for the common sense idea exemplified by our 2016 victory with President Trump, that you are not here to serve the political industry, but the political industry is here to be accountable to all of you. We must stop wallpapering over the deeper issues within our party. We need to stop covering up the cracks and fix our foundations. Enough is enough. It is time for fresh party leadership that will stand up for your principles and the party platform, even if it may anger those who prefer political favoritism to principled leadership. It is time for the GOP to not only think about the next election, but focus efforts on unifying our party and growing a year-round grassroots organization and infrastructure that will ensure Republican victories for decades into the future. As chairman, we will work with and support the growth of teen and college Republican chapters, because each time we recruit a college or high school student, we have the opportunity to reach out and engage their two parents as well. That's at least 3 newly active Republicans in a family. As we get those families involved in the GOP, it will allow you to lead them in your county parties and cause them to grow and thrive. The state GOP will ensure that county parties all have the resources necessary to grow the party with committed Republicans, and will ensure that all county parties know what is going on around the state so we can work together, sharing best practices to strengthen our party and defeat the Democrats. I have already been spreading this message with Advance the GOP newsletters for years and will continue to do so as your chairman. We will use demographics to win elections by getting involved in people's communities and educating them on how our conservative principles and policies help their lives. We will work with the various Republican groups, not just in Atlanta, but in every part of our state. We will reestablish trust with those who have been disheartened at our inability to keep politicians honest, which in turn will grow our donor base and financial coffers. Together, we will make Georgia a shining beacon of principled conservative Republican governance. I will be accountable to you, fighting against the advancement of big government and socialism into the Republican Party, and I want you to hold me accountable. That's why I've put my number everywhere. Right now, we are at a crossroads, and what our party stands for years from now will be determined by your vote today. I ask for your vote to put Republicans first. I am Alex Johnson, and I appreciate your vote for State Party Chairman.
And our last candidate for chairman is Mike Welch, and he will begin with a video, so please watch the screen.
I supported Mike Welch because in the short time that I've known him, he's shown himself to be a leader, to be inclusive, to be a pioneer.
Number one, he has the reputation to build our party all across Georgia. And number two, he has the skill set to get our party out of debt and to have a robust war chest for the coming elections.
Because he's been there and he's done it, and he's done a great job in the 12th district, and want to see him take that to the state.
Because I know him and I know he can get things done.
He has a record of being very active, very compassionate, and passionate about helping the values and what we represent as Republicans.
I'm voting for Mike because he's a man of character. He's for Georgia. He's for all of Georgia. And he remembers the big guy and the little guy.
And I'm supporting Mike because he had an excellent job in Columbia County and District 12. And I'm very glad to support him. Let's elect him as chairman.
I am supporting Mike Welch because he did such a wonderful job as the 12th District Chair. He really can run a meeting. He can get people motivated. He is a great guy, and I'm supporting him for chair.
Fellow Republicans, it's been an incredible journey. One of Mike's visions is to inspire, influence, and impact. And I have a confession to make. Y'all have done that for us. So without further ado, I would like to introduce a humble servant, my husband, Mike Welch.
When I started my campaign, I had the support of my family and the confidence given to me by my faith in God. The very first stop was our forum in Dahlonega, and boy, was that a learning experience for me. And after that, we attended our next, then our next, and then our next. It soon became apparent to me that my campaign was a train, and I was the locomotive. Because at each forum and at each meeting, I found out that people were getting on board and they were supporting my campaign with prayer, with ground support, with financial support, and most importantly, with the reassurance that they would vote for me today. As with every locomotive, it takes weight to gain momentum, and we have a tremendous amount of it. I look out among you and I see so many supporters and friends, and I can finally say that we have reached our destination here in Augusta. Today is our day. And along with so many of you that have come to listen and vote for our next chairman, for my delegate friends inside the 285 Beltway and the metro area, I will tell you that I will keep our headquarters in Atlanta, and I will attend party functions throughout the metro Atlanta area, and I will build relationships with elected officials. For my delegate friends that are outside the 285 Beltway, my goal is to have district offices throughout the state. Columbus, Macon, Savannah, because this will allow us as a Republican Party to have a presence in those places where we can train, mobilize, energize, and build our party. I also have a 4-point plan that will harness the energy of our party and propel us into the future. First, we must communicate a vision that unites us. And then we have to develop a digital infrastructure that will vault us into the forefront of voter engagement. We must engage the 2016 voters and welcome them into the Republican Party through coalition building. And finally, we must retire our debt and provide cash reserve for the 2018 and the 2020 elections. As I look back, I know that my plan is solid and well thought out. And I want to say to you, in just a few moments, we will vote. And I ask for your vote and that you get on board the train. We have the plan, we have the vision, we have the support, and we have the tracks. The whistle's blowing. It's time for us to get going. I want to thank my wife, Susie, my children, Grace and Samuel, for their dedication and hard work for Republican Party. For together, the Welch family has made over 100,000 phone calls on behalf of Republican candidates since 2012. That is enthusiasm you cannot buy. So join with the Welch family and stand tall for Georgia and make Georgia stand tall in the Republican Party. Thank you, and God bless.
Okay, are y'all ready to vote? I am too. All right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go ahead and ask Joel Nat, our credentials chairman, to come out. He's going to give you some all-important information about how we're going to handle this vote. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to get out that green slip of ballots that you've got, okay? Because you're about to get some instructions about how to vote. The question was, all right, here we go. Hold on a second. Well, there'll be some lights in a second, okay? And we'll go over it again, and don't worry, I'm going to take questions, all right? But get out that ballot slip, and Joel's going to give you, there we go, let there be light. All right. All right, here we go. Joel, take off.
Hello again. First, can I have all the credentials committee and the assigned sergeant at arms for the election stage right, please? Good afternoon. Barry will be telling you to pull out your ballots, as he just did. He will give you the instructions on how to mark them. I'm going to cover this once. I'm going to cover it a second time, and then he will tell you when to mark them. First, for the office of chairman, we will be using 4 different numbers. We will assign number 1, number 4, number 7, and number 10. On the screen, we will put up who gets number 1, who gets number 4, who gets number 7, and who gets number 10. Again, we will only use those. If any other number is marked, the ballot will be disqualified. Do not, I repeat, do not mark this until told. The only people that are to touch these ballots after you mark them will be the Sergeant at Arms. The Sergeant at Arms will proceed down the middle 2 rows and the far row. They will go row by row. They will ask you to pass the ballots down. You wait until you are instructed and the row passes it down. They are monitoring this. On the other side of the row will be a member of the credentialing staff who are responsible for the election itself and observing the hand down of the ballots. I want to reemphasize this. If our chairman says use ballot 7, make sure you pull ballot 7. Everybody was given a pack of 10. So be aware and wait until he tells you what ballot to use. I'm going to repeat this. We will use for the chairman's race ballot numbers circles 1, 4, 7, and 10. Each row will wait until they're instructed by the Sergeant at Arms to pass them down. They will go to your right, which is my left. They will go this way when the Sergeant at Arms tells you to. At the end of the row, the Sergeant at Arms will collect them all. Our Sergeant at Arms are beginning to be dispersed amongst the sections. I want to remind everybody, they're standing along the sides. If you're not in your sections, they will not collect your ballots. So make sure you are seated in your section accordingly. The only people that really should be standing at this point are the Sergeant at Arms and the credentialing committees. The bags are in the Sergeant at Arms possessions. I believe we've covered this. Oh, we're ready to put the names up? Nope, hold on. Hold on 1 second.
All right, we're going to go over this one time. Do not spoil this ballot. Number 1 is the only chance you get to vote. Okay, so listen closely, and then I'll take questions if anybody has one. Now, ballot number 1, as Joel instructed you, is the ballot you are about to use. What we're going to do is put up on the board for you which one of these numbers at the top you fill in if you want to vote for a particular candidate, and they will be in alphabetical order. But we will not be using numbers 1 through 4. We're going to separate them a little bit so the counting can be easier and quicker, okay? So we're going to either use number 1, number 4, number 7, or number 10. And they're all going to be in alphabetical order. Now put those up on the screen for me. You're going to see your order here. If you want to vote for Alex, you fill in number 1, Michael number 2, John number 7, or Mike number 10. All right, let me say it again. Alex number 1, Michael number 4. That was my mistake. I apologize. Michael number 4, John number 7, Mike number 10. You see it right there in front of you. Now, when you vote, pass to, as you were told, the instructions for those that will pick them up. Are there any questions? Mike number 2. Please state your name. Hold on. Mike number 2, please state your name and your county.
Charles Stoker, Chattooga County.
You got to speak up for me.
Charles Stoker, Chattooga County. I did not receive any ballots.
You did not get any ballots?
First time I knew about the ballots.
Okay, when you registered as a delegate, that was your time to receive ballots.
I didn't know anything about the ballots until just now when you mentioned them.
Were you an alternate?
Delegate.
You have to receive your ballots when you register as a delegate, sir. I cannot give them to you now. Do we have any other questions? Mike number 4, state your name.
Linda Bink, Coweta County.
Yes, ma'am.
Quick question. Here on the side of the ballot, there's a place to put our name and
Do
our
not
cell
put your
phone.
name.
Thank
You are only going to mark this ballot one time, and that is filling in one of those numbers. All right. Question, mic number 2.
One of my
State your name.
My name is Martha Bond Branson from Jones County.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm the vice chair, but anyway, one of my delegates does not have a number 1 ballot. Evidently, it was stapled together wrong. The ballot she has is a number.
I'm going to allow her to come to the front. We'll deal with that question. Any more questions before we vote? Does anybody have a question? I'm looking around. You better raise your hand. Number 1, state your name and your county.
Yeah, Michael Amaral from Cobb County. Do we remove that staple that's on there?
If the staple's in there, you can remove it, or you don't have to. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
If you want to remove it, that's fine.
Okay.
Just rip it off because they have 10 ballots. They need to keep them.
Yeah, you can just rip off the first one. If the staple comes out, so be it. You need to keep them together. Any more questions before we begin the voting? All right, last question right here on number 2. Yes, sir.
James Buchanan, Floyd County.
Yes, sir.
Requesting that we have a instant runoff system where we put our second choice on the back.
No. If there is a runoff, we'll vote another ballot. Don't worry about that. This is only for the first ballot. Ballot number 1, that's it. Okay, here we go. Now, we are going to vote. You see the numbers on the board, you fill in the candidate of your choice, and you pass it down to the Sergeant at Arms.
I need a pen. Remind them that the doors can't be open until we just to their right, that's what I said.
In good Republican fashion, pass them to the right. Not to the left. Pass them to the right. The doors, once again, will remain locked until we're done voting, so just sit tight. I'll tell you when we're done. Once again, when you're voted, pass it to the right. All right, once again, pass them down to the right. Help your friends that lean left and make sure they pass right. We shouldn't have much of that here. Okay, is there anyone who has not passed in their ballot? Speak now or forever hold your peace on ballot number 1. Anyone, I'm looking, that has not passed in their ballot. Got a few on this end. They're coming to you. Anyone to my right that has not passed in their ballot? Got one coming from the back. Anyone else on the right here? Am I right? No, see no hands raised. Anybody in the middle here? Looking for anybody who has not passed in their ballot? Once again, over to my left. There's always problems on the left. All right, anybody over there who, oh, I'm getting thumbs up now. Looks like we've got everybody voted over there. Thank you, Sergeant at Arms, for your work. Okay, let me tell you what we're going to do now. Hold on to those ballots. They're extremely important because, as you know, according to our rules, there must be a majority vote of those voting. So it is quite possible we will be having a second ballot. And when we get to that, we'll have further instructions. But, of course, it will be ballot number 2 if it comes to that after we get the first vote. All right, ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting on the votes to be counted, as I mentioned to you earlier, all right, ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention one more time. As I mentioned to you earlier, we had 4 speakers today, 4 people currently serving in Georgia who want to be your next governor, your Republican nominee. Next, we would like to bring forward, and please give your attention to Senator, who's next? Michael Williams? Senator Michael Williams, please come forward.
Good afternoon. It is great to be here with all of you today because the people in this room are the reason that Georgia is red, and you're also the reason why Georgia is going to stay red in years to come. Everyone here knows that what's going on in our country right now, a movement is sweeping this nation. People are rising up and saying they are done with politics as usual. We want more results, less talk, and no more weak excuses from our politicians. We need to return to our true Republican principles. Georgia has had a Republican governor for almost 16 years, with a Republican House and Senate for over 10 years. Where is the conservative reform that all of you have fought so hard for? We've talked for years of eliminating our state income tax, like Florida and other states. Why hasn't this happened? Republicans have held all the power. It could have been done years ago. Where's school choice? Where's our Second Amendment rights? Where's constitutional carry? Where are the spending cuts the politicians in this room promised us they would deliver every single election year? Not only have we not seen a reduction in spending cuts, we've actually seen an increase in spending by 66% in the last 7 years. I haven't had a 66% increase in my income. I don't know about you guys, but the state of Georgia has. This will all end if I am honored to be your next governor. More results, less talk, no excuses. For generations, the same groups and individuals have controlled our political process. They have conspired with big corporate to create crony capitalism that allows them to line their pockets, all on the backs of everyday, hard-working Americans such as yourself. The establishment and the career politicians they finance, they see our movement, and they know we're coming for them, and they are scared. Not 25 minutes ago, back there in this room, I was offered the appropriations chairmanship for the Senate if I did not run. Let me be clear. I am not running for power or for privilege or for prestige. I am running because I am sick and tired of career politicians who do not care about us. I will not be scared away, and I cannot be bought. What you are going to witness in the coming months is their reaction to our movement exposing what really goes on at the state capitol. The establishment and all their cronies are going to be very, very uncomfortable. And they're going to come with us at every single thing they have. It's already happening. It won't be the first time that we fought with them. It won't be the last either. It will not be easy for those of you who decide to join with us. Joining us will be an admission that the so-called leaders of our state, some of the people in this very room, have failed us. The pressure not to join our cause will be intense. They will threaten you, they will bully you, and they will tell you this isn't how it's done. They will also say that we cannot win because we do not have the establishment donors and their crony capitalist friends. I am asking you today to set aside those fears and those scare tactics and be a fearless conservative. I know what the people in this room can do. I know what we can do if we all come together, united, fighting as one. The lobbyists and the elite political class are scared. They are scared of the change, the fear that is coming. They are scared that they will pick the wrong side and lose the seat of the almighty throne of power. They are scared that we are going to tear down their mighty throne and return the power back to the people of this state, back to you where it belongs. They're going to try to show you how important they are by having fancy events with elite people and holding pretentious titles. They want you to be so enamored with their power and position that you would never, ever risk losing it. They want to put doubt in your mind so they could never be beat. But let me tell you, there are 13 statewide elected officials, but there are over 10 million residents here in the state of Georgia. And thankfully, their votes count just as much as our votes. I know this from personal experience. When I ran for the state Senate, I was told it wasn't my turn. I disregarded their fear tactics and took on a powerful Republican incumbent, who, according to him, was the third most powerful senator in Georgia. He had the full support of the lieutenant governor and almost every state senator in Georgia, along with the liberal Chamber of Commerce. The chamber even posted online stolen documents about my mother, including her Social Security number. Not that it's really hard to get someone's Social Security number here in Georgia. It was a brutal campaign. They threw everything under the sun at me and more. I spent over $300,000 of my own money defending their false attacks. There was no low they would not go. They even blackballed me from joining my local Rotary Club because I had the audacity of challenging the incumbent. They threatened to destroy my character and my reputation, letting me know they had all the power. I was the newcomer, and therefore they could control the process, the media, and the money. Much of that they did. What they did not understand was that they could not control you, the voters. The personal attacks, they're going to keep coming at me. They've already started, but that's all that they have, and we're ready for them. And obviously, because I am standing up here today, we won. We've already beat the establishment 66 to 34%. We won because we ran a campaign not on fear. I knew who I was. They couldn't take that from me. I knew what I was fighting for, and more importantly, who I was fighting for and who I am still fighting for today. And they can never, ever take that from us as long as we stand up and decide to be fearless. For those of you who join our movement, again, this will not be easy. You will be mocked and ridiculed, much like the way we were when we supported Donald Trump. But I'm asking you, join us in this movement and demand more. More results, less talk, and no excuses. I will always be accessible. My cell phone is out there in public domain. You can call and text me anytime. I'm even trying to figure out this whole tweeter thing, so tweet me at Williams4GA. In closing, if you want politics as usual, vote for my opponents. Some of them are really even good guys. But if you want fearless conservatism reform, vote Michael Williams. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. All right, so that we can keep this thing moving along, before we have our next speaker, I'm going to ask the candidates for first vice chair to please come and see John back behind the curtain here where all the magic happens, because we're going to draw for order for your speaking, okay? So that'll be Kenneth King Brown, Vivian Childs, Carolyn Fisher, and Michael Strollo. Y'all please come forward, meet John right back here behind the curtain, and we will draw for your order of speaking. However, all right, ladies and gentlemen, another one of our four candidates that would like to be the next governor of the state of Georgia, our current Secretary of State, Brian Kemp. Brian?
He had a great role model of a mother because she worked full-time. His parents were divorced when he was young, and so he kind of helped his mom. So he's always been hardworking. You know, he got a job in high school and college, and he still reminds me when we drive through Greensboro that he put ceilings up in the church right there when you drive in.
If anybody thought there was a person that needed a boy in this world, it would be me. You know, I loved to hunt, I loved to fish, grew up playing sports, taught responsibility, love of the land, how to handle a firearm. You know, I wouldn't take anything for the girls. You know, I've been so proud of them. Most of the life that I can remember has been growing up in our local church here in Athens, and that's exactly what our girls have been through.
The road for Brian to run for governor was not in the marriage vows, I'll tell you that. He sat down and talked to each of the girls.
If one of us was even hesitant or didn't want it, then he wouldn't have done it. Really didn't hesitate and was definitely on board because I knew it was something he wanted to do. He wants to work hard for something that he believes in.
I've really been frustrated for a long time with government and thought we really needed a leader that would just simply bring common sense ideas. That's what drove me over a decade ago to run for the Senate. It's what's driven me as Secretary of State.
Because Brian comes from a small business background. He knows what it takes to make things work.
I grew up on a farm. My family's lived on the same piece of dirt up there for over 100 years now.
It's like two different states or whatever. You've got the Atlanta part, and then you've got the rest of the state.
As Secretary of State, I had the goal to visit every county in our state, all 159 of them.
We don't spend a nickel advertising. It's all word of mouth. That's the kind of politician Brian is, I think. He, word of mouth.
I've talked to those working Georgians. I've talked to those community leaders where they would like to see things be better so their own children get a good paying job and not have to move off to find that somewhere else. I got my degree in agriculture from the University of Georgia. The next step is in ag technology. That's the way that we actually link the metro areas to the family farm.
We've tried to keep our employees a job. My dad and I have taken very little out of the business. It's been hard. If we could cut some of the red tape, if taxes were a little lower, I think we could eke out a better living.
The people in rural Georgia, they need to have the same attention as anybody else.
I talk to people that are so frustrated with government, with people that are here illegally that can walk into a medical facility and get free health care, yet our own people are being priced out of the system.
I'm a working mom. I own a tuxedo shop in Athens, Georgia.
I found out that my kidneys were failing because of an autoimmune disease.
Our pediatrician, I'll never forget, called, talked to my wife and said, her kidneys are in failure, you got to go right now.
Once we knew that the kidneys were basically kaput, I wanted to be her donor.
Right when we were about to have the transplant, they told us the insurance would not cover the transplant at the hospital we were at.
The thought of starting over and going somewhere where we knew no one, being away from our other two children, I looked at my husband, I said, you know, what do we do?
I got exasperated, and I just called Ryan, and I told him the situation.
You know, for somebody that has daughters like we do, I mean, it could have been us. You know, I just happened to know the right person to call.
It's a very good friend of ours' daughter needed a kidney transplant, and so he reached out and helped them and never said a word to me about it. Many things I'd be so proud of in my pop that I don't even know about.
The next thing I knew, my husband said, you're not going to believe this, but you know, somebody called me back, I got an email, and it was like we had new life. He wants to help people. It's almost like no task is too small.
As Secretary of State, I said that I would fight hard to defend our citizenship law, our photo ID law, to implement our citizenship check. I mean, we literally could not get that approved by the Obama Justice Department. So we finally just sued over that, and we won. We did that twice. We work hard every day to make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. You know, we're the 8th largest state now. You know, I want to make Georgia the #1 state in the country for small business. Secondly, taking a chainsaw to government regulations. Third is I want to make sure that we're giving all people in our state, especially rural Georgians, the same opportunities as those in the metro areas have. And then the last thing is really just putting Georgians first. And I want to really focus on the Georgia family, focus on the working Georgian, and put them first as the next governor.
I don't think he'd ever get above his friend, above his raising.
He's the kind of man Georgia needs, as solid as a rock.
No, I think he'll push and fight for whatever he can to help the people that need it. Ain't no doubt about that.
Thank you very much. I'm Brian Kemp, and I've been fighting for your vote for the last 3 days here because I want to be your next governor. It's an honor to be with you today during this exciting time when we celebrate our successes and look toward the battles ahead. I have to be honest with you, it was not my intention to ever run for office or serve. Grew up in Athens, graduated from the University of Georgia, started my first real estate investment company in the 80s and expanded from there. But I knew as a small business owner, it didn't take long to realize two things. I was good at figuring out how to run a business, and government was good at figuring out how to get in the way. I saw firsthand how state government was killing hard-working Georgians with massive spending initiatives, big government programs, burdensome regulations, big budgets, high taxes, and hidden fees. And to make matters worse, you had career politicians voting for billions in new spending and programs that picked winners and losers. Red tape, mandates on small business owners like myself. I ran for the state senate because I was fed up and I had had enough. I knew there had to be a better way. Now, as a first-time candidate, I was an outsider and a Republican. The pundits and the political elite said I didn't stand a chance against a well-funded liberal Democrat incumbent in one of the bluest areas of the state. This is the same area that I've reminded you many times, and all the folks from Athens, Clark County, and the surrounding area know it, that voted for Michael Dukakis for president. The Democrats plan to keep this district in a Democrat hands. The political class wrote me off, but I doubled down and earned a hard-fought victory. Then I took that fight to the state capitol. In the state Senate, I fought for lower taxes on businesses and hard-working Georgia families. I fought to repeal job-crushing regulations and mandates. I fought to reduce the size and scope of government. And I fought for the people of Georgia, not the special interest. The status quo was not good enough. I fought for our future. I decided to run for Secretary of State, and as many of you know, I was in the race for over a year when a vacancy led Governor Perdue to appoint me as Georgia's 27th Secretary of State. I immediately turned to my experience as a small businessman to change bureaucracy into business-friendly government. It helped that, unlike many, I never became a career politician. I stayed active in my businesses, and I never lost sight of the challenges that those in the private sector face every day. As Secretary of State, I put voters, job creators, businesses, and you hardworking Georgians first. I cut the red tape, started streamlining government, and doing the right thing, even when no one was watching. And I fought hard every day. When President Obama challenged our common sense protection measures like photo ID and proof of citizenship, I sued the Justice Department twice and won both times. I have fought the ACLU, Common Cause, and other ACORN-like special interest groups and won. I fought the Democrats, trying to undermine the integrity of our ballot box, and won. I fought the media and their fake news, the well-connected and their deep pockets, the politically correct and the ridiculous demands of the agitators and their above-the-law mentality, and we won. Needless to say, I'm not well liked by President Obama, Eric Holder, Jay Johnson, or Stacey Abrams. I'm certainly not on their Christmas card list, if you know what I mean. My fellow Republicans, I'm standing before you today because I'm not done fighting for our Georgia families, small business owners, and hardworking Georgians. I'm standing before you today because I'm not done fighting against the special interests who are trying to undermine our values and our rights. I'm standing before you today, my fellow Republicans, because I'm not done fighting for Georgia's future. As your governor, I have a 4-point plan to keep Georgia moving forward. Number one, we've been ranked number one for business 4 years in a row. It's a designation that we certainly should be proud of. But as your governor, I have another goal in mind. We're going to make Georgia the number one state for small business, the number one state to start a small business, expand a small business, and work in a small business. After 30 years in business, I know the only way to make Georgia number one for small business is making state government more responsible, efficient, and accountable. We must take a chainsaw to job-killing regulations, destroy mandates that penalize progress, stand firm against any health care overhaul plan that punishes growth. Number two, we must fundamentally change the way state government spends, operates, and taxes if we want a bright and prosperous future for our great state. As your governor, I will fight and implement a spending cap that adjusts with inflation and population. My cap will be simple. We cut waste, agree on priorities, and pass a conservative budget that reflects our values. And you know what? Georgia taxpayers will get what is left. As Secretary of State, I know we can do this. I have slashed my own budget over 25% in the tough times. We did more and ran our agency like a small business, so I know that it can be done. Number three, to keep Georgia moving, we cannot be a state divided. We have to ensure that all parts of our state, including rural Georgia, have the same opportunities to grow and prosper. Better paying jobs, stronger economies, high-speed internet, and quality accessible health care. These are my priorities, and what's good for rural Georgia is good for all Georgia. Finally, as your governor, I will put Georgians first and draw a clear line in the sand on illegal immigration. As Secretary of State, you know that I have worked to secure our elections and prevent illegal immigrants from voting in Georgia. Liberals tried everything they could to stop me, but I fought them every step of the way and won. As your governor, I will do the same. This is Georgia, and we're going to put Georgians first, not illegal immigrants. My plan is bold, it is real, and folks, it will be conservative. I've stood toe with competitors, enemies, and adversaries in business and in government. I'm not scared, and you should not be either. Joshua 1:9 says, "Be strong and courageous. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God is with you wherever you may go." And I believe that. We will not be silenced at the pulpit, at the courthouse, or at the state house by the status quo. We will not compromise our values to appease those who want to destroy us. We will not make excuses. We will not back down. We will not stop fighting for our communities, our state, and the freedoms that we hold so dear. In this race, all the Republican candidates for governor back our military and want better educational opportunities for our students. But this campaign will be about who is willing to fight for Georgia, who is going to put you first. In the Senate, I fought for lower taxes and fewer mandates. As Secretary of State, I fought to streamline government, protect hardworking Georgians, and defend our elections from the liberal left. As your governor, I will continue to fight and win for you. As a small business owner and a husband to my wife, Marty, and proud father of 3 daughters, this is what I know. By backing our small businesses, reforming the way state government operates, giving rural Georgia better opportunities for growth, and putting people ahead of politics, our communities, our families, and our state will thrive. Today, I ask that you keep us in your prayers, and I want to ask for your vote. We launched this campaign in March, and I'm honored to have the endorsement and support of so many of you in this room. If you are ready to take this journey with us, I encourage you to stop by our table before you leave and join the Kemp campaign, because together we can fundamentally reform state government. We will fight, we will win, and we will ensure a better tomorrow for every Georgian. Thank you, and God bless you, and thank you for being here. Good job, Mr.
Thank you, Brian. All right, while the counting is going on, we have one candidate for Governor of Georgia ready to speak to us. I do want to, for a second, though, take a point of personal privilege for the chair. I appreciate you all allowing me to do this job for you today, but I want to tell you, when they asked me to do it, my first question was, why come Randy Evans doesn't want to do it anymore? And I called Randy, and I tell you what he told me. And I've always been impressed with the guy, and I was even more impressed after talking to him. He said, "Barry, I've done it for 15 or more years. I've enjoyed it, but we need a lot of folks involved in this party. And I have a great job as national committeeman. You'll do a great job." Folks, when I wanted to learn how to do this job and brush up on it, I went back and watched YouTube videos of Randy doing this job as convention chair. Randy, stand up one more time and let them thank you for all the years that you've given to this party. Randy Evans, y'all. Great Republican. Now it's my privilege to bring to you our last candidate for governor of Georgia, our lieutenant governor, Casey Cagle. Casey?
Thank you very much, Barry. Thank each of you for being here. I will tell you, being in a room this size filled with conservatives gives me an enormous amount of energy and excitement as we're moving forward in this campaign. I hope all of you are just as excited as I am to witness the cultural change that is being brought about in Washington, D.C. by Donald Trump. You agree with that? Give him a round of applause. It is each of you that works so hard and so tirelessly on the behalf of the Republican Party. It is the conservative principles that we fight for each and every day. And each of you are out there knocking on the doors and doing the phone calls and all the things that make a difference. I know that you have not lost heart. You have continued to fight the battle in the 6th District. I was with Karen Handel over Memorial Day, and I can tell you that she is working very hard. And even though California is bringing in a lot of money into Georgia and making the liberal media very, very happy, we will not allow them to steal this election from Georgia, right? We will make sure that we do our part, and I can assure you I'm excited to be a partner with her. You know, during the political season, oftentimes you hear many individuals that give you the various political talk. But I think it is important that we judge individuals based on actions. And I will tell you, as your Lieutenant Governor, I never run away from being a conservative. I'm proud that I am a conservative. I'm proud that I have continued to have a A+ rating every year that I have been in office as a state senator and also as a lieutenant governor, because I believe in the Second Amendment. I believe fundamentally that it is our right to bear arms and that government has no place in trying to take that away from us. As governor, I can assure you that I will continue that commitment. That is why the NRA asked me to come to their national convention in Atlanta to be a speaker to a very large delegation of audience in which they had. But also the sanctity of life. I will tell you firsthand, I'm not a newcomer to this issue. My wife and I actually started a crisis pregnancy center, was part of starting a crisis pregnancy center in Hall County back in the early 90s. I believe that conception or life begins at conception. I believe that it is, yes. And I believe that it is our duty to always stand up for life and the sanctity thereof. And when Planned Parenthood came along and said that they wanted to do some of the things that we witnessed on film, I said, no, that's not going to happen. And the Georgia Life Alliance gave me the highest award in which they have. I am thankful for that. And when it comes to sanctuary cities, we're not late to the game on that either. Because actually in 2009, we outlawed sanctuary cities in Georgia, and I led on that issue. And we came back in 2016, and we did something else. We said for every city and every county, you will now have to prove to the state that you are not a sanctuary city in order to receive state funding. That's the right thing to do, because harboring illegal immigrants is wrong, and we will not stand for it. But along with that, we see radical Islamic terrorism that is going on. We passed through the Senate this year an effort to ensure that we protected our citizens, and we will always be steadfast in that commitment. Ladies and gentlemen, this race is about our conservative beliefs. It is about the principles that we believe in. Certainly it's about our faith. It's about freedom in our families, and that we should never, ever waver on that commitment. But it is also about where we're going to go as a state. We have fought hard to make Georgia the #1 place to do business in the country, and we will continue to do that. I have made a commitment to create 500,000 new jobs across this state, both helping small business, recruiting new industry, but also growing the new types of innovation that this country and this state so desperately needs. We will not waver in our commitment to create jobs, but we will also not waver in our commitment and our desire to cut taxes. I will cut $100 million out of state spending to the tax cut to the citizens of this state in the first 100 days as your governor. And I will do it for the first $12,000 for the first $12,000 of income will be exempt from taxation for a family of 4. But along with that, I will continue to focus on regulatory reform. What we witnessed is with the I-85 collapse. No one thought that we could build that bridge back in 45 days. But that's what happens when government gets out of the way and allows the private sector to work and to do what they know they can do best. I told the commissioner, I said, don't ask for permission, ask for forgiveness. Let's get that bridge back because it is costing us $1 million a day in productivity, and we cannot have that. Along with regulatory reform, we also have to be committed to building out the infrastructure that we need as a state. I will tell you that that bridge collapse showed us that our infrastructure was built for about half the size of the state that we are today. We have to be willing to go under, we have to be willing to go over, and we have to be willing to go around. And I will be a governor that will make that happen for you. Along with that, I want to end on this point. As most of you know, I have been championing and created the College and Career Academy Network across the state. I created the Charter System Initiative across the state. Today we have 30% of our students that are under this new model of delivery of education. I believe in creating a workforce that is second to none. I do not believe in a one-size-fits-all educational system that says every single kid needs to go off and get a liberal arts degree. I believe we need an educational system that fundamentally has an academic floor, but within that floor, there are no cracks for students to drop between, but there's also no ceiling to hold any student back from succeeding. We need more eminent scholars. We need more Rhodes Scholars, but we also need more electricians and more plumbers. We've got to get back to a place in society to where we celebrate all forms of work, because as my grandfather said, all work that's honest work is good work. And that's what Republicans believe in. We don't believe in handouts. What we believe in is not an environment that traps you, that captures you like the liberals believe in. We believe in a springboard of creating opportunity and more economic prosperity so everyone can participate in the American dream. Today, 25% of our students are living in poverty. We can sit by idle, or we can say, we're going to change that. And the way you change it is through education. You give them the knowledge and the skills that they need to be competitive in a worldwide marketplace. You've changing their lives. That's our commitment. And ladies and gentlemen, that's why I want to be your next governor, because I'm a person who lived that life. I was raised by a single mom who had to work 2 jobs. I know what it's like to live in a trailer park. I know the challenges these kids face, and they need someone who's going to stand in the gap and fight for them each and every day, and do it with the conservative principles that each of us believe in. I have had the privilege of serving with 2 governors, Governor Sonny Perdue along with Governor Nathan Deal. I have seen the governorship up close and personal. I know the tough decisions that are required, and I know what it's like to negotiate through very complex issues. I know what it's like to sit down with a CEO and ask them to move their company to this state. In business, and all the businesses that I was ever involved with, I had one simple rule. That was to go out and find someone who had done it before and could do it again. Ladies and gentlemen, I know how to lead. I know Georgia. And I know how to be true to our conservative principles, and I would be honored to be your next governor. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the great state of Georgia.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. Now, I know that things in Georgia go pretty well because the Republicans run the place, but I tell you what, when I turn on the lying liberal media and see how they talk about our president, one of the first things I want to know is, what does our Senator David Perdue think? Because he'll tell it to you straight about what's going on in Washington. It's my pleasure now to ask to come to the mic and tell us about what's going on in Washington, our United States Senator, David Perdue.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Folks, I apologize for having to give this speech to you right in the middle of balloting, because I know what you're concerned about, and I am too, and that's what's going to happen in the next 30 to 45 minutes. But if you'll bear with me, I've got some news for you. I've got great news for you today. Hillary Rodham Clinton is not the President of the United States of America. Last year, in this meeting, I asked you one thing to do. You were fussing about rules, you were fussing about procedure, and you were trying to decide on the delegates to go to Cleveland. And I asked you then, do all the infighting you want that afternoon, but come that night, leave Augusta united. And that's exactly what you did. And because you did that, we elected Donald J. Trump as President of the United States. Thank you for that. I'm honored to be here. I'm humbled to be one of the 2 U.S. senators from Georgia. I take that very seriously. It's a sobering responsibility, and I have opportunities to be humbled every day in Washington, going on the floor of the United States Senate. The other night, we've been keeping the Senate open 24 hours a day, trying to fight the Democrats to get these confirmations done. And one night I had to preside from 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was putting my tie on to go back in there, and I looked over at my wife, I shook my head, and I said, in your wildest dream, did you ever imagine we'd be in the United States Senate? My wife rolled over and looked at me. I think she was still half asleep. She said, honey, you were never in my wildest dream. In 2002, you elected the first Republican governor in 135 years, and we haven't stopped since then. In 2004, you helped create the wave that sent an outsider and a businessman from Georgia to the United States Senate. And in 2016, you kept pushing that wave to send another outsider and businessman to the White House. And we aren't stopping there. Thank you very much for doing both of those things. I think they're both very important. Let's be very clear today. We're in a war for the future of our country. In the last 100 years, we've had 3 political supermajorities, all Democrat. The first gave us the New Deal, the second, the Great Society, and the third, Dodd-Frank and Obamacare. And I'm just a business guy, but I can put at the feet of those 3 supermajorities most of the responsibility for this financial catastrophe Barack Obama has left us. And the irony, after spending trillions of dollars in the last 100 years behind those sweeping progressive programs, they all failed. They failed the very people that they claim to champion. The great progressive experiment of the 20th century hopefully is coming to an end because it has failed. Despite all of that, the federal government continues just to explode in size. Just in the last 2 presidential terms, 1 Republican, 1 Democrat. Since 2000, our federal government has grown from $2.4 trillion, these are constant dollars, to $3.9 trillion last year. Folks, we can't afford that any longer. At the same time, social debate is based on a belief system. I get that. But when you're talking about an economic debate, it should be based on facts. And here are the facts. After the last 100 years, particularly after doubling down in the last 8 years, the Social Security and Medicare trust funds will go to zero in 15 short years. The U.S. Postal Service is losing $1 billion a year. The VA is a disaster. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are bankrupt. Dodd-Frank has shut down lending in small and regional banks, sucking $2 trillion out of this economy. Obamacare is failing under its own weight and causing millions of people to lose their insurance between now and the next year. We've experienced the weakest recovery in 70 years, We have the lowest workforce participation rate since Jimmy Carter was president. And maybe worst of all, in the last 8 years under Barack Obama, we allowed 4 million women to fall into poverty under these sweeping progressive programs. They failed. And lastly, the worst one of all, the Great Society's war on poverty. We all wanted to help eliminate poverty in the United States. Do you know that the poverty rate today, after spending trillions of dollars behind the Great War on Poverty, is exactly the same as it was in the mid-60s when the Great Society was signed into law? These programs have failed. The Democrats' big government agenda has failed. We've got to educate voters. This is not about the latest shiny object that the media waves in front of our nose every day. This is a battle against not Donald Trump's tweets. This is about Democratic failure. But it's not good enough to just talk about Democratic failure. We've got to have a better plan, and we do. The conservative values that brought you here today that we all believe in. The problem is we don't argue those values enough with the other side, and certainly not with the people in the middle. But here's the good news. The pendulum is actually swinging our way, at least at the state level. Today, 70% of state legislatures in the United States are Republican. 70% of all governors in the United States are Republican. That's not an accident, folks. When government is closest to the American people choose conservative values and focus on results. If we can extend that to Washington, we have a moment of opportunity. I've been talking about this for 4 years. We have a moment of opportunity that could make the next 50 to 100 years, make the last 70-year economic miracle pale in comparison. But we've got to fight for our values. We've given in too easily in Washington. This year, we've already seen the potential of this opportunity when we have a leader. When President Trump was sworn in, he laid out his priorities for this year. And job one was getting the economy going and putting people back to work. Number one, he directed Congress to solve this crisis called Obamacare. Y'all, the House has passed it. Now it's up to the Senate. But let's be very clear today. Obamacare has failed, and it's the Democrats' fault, not ours. The Democrats failed. This is their program. Number two, President Trump, along with the U.S. Senate, has embarked on the largest recall of onerous regulations in U.S. history. Third, we've laid out priorities to revamp this archaic tax system and make America competitive with the rest of the world again. And lastly, I'm very proud to tell you today that our president did what he said he was going to do. He nominated somebody for the Supreme Court. The United States Republican Senate stood up to the filibuster, and we got Neil Gorsuch confirmed to the United States Supreme Court. This is a president that's doing exactly what he said he would do. He has reestablished American support for Israel, y'all. He has reengaged with the world leaders to make sure they know what our national interests are. How about that for a refreshing start? And lastly, just this week, I could go on with a long list of what he's already done in the first 120 days, but we don't have time for that. But just this week, he had the guts to pull us out of the Paris Accord. He's moving at a business pace, not a bureaucratic pace. And you know what? People are listening. Small business optimism is at a 10-year high. Consumer confidence is at a 17-year high. And manufacturer optimism hasn't been this high in 20 years. President Trump is delivering results. But you know what? We got to back him up. I was really disappointed last night. I didn't hear one speech talk about Donald Trump last night. I've heard it today, and I'm really proud of these people today. We've got to get behind. This is the guy we fought for. Why are we debating about his tweets? This is a guy that can help lead us and get this thing turned around. After 100 years of progressive programs and certainly 8 years of Barack Obama, this is definitely a turnaround. Turnarounds are messy. Turnarounds take time. Turnarounds break eggs. But a successful turnaround always has to have a leader pointing the way to a new direction. And that's exactly what we have right now. Washington doesn't know what to do with him. Washington doesn't know what to do with me. And that's just fine with you and me. If that ever changes, you come find me and kick me right here. In response to this new direction, the left has actually gone further to the left. They're led by a new gang of four: Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi. We remember the last gang of four in China. It didn't end well for them, and this won't end well for those guys either. They're doubling down, and they're going to continue to fail, but only if we succeed. We have a great habit of grasping defeat right out of the jaws of victory, and we're in it again. We've got a majority in the House. We've got a thin majority in the Senate. We've got the White House. It's our turn to govern. Let's stop saying no, and let's lead this country to a better way. The only solution the left has is more intervention, bigger government, more spending, more debt, more dependency, and yes, less freedom. They're out of ideas, the liberals. So let's be absolutely clear today. The progressive social policies of this new gang of four have failed, not just in America. Look at Europe. We don't have to experiment again. These things have been tried for the last 50 and 100 years. We know they fail. Across the country, though, liberals are doing all they can to tear down any Republican who is working with President Trump to get things done. Even right here in Georgia, we see evidence of that. Billboards, demonstrations backed by billionaire funds. Make no mistake, this is an ideological war for the future of our republic. We can't wait until next year to get engaged. Changing the direction of our country is an all-hands-on-deck mission. We need you now. We have to match their determination at every single turn. We've defaulted for far too long. Here in Georgia, we've got a lot of work to do. You're in the middle of a very critical election, electing your next chairman. I'm not going to have a lot to say about that except that we've got 4 candidates, and any one of them will do a fantastic job leading this group. The one thing I will ask you today is the same thing I asked last year. Get in here and fight hard this afternoon, and tonight be united behind whoever comes out on top. Just like in my race in 2014, when we asked you to not let Harry Reid have one more vote in the United States Senate, in 17 short days, we have to get Karen Handel to the United States House of Representatives and make darn sure that Nancy Pelosi doesn't get one more vote in the House of Representatives. We also have something called a governor's race, and I have other good news for you today. I am not running for governor of the state of Georgia. Don't clap too loud. It makes me wonder about what you're clapping about. But you elected me to go to Washington and get a job done, and I'm not done. I take that very seriously. We have 2 Republican governors back. We've had 2 Republican governors back to back. And Georgia today, for the 4th consecutive year, is the best place in the country in which to do business. That's not an accident, y'all. It takes time. It takes effort. It takes commitment. It takes principles that actually work. And we're proving that right here in local government. But on the federal level, 2017 and 18 is a probation period, not a mandate. We have a Republican margin in the House, majority in the House, a thin one in the Senate, and we have a Republican in the White House. You know, the Democrats have had that 11 times in our history, and we've only had it 3? Explain that one to me. If you believe our values, then you cannot explain to me why they've had that 11 times, and we've only had it 3 times. But this is our opportunity to change that. The last time we had it, though, was between 2002 and 2006, and we didn't show up very well. Where was our health care reform? Where was our tax policy change? Where was our energy policy? And oh, by the way, we added $4 trillion to a $6 trillion debt. God help us if we do that again. We cannot allow that to happen again. But you know, if we unite as a party, this is our opportunity. We can end the crushing regulations that have sucked the very life out of our free enterprise system. We have the opportunity right now, because we all held the line in the last couple of years. We have 128 federal and circuit judge openings that we can nominate and confirm with 51 votes in the United States Senate. And we plan to do just that. we can finally put an end to the insanity called sanctuary cities. And yes, folks, finally secure our borders. The other crisis that we've got to solve is the national debt crisis, and we can do that. The president, just in his current budget that he just released 2 weeks ago, talks about a long-term solution for our debt crisis. He wants to rebuild our military and lead again in the world. And yes, God willing, and with the leadership of this president, we can finally, once and for all, potentially bring term limits to the United States Senate and the United States House of Representatives. Winston Churchill once said, "It's not enough to tell me that you're doing the best you can. You got to tell me you're doing everything that's necessary." My dad was in London during the Blitz. He was in Europe after that. He reminded me of that quote before he died, long before I ever thought about this. He asked those people to do more than they could even believe they could do. That's what I'm asking of you today. This isn't going to happen without you. We can fix the broken system in Washington, but we have to do what's absolutely necessary. We can get back to our founding principles, but guys, these aren't just words. We have to live this, explain it, sell people on it, and get them convinced that our way is better. And listen to this. This is how simple it is. Economic opportunity, fiscal responsibility, limited government, individual liberty. What do they want? Bigger government, less liberty, more intervention, more control, and more entitlement. We have to get this done for our children and our children's children. The future of our republic is at stake. God bless you for being here today. God bless you for what you're doing. God bless Georgia, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ballot counting is concluding. So as we think, even though I don't know, there will probably be a second ballot with that many candidates. So what we're going to do is I'm going to ask just one second, I'll get to you over there, just one second. I'm going to ask my vice chairman candidates if you will go ahead and come back, because if we do need second balloting, while we're voting, doing the second count, we'll go ahead and hear from them so we can move matters along. If my vice chairman, candidates will come on back to the back of the stage, and if we don't have a second ballot, then of course we'll move right on to them. Is there a microphone one? Did you have a question?
Sure, yep.
State your name and your county.
Rock Feeman from the great county of Jackson.
Robert?
And Rocky. I have a point of inquiry if we could have a straw poll for governor before we leave today.
Are you going to provide the ballots?
We can stand up. We can
You come up with them, I'll pass them out. While we wait, of course, just so you'll be clear on it, as we mentioned, if there is a requirement for a second vote in the chairman's race, the bottom vote getter, the person who gets the least votes, will drop off, and then we'll have three candidates. and you will use number 2. The numbers for the candidates will stay the same, and we'll put those back on the board for you. So once again, the procedure will be, if a second ballot is required, just like we did the first time, you'll go to the next one, which is obviously number 2. The numbers, which you will fill in for the different candidates, will be the same, except for the one that drops off will not be there, and we'll put those on the screen again for you when we get ready. Microphone number 1.
Yes, sir, Mr.
State
Chairman.
your name and your county.
Yes, sir. Brant Frost, Coweta County. Just a point of information.
Thank you, Brant.
You're welcome. Just a point of information. The Georgia Association of Republican County Chairs, their Facebook page has a link to an online straw poll. So just go to Facebook. It's the first thing you'll see there, so you can vote in that.
I want you to come up here and tell Rock that.
I already did.
Good job. Thank you. Appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting on the count, I'm going to have Darrell Galloway come on up, the chairman of our Resolutions Committee, to give you 3 of the resolutions that we will consider at a later time. So come on up. Please give him your attention. Darrell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Chairman Padgett and everyone on the state group that has helped us, worked with us on the resolutions. We have several resolutions to present, but right now we have 3 that I don't think will be very controversial. If they are, we'll need to discuss this because they're pretty much basic on everything that's going on. First off, I would like to thank all the members that worked on the Resolutions Committee with me. We had Carl Smith, Rick Allen, Josh McCoon, Michael Howington, Ann Jarrell, Justin Hawkins, Kimberly Schwartz, Angela Bush, Nelson Brooks, Rick Davies, Niles Latham, Elliot McGlory, Nancy Hollingshed, Tanya Diddy, Louis DeBrow, Tom Rush, and myself. I want to give them all a hand, if you would, for all their hard work. You will be seeing more of them in a bit. But right now we have 3 resolutions that I don't think anyone would have an issue with, and we're going to go ahead and present them to you. The first one is a resolution honoring our military and public servants who have been killed in the line of duty. This one reads, and I think eventually they'll get them up on the screen. We kind of caught the screen guys on a surprise, but whereas our nation and the state of Georgia have been faithfully served and protected by our military, law enforcement personnel, firefighters, and EMTs, and whereas a number of those individuals made the supreme sacrifice in giving their lives to protect their cherished freedoms, our cherished freedoms and liberty, be it therefore resolved that the Georgia Republican Party extends its deepest gratitude for the selfless service and extreme devotion of these brave military and public service men and women. Furthermore, be it finally resolved that we offer our prayers and support for the grieving families of these courageous men and women, to express to them our deep appreciation for the outstanding and faithful service of their loved ones to our state and union. And then if it is approved, we ask that this resolution be posted a minimum of 5 years on the state GOP website in a downloadable format. That's the first one. This next one, this should be a no-brainer, but when just in case, especially with the press here, we wanted there to be no question about where we stand on this, and is in support of Karen Handel for U.S. Congress 6th District. Whereas Karen Handel has served the Republican Party honorably as Georgia Secretary of State and formerly Fulton County Commission Chairwoman, and whereas Karen Handel has provided character and ability to serve, has proven character and ability to serve well in the U.S. Congress, and whereas Karen Handel is the Republican nominee for the GA6 congressional seat vacated by HHS Secretary Tom Price, and whereas Karen Handel won a significantly larger percentage of votes than any other Republican in the Georgia 6th race while running a first-class campaign, earning a spot in the runoff election of June 20th, 2017, be it hereby resolved that the Georgia Republican Party salutes, congratulates, and supports Karen Handel in her bid for Congress in Georgia 6. And furthermore, we pledge our participation in the upcoming runoff wherever reasonable. And we hereby request a copy of this resolution be forwarded to Karen Handel in a timely manner by the Secretary of this Georgia Republican Convention. And the third one we're going to be presenting right now is in honor of our Republican families who have gone on ahead of us. Whereas we who are here at today's convention enjoy Republican majorities at both the national and state level, and whereas such majority would not exist without hard work, sweat, and toil, and whereas today as we gather in convention, we look around and see empty seats that last year were filled by some of those very brothers and sisters that helped make this day possible. And whereas we, the Republican Party of Georgia, know that we are standing on the shoulders of giants acknowledge the following giants who have gone on and are not with us today in body, but always in spirit. Therefore, let us, the 2017 Georgia Republican Convention on this day of June the 3rd, take a moment to honor those who have passed from this mortal plane but remain forever in our hearts. Colquitt County, Lynn Acuff. Columbia County, Robert Bob Beckham. Gilmer County, John Sarge Bramlett Sr. Cobb, Herb Bricker. Forsyth County, Jim Brophy. Chatham County, Betty Butler. Jeff Davis, Denise Kane. Haralson County, Joe Corley. Chatham, Burke Day. Wilkes, O.A. Dennard. Chatham, Yvonne Effinger. Douglas, Jack Gamble. Rayburn, Walter Gordon. Gilmer, Commander Howard Gunther. Chatham County, Phyllis Hardman. Hardman, sorry about that. Cobb, Peggy Henderson. Lawrence, Dr. O.B. Johnson. Cobb, Joe Kirby. Fannin, Howard Lawson. Bibb, Donald Layfield. Chatham, Steve Lindell. Jasper, Wayne McDonald. Newton, Wendy McKinley. Irwin, Virginia Nelson. Chatham, Gary Norton. Cobb, C.C. Orton. Cobb, Jim Peters. Ware, Ori Pinkard. Gwinnett, John Richards. Chatham, Elizabeth Roberts. Grady, Richard Robinson. Fulton, Elaine Shaw. Cobb, Joe Thompson. Pickens, Larry O'Neill Tony. Gilmer, Joe Waldrop. And Coffee, Joe Wright. Mr. Chairman, these are the three honorary resolutions we have right now. We have additional that will probably want to be debated by this body, but these we felt could be adopted by acclamation, and at the proper time we recommend to do so.
And we will have the vote on those resolutions at the appropriate time. Our convention rules say that we don't take votes while committees are out, and obviously the votes are being counted. Okay. Microphone number 2, right here.
Yeah,
Please state your name and your county.
I'm John Stevens. I'm from Barrow County.
Thank you, John.
I would like to add a name to that last list.
Tell us that name, and when we bring it back up, we'll do that. In fact, if you would, write it down and bring it up here to me.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. 1 second, please. Okay, I'm gonna let this fella take it. Hang on 1 second. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, because of the delay in counting the ballot, I am going to go ahead and the chair is going to allow the first vice chairman candidates to come forward and speak to you, so when it comes that time, we can move the process along. I'm like you, I'm ready to move it along. All right, so at this point, once again, my timekeeper is coming up. I'm going to ask all my vice chair candidates to please come to the back of the stage. We have an order. They drew just like the chairman for candidate did to go in order. They instead will have 3 minutes for their presentations, whether it be in a group or as an individual. If the votes come in, we will suspend and move to handling that. But I am going to move ahead with the vice chairman candidates. Okay, our first candidate will be Ken King Brown. Ken, you want to come on up? Okay. Okay. All right, let me have your attention. Let's take a seat. I want you to give your attention to our candidates for vice chair. I've got some people standing along this side in the aisles over here. I want you to find a seat and pay your attention here to our vice chair candidates. First vice chair, Ken King Brown.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Kenneth King Brown, and I'm running for first vice chair for the Republican Party. Now, I have been a Republican since 1956. That's right. Do the numbers. Unfortunately, I didn't realize it until 1991. So how how did a person from Detroit, Michigan, from the projects become a Republican? I'll tell you. I used to be a certified financial planner, and one of my clients said, hey, you should go to this Republican meeting in Cobb County. And I looked at him, I said, do I look Republican to you? I'm from Detroit. I grew up in the projects. I graduated from the University of Michigan, sorry. Jesse Jackson was my commencement speaker. John Conyers was my congressman. Again, do I look Republican to you? And he apologized. He said, oh, no, just go. So I went to the Cobb Republican meeting, and it was a great meeting. And I asked them, do you have anything in writing? And I said, yes, we do. And you know what they gave me? They gave me the principles, Republican principles. These look familiar to you? How many people have the Republican principles on them right now? We need to work on that. So I got the Republican principles and I looked at it. The first one was strong defense. That makes sense to me. I'm former military. I was enlisted for 2 years and an officer for 7. Makes sense. We got some crazies out there and we need to protect our borders. Second, personal responsibility. My mother said, nobody's going to give you anything. If you want something, you have to get it yourself. Do for self. Personal responsibility. The next one I saw was free enterprise. I've been self-employed since 1989. And what I do for a living for the last 17 years, I've been a coach, trainer, consultant on leadership, communications, and sales, and profitability. That made sense. Another principle is you can't spend money you don't have unless you're the federal government. And the last one is probably most important, the best government, the government closest to the people. If we had a government closer to the people, we wouldn't have Obamacare right now. So when I saw these principles, I said, I'm in. So why am I a Republican? Because I am from Detroit. I grew up in the projects, and I'm self-employed, and I went to the University of Michigan. That's why I'm a Republican. How much time? Oh, really? Last thing, I've created a strategic action plan that no other candidate has. When it comes to leading, organizing, communication, I've got the plan. I've been going around the state and the metro area. There's no other candidate that does that. And lastly, I've created a creed. And the creed says, if you don't know what a creed is, it states our beliefs. And it believes can't remember what I was going to say. If you don't believe something, you'll fall for anything. I've created a Republican creed. My name is Kenneth King Brown. I need your vote and prayers. I'm running for first vice chair for the state party. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next candidate, Carolyn Fisher. Carolyn? Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name's Kevin Harris. I'm a delegate from beautiful Fannin County, Georgia. It's an honor and a privilege to introduce Carolyn Hall Fisher. Georgia's a huge state, and Democrats are licking their chops getting ready for 2018. We need a worker. We need Carolyn. She was raised in Waycross. She knows this state better than anybody. She's been a loyal, conservative worker. She's volunteered at all levels. She's a proven record at county chair. Last cycle, she worked harder for Donald Trump as anybody in the state of Georgia and the entire Republican ticket. She has built this party. I'm for, and I'm glad to see y'all welcome Carolyn Hall Fisher.
Hello, Georgia Republicans. I want to give a big shout out to Ware County, the county where I was raised, down in South Georgia. That's where I learned how to be a conservative. and to Forsyth County, the place that I live now, the place where I raised my son, who lives in Seattle, Washington. He's like one of the only 2 conservatives who live there. When I first decided to run for first vice chair, the very first thing that I did was pick up the telephone and I called each of the candidates for chairman. And I said, look, I'll work with you. I'll work beside you. I will help us fill our coffers. But please put me on the road. Let me go and visit some of these counties who feel as though there is a disconnect between the state party and the local party. You see, the state party should be working for you, not the other way around. Our party is divided right now, kind of like our state is divided regionally. Atlanta provides us great commerce, industry, and wealth. But let me tell you something. When those of us go to work in Atlanta in the morning on a full stomach, we do so because that food that you ate for breakfast was grown in North, Middle, and South Georgia. And they are not to be forgotten. And the clothes that are on their backs, well, it was woven from that beautiful cotton fiber, that beautiful white snow that grows in Middle and South Georgia. Our state and our party must unite as one. The Democrats have a target on our backs, and they are after us. They say they want to flip the 6th. They're not going to do that. And let me tell you something. When Karen Handel runs for her 2nd term, there won't be any question as to who's going to win that race, because John Ossoff and Nancy Pelosi will have already tucked their tails and run. And then let me tell you what we're going to do. We're going to do some flipping of our own. Let's send John Lewis packing. Let's send Hank Johnson to Guam before it tips over. It is very important. 2018 is quickly approaching. We must keep this party going, and we must keep the governor's mansion in Republican hands and all constitutional officers. Let me work for you. I walk the walk. I don't just talk the talk. God bless you. God bless this great state.
Our 3rd candidate for vice chair is Michael Strollo. Michael?
Thank you. My name is Michael Strollo, and I'm running for first vice chair of the Georgia Republican Party. I'm a soldier and a military police officer in the Army National Guard, and I work for 104.7 The Fish, the Christian radio station in Atlanta. I've traveled the country partnering with organizations such as Fellowship of Christian Athletes, encouraging young people to become active in their generation and in their faith. Now, the Republican Party is at a crossroads, and it's time for a shift. We're living in an era where voters don't want to identify as Republican, and it's unclear what the GOP stands for. We used to be the party of small government, but we haven't been. We used to be the party of lower taxes, but we haven't been. And we used to be the party that fought against unconstitutional mandates, but we haven't been. The election of President Trump was not just a reaction to the left. It was America's disappointment, dissatisfaction, and distrust with the establishment. We have a party that fights itself better than it fights liberals. And I believe that if we want to be successful, we must be our own CEO. We need communication, education, and organization. We need to communicate our message, educate grassroots members, and organize county parties. We need proper fundraising and financing, and we need to engage young people and welcome them with open arms. We have ideas, but we need leadership in the party to develop and promote those ideas. For example, we need to find a voice within the minority media, not to make random promises, not to berate our opponents, not to assuage their fears propagated by our media and gleefully published by theirs, but rather to elaborate why our principles are the best principles and why our way is the best way for all Americans and for any who wish to be an American. What happens here can't stay here. What happens here must get to Washington. And there are some things in our lives and in our community and even in this city that by the power of our dedication are about to move from here to there. We're moving from death to life. We're moving from darkness to light. We're moving from dependency to freedom. We're moving from defeat to victory today. We're crossing over from division to unity. We're moving from Barack Obama to Donald Trump. We're moving from socialism to capitalism, from doubt to faith, from despair to hope, from self to selflessness. I pledge to you my strength, my youthful exuberance, and my bold ideas. In return, I ask for your leadership and for your confidence that we can return America and Georgia to the great republic it has been. I ask for your vote for first vice chair for the Georgia Republican Party. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Our last candidate for first vice chair is Vivian Childs. Vivian, please come forward.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am proud to present to you a lady who's a legend in her own right. In the 60s and the 70s, she marched for civil rights under the Republican banner as a student at the University of Georgia. In the 80s and the 90s, as an educator, she fought for school choice and marched for life to protect the unborn. In the 21st century, she served on the State Executive Committee, the State Committee, and was an officer in the Republican Federation for Women. She was the first African-American district chair for District 8 in the state of Georgia. In 2012, it was her who made the motion to convene the convention in Tampa. In 2016, this woman was the opening act for now President Donald Trump. As he traveled across the state of Georgia, she made it a point to introduce him by reading a poem that she created, Why Am I an American? So, ladies and gentlemen, will you welcome to speak to you today a trailblazer for African American Republicans, women Republicans across this nation, the wife of an Air Force colonel, the mother of 3 distinctive children, a pastor who preaches the gospel of Jesus Christ, the true conservative in this race. I bring before you now Vivian Childs.
Thank you. Leadership does matter. This party was built on faith, responsibility, and doing what's right because it's the right thing to do. I am told that I do not live in Atlanta, you're right, but I am by city because my mother does live in Atlanta and I'm often here visiting her. But this is the Georgia GOP, and all should have representation built on qualifications and not real estate. I have experience on the national, the state, and the local levels. Why? Because I am tested and proven to provide results. I am the daughter of a World War II vet and the wife of a retired 06 colonel. So, Christians, evangelicals, young and silver hair, grassroots, come home, divided no more. We are a unified state party. Everything, not something that you have asked as a delegate or an alternate, I've done. The party says we need to train county chairs. I did that as a district chair. I've organized counties. I've hosted fundraisers. I have gone where some have never gone before. I stood with President Trump when it was not fashionable. Come home. Is my time up? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job. All right, I'm going to ask my vice chair candidates to stay close, first vice chair candidates, because when we begin the voting for that, I'm going to ask them to come back up because there obviously will be some things in between now and then, so you'll be able to see their faces one more time, and I will identify them for you. Joel has a brief amendment to our credentials report, and I'm ready to announce after that. Joel?
I'm sorry to have to do this to everybody. We try to be very thorough and do due diligence. Fulton County was a little slow today in getting us their elevated delegates list, and I reported out a shortage number. As such, I'm amending the credentials voting strength of this body. I reported out our voting strength originally was 1546. 32 alternates were elevated from Fulton County. Our true voting strength today is 1578. Mr. Chairman, this is our amendment to the credentials report.
Thank you. All right, I am now going to announce to you the results of the first round of voting. As I mentioned to you, the lowest vote getter will come off, and then we'll have 3 left. The lowest vote getter of that was Mike Welch. So we have 3 candidates remaining, and I will give you those numbers in just a second. Johnson, McNeely, and Watson are remaining, and here are the totals from the first round of voting if you're counting. Johnson, 491 votes, second place with 32%. McNeely, 414 votes, third place, or 26%, and Watson with 519 votes, first place, or 33%. So Mike Welch had 134 votes, or 9%. So our next order of business will be, we have 3 candidates remaining. I have already explained to you, are we ready for the second round of voting, or is my Sergeant-at-Arms ready?
Sergeant-at-Arms and credentials are in place.
Sergeant-at-Arms or credentials in place. All right.
We will bring up on the screen in a second. Let's go to ballot number 3. We're going to ballot number 3.
Okay. All right. Now I have some announcements for you about things that we're going to do, so I need you to listen closely. If you do not listen closely to me, you may make a mistake and your ballot may not be counted. Now, we are going to go not to ballot number 2, but to ballot number 3. So if you have ballot number 2, you take it off, you tear it in half. We're not using number 2. We're going to use number 3. Everybody hold up this many. 3. Look to the person next to you and say, 3. You got it? All right, number 3 is what we're going to use. Now, the numbers that you vote for will remain the same, just like we said earlier. Do we have those ready to put on the board? Okay, I want you to look closely for ballot number 3. 1 for Alec, 4 for Michael, 7 for John. Everybody got that? 1 for Alex, 4 for Michael, 7 for John. That is how you're going to vote on ballot number 3. Now, vote, and I'm going to ask my Sergeant-at-Arms to collect the ballots. Once again, which way do you pass them? There you go. No lefties here. Pass it to the right. When you vote, pass them to your right, and our Sergeant-at-Arms will collect. All right, what I'm going to start doing is a second, and it's asking. All right, everybody in here, pass them to the right if you haven't done so already. Has everybody passed to the right? I'm going to start on to my right, your left. Pass them to your right. We got several ballots flowing. All right. All right, I'm going to start checking. Over here in this section, do we have anybody who has not passed in their ballot? Now is time to do it. If you haven't raised your hand, I'm looking for you. Anybody in this first section who has not passed their ballot? I'm going to go to the middle section. I'm looking in the front who has not passed their ballot down. We got one gentleman holding a ballot back here. Needs to be collected. There we go. Making progress. Toward the back, right there in the back of the middle section. Anybody who has not voted, hand up that ballot number 3. Now I'm going to move to my left, your right. Anybody who has not voted? Anybody who has not voted? All right. Last call. If you have not voted, you raise your hand, you hold that ballot up so I can see it. I'm not seeing any green ballots raised. I'm going to assume everybody has voted. We got one right over here. One to collect right over here, I see. No more green ballots up. Anyone not voted? Last call. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Okay, Sergeant-at-Arms, please retire. Ask the Sergeant-at-Arms. Yes. Sir. All right, I have another lost and found to give you while we're waiting. This is a Visa debit card. We've already checked, there's no money. Lawrence Newsom. Lawrence, where are you? Lawrence Newsom, we have your debit card. Somebody may have spent all the money before we got to it. Lawrence Newsom, I'm going to sit it right here up front. Lawrence Newsom, your debit card. Visa debit card. All right, we have some inquiries. I want you to give your attention to the mics. The chair is going to recognize some inquiries in the audience. If you're having a conversation, I'm going to ask for that to cease. Right back here, two gentlemen having a conversation. Somebody tell them I'm waiting on them. All right, to anybody having a conversation, I'm going to ask you to cease because I'm going to recognize some of the mics that are asking. All right, the lady's got her hand raised on number 3. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name and your county.
Kay Meyer from Peach County.
Thank you, Kay.
I actually have 2 questions. Can I ask?
Hold on one second, Kay. I'm going to get some order. The chair needs to hear Kay's question. Kay.
Could you tell us what it takes to win on this ballot, if that's possible?
50% plus 1 of those voting.
Thank you.
Kay's question was, what does it take to win on this ballot? It is always a majority plus 1 of those voting. Can't tell you exactly what that number it is because I don't know how many of you are going to vote this go around. Okay. Thank you. Gert, you keep. All right, the chair is going to entertain another question. I'm going to ask for your attention one more time. Microphone number 1. Yes, ma'am.
Deborah Lieb, Cobb County.
Deborah, thank you.
Thank you. Why did you not drop the bottom 2 to do a second vote?
Our rules state we drop 1. That's why.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Good question. If we were only the Democratic Party, we wouldn't have to follow the rules. All right, the chair will entertain a question. Mic number 1. Please state your name and your county.
Edward Lindsay, Fulton County.
Thank you, Ed.
I wish to make a motion.
What would that motion be?
To suspend the rules to allow for standing votes in contested races.
That would be, Ed, hold on one second. That would be a motion to temporarily suspend the rule temporarily to allow us to have standing votes for the remaining races. Is that what you're asking the chair?
That's correct, a temporary.
All right, I want to explain to you the motion that has been made to the chair. The motion is that we move along with the proceedings, as has been done in the past, by a standing vote. We cannot count votes while my sergeant-at-arms are out, but we can do standing votes, and the chair can make a decision on those that are standing. So that is the motion that is before you. It takes half of us, and once again, that would be the chair looking out there to see, in order to do that. Are there any questions about the motion that has been made? I want everybody to understand the motion that is before us. If you have a question, you don't raise your hand, you go to a mic. There you go. All right, I'm going to go first to microphone number 1 right here. Yes, sir.
Earl Ferguson, Fulton County. Does it require a second?
It does.
A second.
There is a second. All right. Is there inquiry about the motion now before us? That's what I'm taking. There's not time for discussion yet, but are there any inquiries about what motion is before us? That's what I'm asking. Is that your question number 2, what motion is before us?
No, I was going to make a
Hold
motion.
your thought then. All I want is parliamentary inquiries about the status of where we are. Microphone number 3.
Mr. Chairman.
State your name and your county.
Matt Williamson from Walker County.
Thank you, Matt.
I have a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Can we have this vote given that ballots are being tabulated, or do we have to wait for ballots to be tabulated before we can conduct any business?
Good question, and let me tell you the answer to that question. The motion that has been made by Ed Lindsay is to temporarily suspend the rules that would prevent us from doing that. He has asked that we temporarily suspend that rule so that this body could have a standing vote. That is the motion before you, and that is the question we will decide shortly. Does that answer your question?
I don't think so, sir.
Ask it again.
My question is that is a motion and a second.
Yes.
Does that not constitute business that the convention would be carrying out? And is that something that is allowed while the sergeants at arms are tabulating the ballots?
If we suspend that rule, yes, the chair will interpret it that way.
Okay.
Question over here. Number one, yes, sir. State, do you have an inquiry or do you want to debate the motion?
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Parliamentary inquiry, state your inquiry. State your name and your county first.
Caleb Hornsby, Richmond County.
Say your name again.
Caleb Hornsby.
Go ahead.
Can we have and entertain a motion on the floor right now when we have a vote in progress?
The chair is going to entertain this motion, yes. The motion is on the floor. I'm about to have debate on the motion. All I'm doing right now is making sure everybody understands what the motion is. Any other questions regarding what the motion is? Microphone 2, I think behind you, he has a parliamentary inquiry. Do you?
Well, I think mine is an inquiry as well.
State your name and your county, please.
Vicki Temple, Henry County.
Thank you,
Asking,
Vicki.
At what point can I ask to amend the motion to suspend the rules after the election of the first vice chair?
The way to amend the motion would be to defeat the motion.
Okay,
And then the chair will entertain a different motion.
Thank you.
Right now, the motion on the floor is to temporarily suspend the rules so that this body may vote by a standing vote on the remaining categories or offices to be held. Is there a question at number 3? Please state your name and county. I'm coming to 4 next.
Don Balfour from Gwinnett County.
Yes, sir. Don.
The motion, as I understand it, is after the chairman is picked.
I'll say your question one more time. I'm having a little trouble with your mic.
Okay, my understanding of the motion is that once the chairman election is finished, it's for every other office.
That is correct.
And this is a 2/3 vote?
This is a 50% plus 1 vote. I've checked that with our parliamentarian. He's been reading the book. 50% plus 1.
To suspend the rules?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
This isn't the Senate. All right, over here at number 4, state your name and your county, please.
David Witham, Gwinnett County.
David.
Point of order.
Point of order. Please state your inquiry.
The chair in the previous round of voting stated specifically we couldn't conduct business because the sergeant at arms are out of room. And yet now the chair is reversing that decision. That's what I'm confused about.
That is a decision that will be made by this body whether or not we do that. That is correct. Do we have an inquiry at mic number 1? State your name and your county, please.
My name is Steve Kramer from Fulton County. I believe Robert's Rules of Order says that if you suspend the rules during the meeting, it does require a 2/3 vote, and I didn't see in our rules, which would overrule Robert's Rules of Order, that it's just the majority. So I believe
Tell me your
it is
name again.
2/3.
Tell me your name again.
Steve Kramer, Fulton County.
Steve, I specifically asked the very same question that you did. I had both of my parliamentarians with both Robert Rules of Order look that up, and I'm going to have my parliamentarian. Do you want to read the rule, or you just want to restate what you've already researched? I asked that very question, and it is 50% plus 1. I appreciate the question, though. Nobody at mic number 2. Is there anybody at mic number 3? I do not see a hand there. I'm going to go to mic number 4. So please state your name and your county.
Cody Hall.
Cody, what county?
It's Dawson County.
Thank you, Cody. Please state your inquiry.
I have a quick question about the motion. Could you go through, if we vote yes, which ballots the motion to have a standing vote would apply to? And which races?
The statement was the remaining ones we are not currently voting on now, so that would be the vice chair down.
So it would not affect a potential
No,
third
not at this time. That count will come back before you before the chair allows any further decision on the chairman race.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, mic number 3, state your name and your county.
Timothy Roberts from Hart County.
Thank you, Timothy. State your inquiry.
Sir, this is a parliamentary inquiry to ask what's the specific rule citation in Robert's Rules of Orders that it's not 50 plus 1, but 2/3.
Tim, you said?
Timothy, yes, sir.
Timothy, come up here. I'll let the parliamentarian show you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, next mic. Do we have a question on number 1?
Mr. Chairman.
State your name and your county.
Rick Davies, Cherokee County.
Thank you, Rick.
Is it not true that we cannot conduct any business which includes votes while any committees are in session?
This body will make that decision,
That
and this
is not
body will
up for
decide.
debate, sir. That is not up for debate. That is
Thank you.
our rule.
Mic number 3. Yes, sir. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. I'm going to allow everybody to be heard. Mic number 3.
Ed Piner, Whitfield County.
I'm sorry. Hold on one second. Hold on one second.
Inquiry.
Hold on one second. State your name and your county.
Ed Piner, Whitfield County, Parliamentary Inquiry.
Thank you, Ed. Please state your inquiry.
If we are not supposed to conduct business while committee is out, how can we entertain a motion from the floor at that time?
Thank you for your question, Ed. What I'm going to do is I'm going to recheck that question again like I did the first time with the parliamentarian and ask him that, okay? Thank you very much. To the gentleman over here, I did not mean to cut you off. If I did, I apologize. If you want to come back to the mic, I will entertain you again. I thought you were through. You may not have been. Please state your name and your county.
Mr. Chairman, Rick Davies from Cherokee County.
Once again, I'm having a little trouble here. And say your name again.
Rick Davies from
Rick,
Cherokee
thank you.
County.
And I apologize if you were not through when I moved on to another mic.
Yes, sir. Apology accepted. Thank you. I would like to make it very clear that our rules state we follow Robert's Rules of Order. Robert's Rules of Order states that we cannot conduct business when committees are in session.
And Rick,
we have committees in session right now, counting votes. We cannot vote on any motion on
And
this
as I
floor.
told microphone number 3, before the chair moves ahead with the vote, I'm going to check with the parliamentarian again. Right now, they're asking him the question about the 50% or the 2/3 vote, and I'm letting him answer their question, and I'm going to come back to that one with him, okay? Any other questions about that? All right, 1 second. I'm going to unleash my parliamentarian from the people that are questioning now so the chair can ask him the question that he wants to. Give me 1 second. All right, here's the answer to the questions that have been raised. What the chair will do is we will have parliamentary inquiries about the motion, and I will wait till that vote comes back before I allow the motion to be voted on that would allow us to have a standing vote on the remaining offices. Okay? I clarified that question with the parliamentarian. And I apologize, the reason that I couldn't hear you when you were speaking, these fellows are making a little noise over here. All right. Fights about parliamentary inquiries are always interesting. All right, let me tell you the posture that we're in. Let me have your attention. All right, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Gentlemen, I'm going to ask y'all to move over to the corner over there with your discussion, okay? One reason I was having trouble hearing folks is that I could hear you louder than them. The acoustics are pretty good, but not that good. Okay? All right, if I could have your attention, here's the posture that we're in. As you all know, we have had the second round of voting on the chairman. We are waiting on that vote to come back. Our rules state that you have to have 50% plus 1 to be elected to a position. That means that at least half the folks, obviously plus 1, when the votes come back. If that's the case, we will have a chairman. The motion that we will then take up will be the motion to move to a standing vote, in other words, not a ballot vote on the remaining positions. And I'm pretty sure the idea of Mr. Lindsay when he made it was to move along the process. That is the posture that we were in. So we are now waiting on the balloting from this last ballot that you just voted, ballot number 3. That is where we are. Now, normally the rule is there's one address to the chair per issue. The chair is going to try to stick to the rules on that. I don't recognize all of you, but if I recognize you and ask you if you've already spoken on this, I want you to be honest with me, okay? If you have a different inquiry, that's fine. All right, mic number 2. Have you spoken on this already? Mic number 2.
Sir.
You have not. Well, hold your mic up a little bit. I don't think you're getting a good input. There we go. Mic number 2. Please state your name and your county.
My name is Mark Pettit from Hall County.
Mark, you're not coming through there. Maybe a little closer.
Mark Pettit from Hall County.
Thank you, Mark.
I just have a question.
Certainly.
We have a motion and a second. In what method will we vote on this motion?
Standing.
So this motion will be a standing vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, I got a big line at mic number 1. Sir, have you spoken already on this issue?
Well, I've got a different motion.
Answer my
I've got a
question.
different motion.
I'm not going to hear another motion while we have that one pending. If you have a parliamentary inquiry about the current motion, I'll hear one more from you, okay?
Well, you made a ruling of the chair, and I appeal that ruling.
Which ruling do you want to appeal?
The ruling that you said it only requires a majority vote to suspend the rules.
Okay, we will hear that motion before we proceed. I want you to hang by the mic. When we get that next count, we'll hear your motion, okay? Thank you for that motion. I got a hand raised back here at mic number 3. I can't see you because the gentleman's standing up.
Okay.
Please state your name and your county.
Marilyn Watts, Fayette County.
Did you say Mary?
Marilyn
Marilyn. Thank you, Marilyn.
Watts. I would like to know just what committee people think are in session.
Well, the credentials is out counting right now, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, mic number 1. Please state your name and your county.
My name is Amy Barnes. I'm from Cobb County.
Thank you, Amy.
I have a point of inquiry here. There's no sergeant of arms for the vote, and I don't see a committee. Why are we doing business with a committee not present?
I'm taking inquiries to the chair now. Mic number 2, please state your name and your county. I'm sorry, mic number 1, please state your name and your county.
Mr. Chairman, Lee Munns, Columbia County.
Thank you, Lee.
I just have a question. If we suspend the rules and there becomes a third ballot required for the chairman, will the suspension of the rules apply?
No, the motion was for other races, not this one. The chair can obviously entertain that motion when we get the count back. Okay. We got a hand back there at number 4. Okay, number 4, please state your name and your county.
My name is Annette Davis Jackson.
Thank you, Annette. Go ahead, Annette. I'm sorry, the mic went out temporarily at number 4. What we will do, Annette, if we can't get that to work, I'll move you to another mic. I'm looking over here at my sound guys. Number 4. Come on up to number 1, please, Annette, if you don't mind.
My name is Annette Davis
Sorry about that, Annette.
Jackson.
Go ahead.
Hey, no worries. My name is Annette Davis Jackson, and I'm from Gwinnett County.
Thank you, Annette.
And my query is, shall the decision of the chair stand as a judgment for the assembly, given that the committee is counting the votes? How can the chair's decision stand to take a motion?
We will not entertain that motion until they come back.
Hallelujah.
That's the chair's decision.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me say that one more time. I've said it a couple of times, but I'll say it one more time. When they get through counting and come back down here and give me a count, we will deal with that, and then the chair will entertain the motion that was made earlier. Annette, do you want to follow up on that? Mic number 1. There we go.
Hey, yes, I do want to follow up on that. That was such a bait and switch. And in all due fairness, Chairman, everybody's here. These ballots do mean something. So for the chairman to allow the bait and switch.
Well, hold on one second, Annette. Let me explain that to you. The chairman is not going to make that decision.
Great.
This body is going to make that decision. You will decide if we suspend that rule and whether or not we keep voting on the ballots or we move to a standing vote. The chair does not make that decision.
Right, but even for a motion to be entertained, it's almost like opening up a can of worms when the worms shouldn't even got out of the
Well,
can.
when you're in a convention situation and the chair recognizes somebody and the chair makes a motion, somebody makes a motion rather, the convention, unless there's a problem with that motion, has a right to hear that motion. And the convention will hear that motion that is before us at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Let the chair get a drink of water. I'll be right back with you. I'm learning. All right, I think the chair saw a hand back at number 3, was it? Okay, mic number 3. Please state your name and your county.
My name is Ed Asbury.
All right, hold on one second. Let me get some order so I can hear you. All right, let me tell you where we are. The chair is happy to entertain these questions from anybody that I can get to, but I have to be able to hear them before I can answer them, okay? I, like you, want them to count as fast as they can. But this little book up here doesn't give me the authority to make them count any faster. If I could, I promise you I would. So I would like to hear the questions that are before us, because there is going to be some things that are going to happen that are going to make some important decisions, but I need your cooperation, okay? So I'll give you some time to talk, but when I recognize somebody in the mic, I'm going to ask you to be quiet, all right? All right, let's get some attention here. I'm going to go to mic number 3, and then I'll come back. Let me try one more time. Mic number 3.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
My name is Ed Asbury.
Thank you, Ed. Please state your county.
Tift County.
Thank you.
And I would like to make a point about these ballots. We need to use them. There are people still fussing about the 2012 convention. I would like to encourage everyone to stay with the ballot.
All right, Ed, thank you for that comment, but let me explain to the body where we are. I'm trying to listen to see if there are any questions about our status, try to keep you informed as best I can. But we're not going to debate at the moment. The chair's intent is not to debate that at the moment. We will do that shortly. So if there are parliamentary inquiries about where we are, I'm happy to try to take those. I do not want to debate at this time the motion of whether or not you will make the decision if we continue to vote by ballot or not. One second. Well, all right, I'm going to try to take another question, but I need your cooperation. If you have a conversation and want to take it into the hall, you can do that. But the chair is going to need your cooperation so I can hear the questions at the mic, okay? Okay. Right up front here, I've got somebody talking to my parliamentarian about this 50% versus 2/3 vote. We're going to explain that at the appropriate time. And the only reason I'm commenting on that is because when they talk up here, it's hard for me to hear you. Let's try mic number 1. Senator, are you ready?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please state your name and your county.
Mike Crane, Caledonia County. I, like you, would like to expedite this this evening, but I would draw your attention with this parliamentary inquiry to the rules as they stand. Rule number 7 in our rules, you found these in your seats, indicate that all nominations shall be, once closed, the election shall be done by ballot. And the references I see in Robert's Rules of Order say that even with unanimous consent, this rule cannot be suspended. So I draw that to your attention.
Thank you,
and if
Mike.
can
And
point-
let me respond to that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have the parliamentarian come up and address that point at the appropriate time. If there is any doubt about that, we will allow the body to make that decision on that issue. And then however the body decides, we'll move forward one way or the other. This body will have the final say-so on how we move ahead. Okay? We have a mic number 2. Yes, sir. Please state your name and your county.
Trenton Adams, Cherokee County.
Trent, tell me your county again. Move that microphone down a little bit for you.
Cherokee County.
Cherokee County, Trent, go
Yes.
ahead.
So in case the parliamentarian's having trouble finding it, under charts, tables, and lists in Robert's Rules of Order, 11th edition, page 45 of the reference, it's in section
Trent, I
6.
tell you what, you're looking in Robert's Rules for the answer to this question. For that, when you got the book with you, I am going to ask you to come up here for that one because we will let the parliamentarian show you, and together you can find it, okay? Okay. Spent a lot of time at mic number 1. I'm trying to make sure there's nobody back here at 3. I see some people around 4, but I don't think anybody's trying to get my attention. But this lady at number 1 looks like she's very attentive. Please state your name and your county.
Sandra Johnson from Fulton County.
Thank you, Sandra.
My question is, at what point do we lose a quorum for the convention? Is it 2/3, 50%?
50%.
And is that on the total number of possible votes or the total number of the 1,500 or the 22?
Of those that were credentialed.
So when we lose 50% of the people, then convention's over?
Only if someone questions a quorum.
Only?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, mic number 3. Now, Senator, you know we've already had one senator speak, and we can only have one senator speak at a time. You know that, right?
Mr. Chairman, Joshua McCoon, Muskogee County.
Go ahead, Senator.
I just would respectfully ask parliamentary inquiry, would it be appropriate at this time, or would the chair entertain a motion for a brief recess while the votes continue to be tabulated?
Well, we could do that, but it looks like the committee's coming down with another vote total.
Okay.
Would you like me to wait?
No, sir.
All right, then we'll move ahead. They're ready. All right. All right, if you will, I'm going to ask you to take your seats. And if those around you are not sitting, they're holding up the process. Encourage your friends to find their seats so we can move ahead. I want everybody to be able to hear. I haven't seen it myself yet. I want to see it. Please sit down. We got several people over here milling around. I'm going to ask you to take your seats because that always decreases the noise. I want there to be no question at all about our next step here. All right, I'm going to ask the people at the front here, y'all, BJ, I'm going to ask y'all to have a seat. We're about to do a report from votes, okay? I want everybody to be able to hear. I want you to be in your seat because we're going to need to be taking action. The chair is asking for your cooperation over here on this side near the stairs. I've got several people standing up. I'd like for you to make your way back to your seat because we will begin to take some action as soon as we get going here. All right, I got a few more and we'll be ready to go. All right, I'm going to ask you to sit down. The chair is going to need to see questions, and I want everybody to hear where we are. Please cooperate. They just act like Republicans and they do it, and that's great. And I appreciate that. Golly, I'm glad I'm not a Democrat. All right, here we go. All right, if you would continue to make your way to the seats. Okay, once before, one person will drop out, and I will give you all the totals. The person that will not be in the next consideration is McNeely. The top two were Johnson and Watson, and I'm going to give you all the totals here. Johnson had 498 votes, or 33%. That was second. McNeely had 449 votes. That was third place. That was 30%. Watson had 557 votes and was in first place, or 37%. So we have remaining Johnson and Watson. So here's what I would like for you to do. My Sergeant at Arms here. Everybody remember these. We're about to wrap this up, folks. I want you to get this out, and we're going to be done with this. You will be voting on ballot number 4. Everybody hold up this many. 4. Turn to your neighbor and say 4. And we're about ready to get this done. All right, here we go. Now, the numbers will remain the same as last time. Can we put those on the screen? They're getting that ready for me. Hand me those numbers from last time. Here we go, I got them. Yeah, let's see right here. Yeah. I just don't have enough paper up here.
1 and 7.
1 and 7, okay. Johnson will be 1, and Watson will be 7. Have we got that ready on graphics yet? There we go. 1 and 7. This is simple, and this will be the last ballot for chairman. 1 and 7. Vote now, and as you did, pass it to the right. Which way's right? Raise right hand. There we go. There we go. Not left, but right. Always to the right. And it gets easier to vote because we have less to tally, so it should move quicker. Vote 1 or 7 on ballot number 4. You taking up ballots? All right, once again, we'll begin our exercise. I want everybody to go ahead and vote. You only got 2 choices, 1 or 7. Ballot number 4. Be sure and pass them to the right. I see the collection's going on well over here to my right, your left. Looks like we're wrapping it up over there, here in the middle, moving around. Everybody here pass their ballots down to the right. Always to the right. Yes, always to the right over here. You know, my left is always giving me trouble over here. You were right, but my left. All right, but they're getting it now. I see that. Okay, thank you. All right, here we go. Anybody up here in the front to my right who has not voted, who has not passed down their ballot? I'm moving back around as we have. Anybody in the middle who has not voted, hold up that green ballot for me over here if you haven't. I want to make sure we get everybody voted. I'm going to go to my middle section now. If you have not voted, hold up that green ballot so we can be sure and collect it. All right, I see no green ballot. We got one green ballot right here in the middle. Took a little time. He had to think about it. All right. Ah, they went the wrong way. Okay. It wasn't you. That's right. It was somebody back there. Do we have one in the back? Is that where you're pointing? Oh, you got it now. Thumbs up, buddy. All right, I'm moving over here. Any more in the back here that have not? You got one? You got a ballot right here? All right, you need a ballot. Sergeant at Arms, I have a ballot right here. Can I get one of my Sergeant at Arms right here near the number 4 mic? The lady's holding up her hand as if she has a ballot, although she's not holding up a green one. All right, over here, I'm going to move over to my left. Oh, my trouble spot's doing great. Everybody's voted over here. Does anybody have a ballot left? If you do, you hold up that green ballot. Anybody have a ballot that they have not voted? I'm about to dismiss my Sergeant at Arms if you don't tell me now. Last call, last vote for chairman. All right. I see no green ballots being held up. You got a green ballot right there? I'm going to ask my Sergeant at Arms to take care of this issue right here, and if you need to report to me, you let me know. You good? They're taking care of it. They're working on it. All right. You got one right here that needs to be collected? Oh, you had to go to the bathroom. That's an excuse. Well, I got to go too, but I'm holding it. All right. Boy, it's getting late, isn't it? All right. Pass that down. I need to go back to my Hillary jokes. All right. We got Sergeant at Arms. I got one vote right. Hold on one second. We're going to get that for you. I got a Sergeant at Arms. I got a vote right here. Hold on to it. Where's one of my Sergeant at Arms? Do I have one left on the floor? Do I have a couple back here? Don't worry. We're going to get you counted. My credentials, Chairman. Joel, I got a ballot right here. I got one right here. And they've got some issue going right back there. I'm not sure what it is. Yeah, one ballot right here. There's one of my Sergeant at Arms right there. Okay. All right. Joel, do we still have an issue right here in the middle section? My Sergeant at Arms is taking care of it, okay? I got one issue right here I want to make sure that's taken care of. All right, I'm going to give you just a few more seconds to find that ballot because we have to move ahead. The chair's going to give you, is this a ballot question? Okay, I'll come to you in just a second, okay? Just a second. All right, let me take a question about our balloting right now. Mr. Secretary, here's my result. Microphone number 2, a question about the balloting. Yes, ma'am, please state your name and your county.
Eleanor Toppins, Rockdale County.
Say your name again.
Eleanor Toppins.
Eleanor, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't have a number 4 ballot in my packet.
Okay, the chair has no control over that at this point. The ballots that were given to you are the only ones that I can allow you to vote. I'm sorry. I have no control over that. I'm sorry. I have been told, unfortunately, one thing that took a little time with the counting, sometimes people pulled off one by mistake. I'm not saying that happened to you, but they did have, for example, some number 4s flow in when they were counting number 3, and of course they didn't count those, they weren't valid. But I do know some mistakes were made like that. Unfortunately, you're going to have that. Okay, do you have a question on the balloting here? Okay, microphone number 2, please. State your name and your county.
Trenton Adams, Cherokee County.
Thank you, Trenton.
As a point of information, there's a number of delegates outside not being allowed in to vote.
Yeah, once the vote begins, and we waited a long time before I told you, I asked everybody to take their seat, we have to control the flow. And I'm sorry, that is the way that the rules state. We have to control the vote. That's why I took so long to let people get back to their seats before I announced it and began the process. And then we don't unlock the doors until we're done with the voting. We have to control the flow in and out, folks. Okay. Any more issues on the balloting? I'm looking at mic number 3. You have an issue about the ballot, ma'am?
I do. Debbie Staver from Cherokee County.
I'm sorry, say your name again?
Debbie Staver.
I think you said Debbie?
Debbie.
Debbie, thank you, Debbie.
Sir, we were very, very slow counting the votes at first. So when the votes went out this time, people thought they had a chance to go take a break. And a lot of delegates are out there, just went to go to the bathroom or
Yes,
get
ma'am.
a bite to eat. So if you want to change the rules, that's the one you can change. Let our people vote.
And I appreciate that. And I am sorry that some people left the room. I really am. But we try to move it as fast as we can by bringing it back to you. If you remember, some of you were fussing at me about now announcing the numbers. I was trying to wait for everybody to get back in as best I could. Any more questions regarding the balloting? Okay.
Okay, everybody, I'm going to give Barry a break. Let him have a moment. We're going to finish up our goodie bag giveaways, and we're going to start with number 31. Sconyers Barbecue was 31, 32, 33. I donated a bottle of Trump champagne, and that would be number 34. We have a number 35 and number 36. Southern Soul Barbecue from St. Simon's, 37. Susan Conger from Augusta, Georgia, number 38. The Blueberry Barn, number 39. We have the Partridge Inn, 40 and 41. The 13th Colony Distilleries, 42, 43. They're in Americus, Georgia. The Three Tree Coffee, 44, from Statesboro, Georgia. Uncle Don's Local Market, 45, St. Simons, Georgia. Waternut, number 46, from Augusta, Georgia. The Watermelon Creek Vineyard, 47, 48, 49, 50, and 51. The Yellow Rose Farm Soap Company, 52. So we want to thank all of these companies that donated the prize. If you'll bring your sheet, your numbered sheet, over to the far left here, to your right, then we'll give you your gifts. Okay. What we explained to you at the very first, we had sheets that looked like this with numbers on them that were randomly put in your goodie bag. When you look in your goodie bag, she has one of the numbers. When you look in your goodie bag, if you're a winner, they were in there. And again, we want to thank everyone for what they donated.
chairman races going forward. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, let me have your attention while we're waiting. I'm going to once again clarify the posture of the convention. Of course, we only have 2 people on this ballot, so we're thinking that door is going to open a lot quicker than it did before, a lot easier to count. And when that comes back, we'll of course announce the winner and congratulate our new chair, whoever that may be. And then the chair is then going to deal with the following elections that we have. We have vice chair, we have assistant secretary, and assistant treasurer. And as you all know, we've had some discussion here. There was a motion made, which the chair will entertain, regarding having non-balloted votes for those, which would move the process along. And some questions were brought up about that. So the chair will deal with all those, and as usual, this convention will have the final say-so on all matters of the process. So that's where we are. Everybody think positive thoughts and aim them at that room right up there. And they'll be able to feel the good vibes, and we'll be able to move on with this. The chair sincerely appreciates your cooperation today. Republican crowds are always good, and I thank you for that. Let me get him going. You come up here, I'm going to answer. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. I have asked, let me have your attention. I have asked Randy Evans if he will come give us a report from the RNC. He has agreed to do that. I think by the time he gets done, the balloting will be done. Randy, can you come on up? Once again, the man that served us so well so many years. Let's give a hand for Randy Evans. All right, Randy.
Well, first of all, let me thank Barry for doing a great job. Barry, I could not tell you how good it felt to see somebody up here in control. I want to remind everybody of a few things that we've got going on. The most important thing is about President Trump and what's happening in Washington, D.C. Every day you're going to hear, in fact, I think we've got some of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution people here. I'm sure they will report all kinds of crazy things focused on the minutia without looking at the big picture. I want to talk to you about what's important to us. If I told you that the only thing we got was another vote on the United States Supreme Court preserving our Second Amendment right to bear arms, would you be happy? Well, guess what? We got another vote on the United States Supreme Court to preserve our Second Amendment. If I told you that the only thing we got out of the last year's election was that for every government regulation passed, 2 regulations have to be repealed with a target of cutting in half the number of regulations on small business, would we be happy? Well, I got good news for you. By executive order, every regulation has to be accompanied by the elimination of 2 regulations that are on small business. If I told you that the only thing we could get out of last year's election was to get us out of the Paris Climate Change Treaty handcuffs, would that be enough? Now, you guys know that I do a myriad of things. I know you're going to be shocked. I'm glad you're already seated when I tell you this. I have actually co-authored a book on climate change. Believe that or not. And what I noted in the book was that the whole purpose of the Paris Climate Change protocols was to put handcuffs on America so the rest of the world could catch up to us and pass us. What sense does that make? Any of you, does anybody think that makes sense at all? That would be like telling Alabama you have to play with 10 players for the next 5 years while the rest of the SEC catches up. Now, for me, a Bulldog, it's hard for me to say that. But that's what it did. But in fact, President Trump had the intestinal fortitude, had the guts to do what it took, and he stood them and faced them down. Now, one thing I noted in there, and I know you're going to be shocked to find this out, and I know the media and the liberal elites are going to be shocked to find this out, but the climate has been changing for 4 billion years. Okay? I know that's stunning. It's hard to believe that, in fact, the Earth once was covered in molten lava. Once we had one continent. Once the Earth completely froze. Yes, the climate is changing. And your point is what? The key is adaptation. Places that, if you've been to Greenland, Greenland was called Greenland for a reason. It was green. If you go to Saudi Arabia, all of that oil they have, do you know where that came from? Anybody know where the oil came from in Saudi Arabia? Foliage. It was dense trees, and it was dinosaurs. It was all of this stuff compressed. What's there now? Well, the climate must have changed. So the point that we have to focus on is the balance between adapting to climate change while protecting the quality of our environment. Not artificially allowing China to wait until 2030 before they do anything that we're having to do today and putting good Americans out of their jobs. So now we've got a Supreme Court justice, right? We got the repeal of regulations. We got out of the Paris Climate Change Accord. All of that, we're not even at 200 days yet. And the amazing thing to me is it's like this president isn't getting anything done. He's bogged down. He's so busy tweeting. The reason they hate the tweet so much. Who's he tweeting to? Us. So who is he bypassing? Them. Now, which would you rather have? A president who communicates through a server in her basement after her husband destroys her old iPhone with a hammer, or a president that communicates directly to you bypassing the media? And that's why they're so upset. That's why they're so, and we have to stay focused. Now that's going to be really hard to do, because every day, when you have Kathy Griffin holding up a severed head of our president, I want to ask you this. During the 8 years of Barack Obama, did any Republican or any Tea Partier or anybody ever hold up a severed head of Barack Obama? No, because that's not who we are. That is who they are. They are filled with vile and hate, and we can expect that it'll continue, because it won't go away, because we're fighting over a way of life. I want you to understand this simple concept when we see the next set of legislation and actions by the president. Democrats believe in equality of result, and we believe in equality of opportunity. What does that mean? We believe everybody should have a chance to achieve the American dream if you work hard enough, you study hard enough, you do hard enough, you do all the things you need to do to succeed. They believe you should have the same result regardless of what you do. So it doesn't matter. They want the result to be the same. In fact, you saw where the founder, Zuckerberg, said we should have a universal income for everybody. Doesn't matter whether you work or don't work. It doesn't matter whether you try to better yourself or not. And it always reminds me, my grandmother once said to me, there are people who will outsmart you. Probably pretty easy. There will people who will out-network you. There's only one person who will control whether anybody ever outworks you. That's you. And that's what we Republicans believe, which is that we reward hard work and we make sure that people reap the benefits of the hard work. Now, as we move forward, we're going to have a new chairman here in a moment. But the opportunity for division won't end there. Next year, we will have a very competitive primary for governor. We're all going to have candidates. We're going to have a competitive primary for lieutenant governor. We're going to have competitive primaries up and down the ballot. The hardest part for us is to remember we're not the enemy. They are. And so I will just say this, having been spending my fair share of opportunity and time in the White House is we've got a president who isn't going to lose focus. He's not going to get outworked. But the most important thing that he does, which I find the most entertaining, is that he's not a politician, so he completely throws them all upside down in Washington, D.C. They can't figure this out. They can't figure out how could somebody actually do all this stuff. Well, because he's Donald Trump, and his deal is it's not going to be business as usual. But did anybody in here want business as usual? Nobody wanted business as usual. And now we've got to work hard next year in the Senate races. Remember, there are 33 senators up next year. Okay? 33. 25 of those are held by Democrats. We need to pick up 8, and we have what we need to invoke cloture on the filibuster. We have our work cut out. We have to work hard because in 10 of those states, President Trump carried the state. So we have the opportunity. We've just got to stay focused on where things are. Now, I will say this. We've got our summer RNC meeting coming up in August. It's in Nashville. And anybody who wants to go, you just got to write me. I'll get you the guest form. Alec can get you there. Alec comes to our meetings in an instrumental part of the RNC. Ginger, my committee woman, is also can get us in as a guest. But if you're ever interested in coming to a meeting, I encourage you to do that. And if you're ever interested in knowing what's going on, don't ever hesitate to reach out to me. But we do have to do one other thing. We have to pray for the president. I don't care who you are. It is a lonely, hard job when every day you wake up, they're after you. They're holding your head up, severed in front of your own children. Every day that happens. None of us have to deal with that, but he does. But if you get the power from above, you know what? It doesn't matter because it's all powerful. It'll carry us wherever we need to go. It'll help this president change this country back to the country to make it great again. And once again, we'll move to the front. I have not missed being your chair. I want to confirm that. But I did enjoy it when I was. And I do appreciate all of you. And I know that we've got our work cut out. And I have done my job because if you look right here, you will see one of my prayers has already been answered. Thank you so much.
They ascend. When Randy talks, things happen. There we go. All right. While they're coming down, I'm going to ask all my candidates for vice chair to please come right here to the back of the stage. My candidates for vice chair, Carolyn. My candidates for vice chair, I need them to come up here. 1 second. Ken, Carolyn, Michael, Vivian, I want you to come right back here where I can chat with you. The chair is going to do his best to move the process along. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have the results. We're going to continue to do business. So I want everybody to come in from the halls. I do not want to have that problem like last time. We're going to be doing business as soon as we get going here. Here are the totals. Johnson, 679 votes. Watson, 741 votes. Congratulations, Don Watson is your new chairman. 679 to 741. All right, are my vice chairman candidates back here? Are all my vice chairman candidates back there? Are they all there? Is Ken back there? Where's Ken? I got it right here in my hand.
We need all the sergeant at arms to the table and credentials to that table.
All my sergeant at arms to the credentials table right over here, please. All my sergeant at arms. All right, I want your attention now. I'm going to take questions in just a second. I want your attention. We're going to try to move this process along. I'm going to have the doors shut because we're about to handle the vice chairman situation. I have all four of the candidates, Ken, Carolyn, Michael, Vivian, behind me. I have asked all of them, would they all agree to a standing vote so we can move this on, and they all have agreed. So they all have agreed to a standing vote. Of course, the final decision is yours, but they have agreed to that. Now, here's how we're going to handle this. If you're going to leave, I'm going to give you about 30 seconds, but we're going to shut the doors. Sergeant at Arms, I need my doors closed. We're about to vote. Here we go. Is there any objection to the chair moving ahead with the four candidates agreeing to a standing vote? Do you object? Mike, number 4.
David Witham, Gwinnett County. We have a motion on the floor that has to be dispensed with in order to do what you want to do.
The chair is asking for unanimous consent to move ahead with a standing vote. Are you objecting to the chair's request, number 4?
Yes, I object.
Okay. There is an objection to that, so we're going to deal with the motion. All right. Edward Lindsay made a motion that we have a standing vote. That motion is before you. The question came up about does that take 50% or 2/3. The chair talked to both of his parliamentarians. They've been in the books. They have assured me it is a 50% vote to do that. There was potentially a question of the chair's ruling on that, accepting my parliamentarian's ruling. Is there still a challenge to the chair's ruling on that? It is withdrawn. Is there another challenge? If I don't see one, we're going to move ahead. All right, we're going to move ahead with the standing vote. We're going to do it in the order that they spoke, and here's how it's going to work. When I call their name, and I'm going to tell you who they are, I'm going to ask you to rise and stand, okay? If it is not obvious to the chair, and when you rise, you're going to hold your ballot up. That's what we're going to do. Are my sergeant at arms done over here? Because I'm going to have you count if they are. You're done?
They're being deployed.
They're being deployed. My sergeant at arms are going to be they all have sections, which I'm going to get to you. Wait a second. I'm going to get to you. They all have sections which are being deployed to. Here's how it's going to work. I'm going to ask you, when I point to the candidate behind me, to rise and stand, and then I'm going to have my guys count you. Don't you stand up if you're not voting for somebody. You stay seated. And then I'll tell you to sit down, and then we'll go to the next person. In the same order that they spoke is the way I'm going to do it. Now, are there questions? I will entertain questions about that process. I'm going to explain it to you again, but I would like questions about that process. Mike, number 2. Please state your name and your county. And by the way, I like your cowboy hat.
Thank you very much.
What's your name?
My name is Stephanie Elder from Hall County.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you. Now, my point is that when there was so much discussion about the previous vote and whether there's going to be standing, parliamentary procedures and everything, you pretty much alluded to that we had time to go to the bathroom. Now, I don't use bathrooms that the Democrat Party would like me to use, especially Obama, that are mixed use. So I'm walking to the
All
other
right, Stephanie,
side
hold on
of
one
the
second. I want to make sure you have a
convention
question
hall.
about this process.
I do. I'm getting
All right,
to
go ahead
it,
and
but
state
you're
your
gonna
question.
hear
The chair's going to ask you to
everything I
state it.
say.
Wait one
No,
second.
no,
Wait.
no, no, no,
Wait.
no, no. You're gonna hear what I have
Hold
to
on one
say.
second. Wait
You're
one second.
gonna hear.
Stephanie, Wait a second. I will turn the mic on and I will let you speak, but I'm going to ask you to respect the chair. I'm going to ask you to hold on a second, okay? We've got to have some order here, and I'm going to ask you if you have a question about this process, I will hear it. Do you have a question about our process? Do you? Shake your head, yes. If you do you have a question about the process? Because that's what I'm taking right now.
Yes, sir, I
Go
do.
ahead, state your question, please.
Why are you holding votes when people are in the restroom on the other side of the complex?
All right, thank you, Stephanie, but let me answer that question. The chair waited long enough for people to be mad at me down here up front to try to let people get back into the room. I delayed as long as I could. They wanted to hear the vote. I'm sorry if somebody didn't make it back. The vote was not 10, 20 votes short. I apologize. I did the best with that as I could. All right, do we have any other questions? Mic number one, please state your name and your county.
Yeah, I'm John Stevens from Barrow County. Is that all right?
Yes.
All right. Now, if you don't have a majority, how are you going to determine a majority with 4 candidates?
Well, here's what we're going to do.
Go
We're
again?
going to actually count when you raise your hand up. We're going to count.
Okay.
But we're going to do it by standing rather than ballots. It's going to be quicker if we do it that way.
Okay.
All right, any other questions
That's good. Thank you.
on the process? We're about to move ahead with this vote unless I have a question about it. Number one, Mike.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
State your name and your county.
Brent Frost, Coweta County. I would like
Thank
to
you,
move,
Brett.
Thank you. I would like to request or move, if necessary, that the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to take 1 minute, call into the hall, and yell voting in case anyone is still out there. They do that in the legislature. We should at least do it right here. We have 60 seconds for transparency.
I don't have a problem with that. If we have somebody that needs to come in and my Sergeant at Arms want to open the door and holler voting, I'll give them a second to get back in. Mic number 4.
Julie Sachs from Camden County.
Julia?
Woo, sorry. I have a concern.
Is your name Julia?
Julie.
Julie, thank you, Julie. Go ahead.
My concern is for those of us who can't stand up, what do you want us
You're
to
going to
do?
raise that ballot with your hand. They'll count you.
Okay.
They'll get you.
Awesome.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Ma'am, we only have, you're allowed to speak one time on each issue. One time. That's what the rules say. Is anybody else over there? Ms. Gilligan, do you want to speak? Come over here to mic number 1. Oh, okay, mic number 2. State your name and your county.
Sherry Gilligan, Forsyth County, and Parliamentary Inquiry.
Say again, I couldn't hear you.
Sherry Gilligan, Forsyth County.
Yes, ma'am, Sherry, go ahead.
Parliamentary Inquiry. Parliamentary.
Absolutely, state your inquiry.
Are we voting to change the rules?
We're about to vote to suspend the rules, yes, 50% plus 1 vote.
Okay, so to clarify.
So we can have the vote on these guys.
Okay, so we're
I'll
not.
explain it to you before we vote. I'll tell you what we're going to do.
Well, you are preempting me, sir.
I'm trying to move the process along. Okay, I'm trying to be fair, but I'm trying to move it along. Thank you, ma'am. All right, here we go. All right, now the first vote will be to suspend the rules, 50% plus 1, so that we can have a standing vote for them, okay? So your first vote is not going to be for anybody here. It's going to be whether or not we can actually vote on them, okay? So I'm going to ask you now, if you are in favor of having a standing vote, which they have all agreed to, please rise at this time. It is absolutely clear to the chair there's an overwhelming, almost 90% majority. Please be seated. All right? This body has now voted to move ahead with a standing vote. All right, here's how we're going to do it. I am going to go down the order of their speaking. I got Ken first. Carolyn, I want you second. Sit right here, right there. And then I want Michael, and then I want Vivian, okay? Now, I'm going to raise the hand when I ask you to stand. I'm going to start with Ken, Carolyn, Michael, and Vivian. I'm going to ask my Sergeant at Arms to count. Now, when you stand up, you hold up your ballot because that's what they're going to be counting. If you're not voting for Ken, you stay in your seat. Everybody got that? We're about to start. Okay. All those in favor of Ken, come up here, Ken. Rise, stand, and hold your ballot and be counted. Don't do that no more. I'm not letting anybody else do it. All right. They know. All right. Sergeant at Arms, you stand up and you hold that ballot up until I tell you to sit down. My Sergeant at Arms will tell you if you can be seated or not. Okay, you can go back in now. Thank you, buddy. Once again, thank you for your cooperation and remain standing until my sergeant at arms tell you can be seated. And although I don't have to remind you this, we're all Republicans. We can't vote twice. Wrong party, I'm sorry. Only vote once. All right, we're about done. I'm going to have my sergeant at arms bring up the total, and then we'll go to Carolyn. Remain standing until the sergeant at arms have you seated so we get an accurate count. All right, Sergeant at Arms, here's what our committee wants you to do. Go ahead and go back to your position. Stay there. Keep a count for each one. If you need pen or paper, let me know. And then I'm going to do it all at once, and then you'll bring them all up at one time. That's what my committee has requested. That's the way we're going to handle it. All right. Mr. Sergeant at Arms, do we have everybody? Are your people ready out there for number 2? Yeah, no, you hang on to it, and we're going to bring it up all at once. All right, Sergeant at Arms, listen to me. Here's what my Sergeant at Arms wants all his assistants to do. You take the vote each time, you remain there, you tally it in your section, and we'll come back to it, okay? All right. Yeah, the stage will be counted at the end before we know any of the results. Not yet. We'll count y'all in a second. Okay. Are we ready for number 2? Okay. Carolyn? Carolyn Fisher. If you want to vote for Carolyn, rise, stand, and hold up that ballot. Okay? All right, put it down. All right. All right, stay standing until my sergeant at arms instructs you to sit. Okay? Stay standing. All right. Thank you, Carolyn. You go back. Thank you. All right, once again, remain standing until your sergeant at arms instructs you to sit down. They're generally going by rows. We got a campaign sign. Would you lower that, please? I have a little trouble seeing. We know you're for Carolyn. We'll make sure my sergeant at arms have a clear view of everybody they need to count. All I want held up is green ballots if you're voting. Yeah, hold that ballot up in that hand if you're voting. Illustration, there you go. Hold that ballot up. Okay. All right, moving right along. Thank you again. Well, I'll be darned. Either there's not as many people on the left or they're moving faster to my left. They're doing better over there. All right. Okay, we're getting close. We've got just a few here in the middle and a few in the far back. Over here to my left is done. Wrapping it up in the back and right here in the middle. If your hand gets tired, switch. Almost done. Just a few more right over here in this corner. I think a lot of people came in from the hall. right, now I need my Sergeant at Arms to, I think we have all the ballots down now, so I think just the writing down. Once again, my Sergeant at Arms, if you will stay in your place and just keep your totals where you are. We ready? Okay. We are ready for number 3, and that will be Michael Strollo. Michael, come on up here. This is Michael. You can hold that. There you go. This is Michael. Rise, stand, and hold your ballot up, and we'll count you. Number 3. Okay. Thank you, Michael. Thank you. Okay. All right, moving along. We're almost ready for Vivian. Remain standing until my Sergeant at Arms tell you to sit down. Doing a good job. Until my Sergeant at Arms tell you to sit down, remain standing. Got a few more votes to count right over here in the middle. My Sergeant at Arms right here in the middle. This side's done. This side appears to be done from what I can see. Just a few more right here in the middle. How are we doing in the middle right here? Got a few hands up right there. Waiting on them to drop. Okay. We got one ballot still being raised. Was that taken care of? It was. Okay, good. I don't see anybody else. Okay, Vivian, please come forward. Vivian Child. All those in favor of Vivian, please rise, stand, and hold your ballot up. Okay? All right. Okay. Remain standing. Thank you, Vivian. Thank you very much. Just remain standing, and this will be the last count on this ballot for our vice chair. Okay, I want you to, if you're voting, of course, remain standing. I'm going to go ahead and ask, though, while we complete that. Now, my 2 assistant secretary candidates, BJ and Sherry, if you're not voting, I want you to come forward. If you're voting, stay in your place. But if you're done voting, BJ and Sherry, can y'all come right back, please? That's my assistant secretary candidates. When you get right back here, let me know when they get there. I'll have a conversation with them too. All righty, moving right along. Thank you, thank you. Once again, I appreciate your cooperation and your patience. Okay, we got a few more right back here that we're wrapping up. I think to my left, that section I think is done. I see nobody standing in my middle. Boy, y'all wrapped it up good there. We got just a few more in the back, and then I'll take instructions for my... All right. When my Sergeant at Arms are all finished, they will bring the vote totals right over here to the head Sergeant at Arms, Gene Calloway. Okay? We should have all the votes on that. All my Sergeant at Arms report right over here. I'm going to ask all of you to stay until I get a count, okay? Hang up just a little bit longer.
I'm assuming you're all voting for yourselves? Yes. Okay.
All right. BJ and Sherry, if y'all would come on up. I've got Sherry up here. I need BJ, though. Where's BJ? BJ Gundy. Van Gundy. BJ Van Gundy. He's up there? Okay, good. Now, let me go ahead and get my assistant treasurers to start making your way up so we can move the process along. John Wallace and Todd Talbert. If y'all would come on up backstage, and we'll get this process along. All right, we're tallying the votes right now on our vice chairman's race. All right, we're going to go ahead and we have a giveaway for everybody that's remained. So we're going to draw a ticket out of the hat, and then I'm going to let the explanation come from you. I'm going to stir them up a little bit. That one right there.
All right.
Tell them what first.
Okay. Many of y'all, Mike's campaign, Mike Welsh, we were raffling off a gift certificate for a handgun, and we did want y'all to know that we were still going to do it. We're honorable, right? We're all Republicans. So the winning name for the gun, and if they aren't here, we have a phone number, but we have lots of witnesses. Okay. Oh, Lord, Barry.
Did I draw one that's hard to read?
No, Patricia Zeller.
Congratulations, Patricia Zeller.
Is that right?
Looks like Patricia Zeller to me. Our phone number is clear. You won back there, Patricia. Come on up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Okay, I will tell you this, that this thing's going to move along well now because both of my candidates for Assistant Secretary, BJ and Sherry, have both agreed to the same type vote, and there's only 2 of them. So that should move along well. And let me see, I have my Assistant Treasurers back there yet. Those 2 candidates. Todd Talbert. Todd, you're a candidate for Assistant Treasurer. Can you please come up? Todd? Is Todd Talbert back there yet? All right, Todd Talbert, who was nominated for Assistant Treasurer. If you're here, you really need to come up front. Anybody know Todd? Todd Talbert. Is he here? Is he here? Oh, he's back there. Good. Hey, he showed up.
That's right, we are.
Both our candidates for Assistant Treasurer have agreed also to move it ahead with a standing vote as well, so that should move quite well too. And there's only 2 candidates. I see them punching the calculator for Vice Chairman. I know they're working. You need to sit down. Yeah, sit down. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I want to give you the results from the count for our vice chair position. We had Ken, let's see here, Ken King Brown with 178 votes, that was third place. Carolyn Fisher with 599 votes, that was first place. We have Michael Strollo with 160 votes, that was fourth place. And we have Vivian Childs with 303 votes, that was second place. It took 621 votes to have a majority plus one, and Carolyn fell short of that at 599. So we will have to vote again on that race. So, Michael, thank you. I'm gonna ask you. All right, here's where we are on that. My sergeant at arms, if you would, please disperse because we're going to need to vote again. As we have in our rules, we dropped the lowest total, so we will vote again with Ken King Brown, Vivian Childs, and Carolyn Fisher. All right, here we go. We're getting ready to vote. Anybody in the hall, give her a shout. If they want to vote, come in now because we're going to go ahead and move ahead with the proceeding. Going once. Going twice. Gone. Here we go. All right, you know the drill. My sergeant at arms will count you. I'm going to ask you to stand. I'm going to bring them here so you know who you're voting for. We will go in the same order as we did before, okay? Ken, come forward. Ken King Brown. All those voting for Ken, please rise, hold up your ballot, and we will begin counting. All right. Thank you, Ken. All right.
Someone at mic 2, tell Mr. Strolla you'll recognize him after the vote's done, because we're in the middle of the vote.
Ms. Strollo, I'll recognize you after the vote's done. We're in the middle of the vote right now. If you want to come up here and see the chair, I'd be happy to entertain it. All right. About to wrap that up. Thank you again for your patience. Okay, just a few right there in the back. All right, I don't see any still over here. Hold on a second. I don't see any over here. Sorry, I didn't see the call. Okay. My sergeant at arms, have we got that? All right, every vote's in, okay? All right, here we go. Carolyn? Carolyn Fisher, come on, Carolyn. All those who vote for Carolyn, please rise, stand, and hold that ballot up for me. And remain standing until we get through counting you. You know the drill by now.
Here's mine.
Thank you, Carolyn. They'll count you. All right, thank you, Carolyn. You go back. Thank you for being patient. We're moving right along with this one. Your left side, my right, is about wrapped up. A few more in the middle. A few more over to my left, your right. Right there, rapidly being counted. All righty. All right, I got a few more standing right here in the middle, my sergeant at arms. Let's make sure they've been counted. Everybody on this side looks good. Everybody on that side, we got a couple more. Okay, now everybody's been counted. All right, we have one more vote for vice chair. All righty, have we got it? Sergeant at arms, we're ready? Okay, here we go. Vivian Childs. To vote for Vivian Childs, please rise, stand, hold your ballot up, and be counted. Okay? And remain standing, of course, until my sergeant at arms tell you that you've been counted and to have a seat. Remain standing until they tell you that you can have a seat. Thank you, Vivian. Thank you. Okay. All right, we're about to wrap up this side over here. The middle is getting very close. Right over here. All right.
She's coming. Give her 30 seconds. We want to count after her.
Let them be a All righty. We got a few more right back in this corner, and then we'll be done. Everybody to my right, everybody to the middle, wrapped it up. Just a few more in the back.
I'm assuming you each want to vote for yourself again? Yes, we did.
I'm double checking. I don't want anybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have all those votes in. I'm going to let you be seated now if you like. Thank you. No, you can stay right there.
Thank you for your help.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, while we're getting that vote, if I could have your attention, we're going to move ahead with the Speech from our Assistant Secretary candidates. The first will be B.J. Van Gundy. B.J.?
Hello, delegates. I'm Jason Thompson from Gwinnett County. It is my distinct honor to nominate him, but to introduce to you the hardest working Georgia Republican that I know. Someone who has dedicated decades of his life to fighting for the Georgia Republican Party and conservative principles. Someone who even goes out of state to count ballots and hanging chads. That's BJ. More importantly for me, why do I want BJ as Assistant Secretary? Well, because BJ is someone, and it seems to be there's only a handful of us now that really care truly about the rules. Someone that will stand up and say, you're not following the rules, that's not right, or that's not fair, and knows the rules. And as someone on the executive committee, as 7th District Chairman, that's who I want on there. Someone like that will stand up and do what's right. Ladies and gentlemen, B.J. Van Gundy.
Thank you, Jason. First, I want to say I side with President Trump, and I say that covfefe is a word. That's right. I've been a county chairman, district chairman of 2 districts, and a state vice chairman. I believe my experience can help me to help you. I know the state party needs to have better communication with you all, and Carolyn talked about that as well. And the important thing is the state party understands that y'all are the customers of the state party. So one of the things I want to talk to John Watson about shortly is my experience with implementing CRMs, customer relationship management systems. And I think it's important that when you call the state party, an actual record of the phone call takes place. And a CRM would allow that and then allow others to see what communications have taken place. Now, if you call 100 times in a month, it's also going to show that. The state party leaders need to serve you with better communication, and a CRM can do that as well, as far as making sure you know what's going on with the state party. That's all I've got. I've got a pencil, a pen, a computer, a piece of paper. I think I can do the assistant secretary job as well. And I want to thank you, and I ask for your vote. Thanks, y'all.
All right, Sherry Barnes. Sherry, come on up.
First of all, I want to thank you all for coming here today and spending your Saturday with us. And if you've got another couple of hours, I've got my resume and my speech all ready for you. But because it's been such a long day, let me tell you, I've been county chair, district, I'm the treasurer of the 12th district, and have worked as the chairman of 2 of our Republican women's groups. I've worked in every aspect of the organization, from being on a state committee all the way down to being, like you, grassroots. I put out the signs, I've held up the signs, I passed out the water, I voted in every election since we won't tell when. But this is a job that is a job. This is not a position. As you've seen, Kirk's been here all day long, and he's here every day. And the assistant, and Jade has been helping him. And the assistant's going to be here working with him. It's going to be helping him collect all of the proxies, keep account of the proxies, make sure all the votes are tabulated properly, and make sure that you are aware of everything that is happening in the state committee and the executive committee. And I'm willing to work as that job and to help Kirk and to help you and to keep you informed as to what's going. I ask for your vote and support. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Okay, we will have that vote next because we do have a vice chair, first vice chair. Okay, I will give you the vote totals. Ken King Brown, 119. Carolyn Fisher, 644. Vivian Childs, 380. It took 572 to have a majority. Congratulations, Carolyn Fisher, our new vice chair. Okay, now we will proceed to the vote for Assistant Secretary. The chair is going to ask for unanimous consent because the two candidates have both agreed for a similar standing count. Is there any objection for a standing count for the office of Assistant Secretary? Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Mic number one, please state your name and your county.
Dan Galloway, Cobb County.
Go ahead, Dave.
Daniel
Daniel,
the
I
Lion's Den.
apologize. Daniel?
I would like to object to doing that. I think we can do this faster and still equitably by following a method that Mr. Randy Evans has used previously, which is to put the two candidates up there, do a rising vote, and simply make a judgment from the stage as if the candidates agree. That way we can do away with the Sergeant at Arms and do this a little faster.
Are you making a motion to do a standing vote by the chair?
Yes, sir.
All right, is there a second? Okay. Now, let me explain to you the motion that is in front of you. There is a motion that has been made that we do a standing vote, and rather having the Sergeant at Arms count, the chair will see what the vote likely is. If the chair is in doubt, I will order a count. That is the motion in front of you. There has been seconded. Is there a question on the motion? Okay. Any questions on the motion? All right. All those in the favor of that motion that we count by standing, you're not voting on a candidate, you're voting on counting by standing, please rise and stand and be counted. You can sit down. All those opposed, please rise and stand to be counted. It is overwhelming that we do it by a rise standing vote, okay? Here's how we're going to do it then. I'm going to ask my two candidates, BJ and Sherry, to come forward. BJ and Sherry, come forward. Here we go. Y'all come on up. We'll do it in the same order as we did of speaking, how we've done all the others. Now, if you, once again, well, how we're going to do this is that you will remain standing if you want to vote for B.J. Van Gundy until I tell you to sit down. All those in favor of B.J. Van Gundy, please rise, stand, and be counted.
Me too.
Yeah, I'm counting you. Please be seated.